Welcome to Book 3 in the thrilling Emily Shadowhunter series. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. This is a free channel, and I'm dedicated to bringing you more exciting books like this one. If you're enjoying the story, please subscribe so I can continue offering free content and keep the channel alive. Your support means the world.
Emily Shadowhunter, Book 3, Bitten. Chapter 1. Tag held Emily's body tight to his chest as he ran. Troy and William cleared the way for him, using their massive jaws and Wolfman-enhanced strength to obliterate any vampires that dared to impede their progress. Bringing up the rear and discouraging any followers were Bastian and Sylvian, using their swords to kill and maim any bloodsuckers that came too close. All about them lay the bodies of the fallen, scores of both purebloods and vampires, hundreds of familiars, and even a few wolves. But the battle was all but over. The blood wraiths had proven both too numerous and too powerful for William and his pack. And although the pack had taken out at least 50 vamps and 200 familiars, it had been for the loss of most of the SAS purebloods and at least 3 wolves. It could be considered a Pyrrhic victory at best, an outright loss at worst. And now it was time to retreat. For, with Emily gone, the pack had lost their will to continue the fight. The enormity of their loss was simply too much to handle, too much to assimilate. Their talisman was no more. It was over. The remaining wolves and purebloods jumped into their SUVs, fired up the engines, and pulled out, heading for the highway. Heading back to William's forest retreat. And in the back seat of the Land Rover, Tag clutched the young teenager's body tightly as he shook with emotion, tears running unashamedly down his cheeks. He had failed her. His only reason to exist was to ensure that Emily Hawke, Shadowhunter, lived. And he had failed. In fact, he had done worse than fail to keep her alive. He had allowed her to be bitten. And now it was only a matter of hours before she reanimated as a new member of the family of the undead. A newly born Nosferatu. And then Tag would have to kill her all over again. It was what she wanted. It was what they all wanted. Rather a corpse than a vampire bee. It had taken just over 2 hours to return home, and now the survivors were ensconced back in their forest retreat. The pack and the purebloods were resting. There were no wounded to speak of, as anyone who had been bitten by a vampire had, of necessity, been dispatched in order to prevent them from turning. Except for Emily. Tag still held her tightly to his chest, his face a picture of desolation. William walked over to him. "Listen, big man," he said. "You have to let her go." Tag shook his head. "You all just want to kill her." "No," denied William. "She is already dead, you know that. We need to give her peace before she turns. And we need to do it soon. Time is running short." The big man drew his MP5 machine gun. "I swear, if any of you touch her, I'll fill you with lead." William held his hands up. "My friend," he said, his voice gruff with emotion. "We all loved Emily. This is literally tearing me apart. I honestly do not know how I can continue, but I must. We must. And we all made a promise to each other. If any of us was bitten, do not let us turn. We gave an oath." "No," shouted Tag. "Fetch Merlin." He waved his gun at William and Bastian and Sylvian. "Do it." But there was no need, as the magician opened the sitting room door and strode in, assessing the situation with one quick glance. "Oh my God," he said. "How did this happen?" William told him about Em's parents, how she had rushed from the room, and by the time they got to her, she had already been bitten. Merlin's eyes flashed with both anger and infinite sadness. "Tag," he said, "you must release her." Once again, the big man shook his head. "You got bitten and didn't turn." "I'm not altogether human," said Merlin. "It's different." Neither is Emily, insisted Tag. She's strong. She's brave. She has already cheated death once, and she can do it again. Merlin leaned forward and touched Emily's forehead. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated. Slowly, a blue nimbus formed round her head, a light so faint as to almost not exist. There is something, admitted the magician, but I fear that it is merely the change imitating actual life. Her soul has gone, and without it, she will have no conscience, no morality, no love. She will no longer be Emily. The thing that she will have become will be driven solely by the overwhelming need to feed. The desire for human blood will be her everything. He looked directly at Tag, his eyes a window to his sorrow. You must release her, he urged. It's what she would want. It's too late, said Sylvian as he pointed at Emily. Her eyes flew open and she tore herself from Tag's embrace, throwing him backwards over the sofa as she jumped to her feet. Both Bastion and Sylvian drew their swords, and William's claws extended as he part morphed into wolf mode. Tag clambered back up and pointed his submachine gun at the three men. All stood in silence as Emily, our vampire, stood motionless. Her eyes glowed deep red and her lips pulled back in a snarl to reveal two long canines that glistened in the overhead light. Her chest rose and fell as she panted like she had just run a marathon, and her hands sprouted 3-inch-long talons. And still no one moved. The door burst open and Troy and the prof strode in. The young wolf took one look at Emily Vampire and swore. Oh, shit. And then some, agreed Bastion. Emily Vampire growled at the two newcomers and snapped her fangs together. Said Troy, it's me. Do you know good, youngster? Said Merlin. She's no longer Emily, so stand back. Still no one moved. Swords remained drawn and Tag's weapon remained pointed at his friends. The vampire closed her eyes and, slowly, her breathing slowed to a normal rate. And when she opened her eyes, they were no longer red, but instead were her usual bright blue. She looked at her friends and her expression was one of absolute tragedy. It hurts, she whispered. It hurts so much. Tag made a movement towards her, but she held up her hand. No, don't get too close, she said, her voice still little above a ragged whisper. I don't know if I can control myself. You can do it, Em, urged Troy. She shook her head. I can hear your heart's beating. She shuddered. I can hear the blood pumping through your veins. I can smell it. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Oh, God, she exclaimed. Please help me. The air shimmered and the Morrigan appeared, morphing from crow to human form as she arrived. She instantly took in the scene and turned to Merlin. Why haven't you released her? She asked. Tag waved his gun. Don't you go there, Mama, he said. Over my dead body. The goddess raised an eyebrow and nodded. Loyalty, she said. A good trait. Then she sneered. For a dog. Whatever, snapped Tag. It is what it is. No one touches her. A bit late to start protecting her now, retaliated the Morrigan. Perhaps it's something that you should have done earlier, then we wouldn't be in this position. A tear rolled down Tag's face, but he said nothing as he kept his submachine gun trained on his friends. Emily dropped to one knee, her body shaking violently as she fought against her overwhelming thirst for human blood. She needs to feed, stated the prof as, Oh, really? Snapped the Morrigan. An intellect the size of a planet and that's all you can come up with? The prof glared at the goddess. Please, women, he answered. I'm theorizing. He turned to Tag. My boy, he said, his voice low and reassuring. Offer yourself to her. Tag shook his head. But she needs to feed. If she doesn't, then she will expire, and she shall do so very quickly, or worse, she will attack us. But then I'll also be turned, argued the big man. The prof shook his head. I don't think so, he said. You cannot be killed. To be turned, you have to die. I'm not saying that it'll be pleasant, but you should survive with your humanity intact. You sure? The prof shrugged. Relatively sure. Good enough for me, said Tag as he dropped his gun and tore off his body armor and shirt. He walked over to the vampire. "Hey, girlie," he said. "Tag's here. Time to feed." Emily Vampire looked up at the big man and shook her head. "Come on," he insisted. "The prof said that I'll be fine." He held his arm out, wrist upwards, offering. The vampire took a deep, shuddering breath and then launched herself at him and tore his throat out. Chapter 2. It was morning, and although all of the drapes were drawn tightly shut, Emily stood in the corner of the darkened room, avoiding even the faintest hint of sunlight. Her combat shirt was covered in drying blood, and a streak of red painted her right cheek from lips to ear. Tag lay on the sofa. He too was covered in blood, and his eyes were ringed with dark circles, a stark reminder of the shock and pain that he had just endured. But Emily Vampire was still alive, and for that the big man was thankful. "I'm a vampire," said Emily. No one answered her statement, and the tragic awkwardness of the situation hung in the room like a gibbet. "Why didn't you kill me?" she asked. "Tag wouldn't let Iz," answered William. Emily looked at the big man. "Why?" Tag simply shook his head, not trusting himself to speak. Emily walked over to him and put her hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry if I hurt you," she whispered. The big man flinched at her touch but didn't pull away. Tears rolled down Emily's face. "What am I going to do?" She asked everyone and no one. "Survive," answered Sylvian. "I can teach you how to avoid the sun, how to run your life. As for the need for blood, she can feed on me," said Tag. "And when we go hunting for vamps, then she can drain those suckers dry." "Will you still hunt?" asked Sylvian. "Or are you part of them now?" Emily bared her fangs. "They killed my parents," she said. "They turned me into this. I will not rest until every last one of them has been exterminated." William nodded his approval. "Good," he said, "because there will be many more battles. But first, we need to recover. This one did not go well for us. Those vamps were different. I'm not sure how or why, but they were far superior to anything that I have ever faced before." "I know why," said Emily, her face a mask of anger. "Nathan Tremblay." "What?" exclaimed Bastian and Merlin together. "Nathan," repeated Emily. "He has turned. It was he who bit me. It was he who ordered the death of my parents. He is the one who is responsible for this new breed of bloodsucker. We should have realized when we first saw them fighting. Just like us. Just like Shadowhunters. Nathan, bloody Tremblay." "He's a dead man," shouted Bastian. "And to think that I called him friend. I'm going to kill him." "Back of the queue," stated Emily. "I get him first." "Fine," said Sylvian. "You get the traitor, but for now you need to rest. That's the first thing that you need to get used to. From now on, you sleep in the day and stay up at night. The darkness is your friend, which is not all bad because that's when the enemy is awake. Come on." Sylvian held out his hand. Emily took it and allowed herself to be led from the room, closing the door behind her as she left. The Morrigan spoke first. "She is a vampire. We cannot allow her to live. Never before has a bloodsucker been trusted, and with good reason. She no longer has a soul, therefore she is no longer capable of moral thought." Tag sighed, too exhausted to show his anger. "Leave it out, Mama," he said. "I've already told you. She stays." The Morrigan looked at Merlin, her expression quizzical. "I'm inclined to agree with Tag on this one," said the magician. "I felt something. A tiny spark, but nevertheless, there is something. Emily is different. Powerful beyond any Shadowhunter that I have ever encountered. She has visited the realm of Karen and returned. Perhaps she will survive this. I counsel that we wait and see." He looked around the room. "Are all in favor?" Sylvian, Bastian, and the prof nodded. The Morrigan sneered and shook her head. "What he said," mumbled Tag as he stood up. "Now let me sleep. I'm finished. Wake me up if Emily needs me." Emily sat on the edge of her bed. Sylvian had ensured that the drapes were drawn tight, and then he had hung some blankets over them just in case. The room was darker than a moonlit winter night, but Emily could see perfectly. As a Shadowhunter, her night vision was enhanced, but now it was off the charts. To her, the pitch-black room was as bright as twilight. She was utterly exhausted, but she knew that sleep wouldn't come. Every time that she closed her eyes, she saw Tag's face. His jaw tensed in a rictus of pain, his eyes wide with shock as she ravened on him, tearing at his throat with her fangs as her talons shredded the skin on his back and shoulders, and the way he had flinched when she had touched him after he had recovered. She was a monster, but she was a monster with a purpose. It was her fault that Bart and Ryoko were dead. They had been used as bait, and she had failed to save them. There was nothing that she could do about that, but as all of the gods bore her witness, she would have her revenge. Nathan Tremblay was a dead man. She would not rest until she found him. And then she would kill him and all those who followed him. She would turn the nadir of her life into a positive. For now, she was more powerful than ever, and her power would become Nathan's bane. Emily Hawke would let nothing stand in her way. And finally, as the contemplation of revenge flamed so brightly in her mind that it burned away any thought of sorrow, she succumbed to her exhaustion and fell into a troubled sleep. Chapter 3. Lord Byron stood at the head of the gathering, flanked on both sides by 6 other elder brethren that could be construed as no less than a personal bodyguard. In front of him stood Nathan Tremblay, once more fulfilling the part of the accused. Another 100 or so assorted elders filled the rest of the room. There were no blood wraiths to be seen. Byron didn't even attempt to keep the look of triumph from his face as he faced the ex-Shadowhunter. "Once more you stand before us," declaimed the Lord, "accused and shamed, brought to task for your participation in the death of over 50 of our finest, the willful and thoughtless destruction of 100 of our brethren for no reason other than your own personal vendetta." Byron smirked at his audience. "So, young aspirant, what have you to say in your defense?" Nathan looked round the room, his obvious scorn and distaste evident on his face for all to see. And then he moved. Even to the gathered undead, his reaction time was so fast as to be almost undetectable. To a human, it would have simply looked as if he had teleported instantly from standing 20 feet in front of Lord Byron to standing directly behind him. The sound of rending flesh filled the room as Nathan ripped Byron's head from his shoulders. Then the ex-Shadowhunter attacked the 6 bodyguards, slashing and biting and tearing at them with a violence that spoke of more than simply strength and speed and the need to subdue. It spoke also of the release of a vast well of violence. It spoke of the need to punish. It spoke of the need to display dominance. And it spoke of a desire for both bloodletting and brutality far beyond that of even the most rabid of the Nosferatu. Some of the crowd of elders started to move forward to intervene, but as they did so, the doors and windows to the hall exploded inwards as over 50 blood wraiths burst in and quickly surrounded the crowd. Nathan turned to the gathering. Blood and gore dripped from him, running in rivulets down his face and chest, painting him red and then splashing to the floor and spreading out into a puddle of deep crimson viscousness. When he broke the second seal, I heard the second living creature saying, "Come." And another, a red horse, went out. And to him who sat on it, it was granted to take peace from the earth, and that men would slay one another. And he smiled. "You are all weak," said Nathan. "But you do not have to be. You whine over the fact that we have lost some of our finest, but you conveniently forget that we fought and defeated an attack from vastly overwhelming forces, hundreds of wolves and human special forces soldiers, for the loss of less than half of our number. And ultimately, we defeated them. We destroyed them, as we will destroy all who stand in our way. Once again, I say to you, our time has come, and from this night forth, none shall remain unpledged. You are for me, or you are against me. I shall lead you into the shadows. Under a new moon, we, the children of the night, shall prosper." Lord Tesla, an ancient and powerful elder who usually remained unseen, stepped forward. He was a manipulator, but also a follower. "What of the capo?" he asked. "Has he approved?" "I will take care of the capo," replied Nathan, his voice barely above a whisper. All that you need to do is to do as I tell you. Will you follow? Lord Tesla took a knee. Blood of my blood, he said. I shall follow. As one, the rest of the Nosferatu knelt before their new leader. Blood of my blood, we shall follow. And Nathan smiled, his blood-soaked lips pulling back to reveal his fangs. Yes, he thought to himself. It was time for him and his blood wraiths to travel to Italy. It was time to have a long chat with the capo. It was time to show all of the brethren his plans for their future. Chapter 4. The sound of a heartbeat dragged Emily Vampire from her troubled sleep. Not her own heartbeat. Someone else's. She lay still for a while and attempted to detect her own, and just before she gave up, she noticed the faintest of murmurs. Like a bear in hibernation, its pulse slowed to a mere 10 beats a minute. She sat up, and immediately the hunger hit her like a right hook. The sound of various heartbeats thundered in her head, and the smell of blood assailed her nostrils. The hunger was more than just a simple need for sustenance, more than a physical need. It was a deep and unstoppable longing. Like her soul had been torn from her, and only the consumption of human blood would bring it back, or at least fill the blackness that had been left behind. She rocked back and forth, holding her head between her hands and squeezing as hard as she could in an attempt to gain control, keening softly as she did so. There was a knock on the door, and Tag walked in, his face showing his concern. Emily flicked her head around. A lion about to take its prey down. Tag stepped back, but it was too late as Emily Vampire launched herself across the room and latched onto his throat with her canines, savagely jerking her head from side to side as she sawed into his arteries and gulped down his blood. Less than a minute later, she cast him down and stared at the still body. And then, with a scream of disgust and self-loathing, she ran from the room, sprinting through the kitchen and ripping open the door that led outside. Sylvian shouted a warning, but she paid him no heed as the abhorrence she felt due to her own actions drove her like a cattle goad, spurring her to run from her inner turmoil. It was only when she was actually outside that she realized that it was not quite yet twilight, and a tiny sliver of red sun still poked above the horizon. Immediately, her exposed flesh burst into flame and the air was filled with the smell of burning flesh. She could vaguely hear Sylvian shouting for help as he too could not expose himself to UV light. She fell to her knees as more pain than she had ever before experienced washed over her. A veritable tsunami of agony poured through her, scorching her every nerve ending and piercing her brain with a lance of white-hot electric torture. It literally felt as though her blood had turned to molten lava in her veins. She felt someone pick her up, and as they did so, their clothes also caught alight. But whoever it was ignored the flames and ran inside with her in their arms. As they got out of the sun, Sylvian wrapped a blanket around them to smother the flames. She was lowered gently to the floor, and she looked up to see Troy above her. His face blistered and his hair burned short. But as she looked, his hair grew back and the blisters on his face started to heal. At the same time, she could feel herself healing, the ravaged flesh filling out and the skin regrowing. Less than a minute later, she was whole. She stood, keeping the blanket wrapped around her as most of her clothes had burned off. Sylvian shook his head. Well, Emily, he said, I trust that we now see why I keep out of the sun. Emily smiled sheepishly. I didn't think, she said. I just wanted to run. To get away. Not possible, countered Sylvian. You cannot run from yourself because, surprise, surprise, when you get wherever you're going, you'll find that you're still there. Emily raised an eyebrow. That doesn't make sense. Yes, it does, said Sylvian. You just have to think about it for a while. Tag walked into the kitchen and set about fixing a pot of tea, his blood-soaked shirt hanging in tatters about his shoulders. Emily noticed that he avoided eye contact with her, looking at the floor whenever she came close. And that made her feel terrible. Once again, tears started to flow as the awful enormity of what she had become threatened to overwhelm her. But she blinked fast and forced them to stop. The big man put a mug of tea on the table and gestured for her to sit down. Emily did so and raised the mug to her lips. but she couldn't take even a sip. The smell nauseated her and she started to gag. Obviously, human blood was the only thing that could sustain her, the only thing that her body would accept. "I'm sorry," she said. "Don't be," said Tag. "You poor thing. How you gonna live a full life without tea? That's like the saddest thing, man." Emily smiled weakly and Tag gave a thumb up. "That's my girl," he said encouragingly. Merlin and William walked in and Troy told them about Emily's near miss with her sunlight excursion. "Are you okay?" asked Merlin. Emily nodded, then she shook her head. "Yes, no, I don't know," she answered. "What can I say? I have become one of the very monsters that I have sworn to kill. I am everything that disgusts me. Lower than the lowest form of life." "No," disagreed the magician. "You are what you decide to be. You are the sum total of your deeds. Your actions will dictate if you are a monster, not your physiological status." "Well, at the moment, my actions seem to dictate that I attack Tag every time that I'm hungry. I can't stop myself. It's like I'm no longer me." "In many ways, you aren't," said Sylvian. "But the hunger will become less intense, or so I've heard. It will never stop, but you will feel the need to feed much less frequently." "Good to that," said Tag. "I tell you, getting your throat torn out on a daily basis ain't no sort of fun at all." "Sorry," offered Emily, her voice small and quiet. "Ain't nothing to be sorry about," answered Tag. "Ain't be your fault that you got bit. It be my fault. Just saying, that's all. The neck thing stings a bit." "When can we start hunting the enemy again?" asked Emily. "We need to formulate some sort of plan first," answered William. "We took a savage beating in our last encounter. Lost most of the purebloods plus 3 wolves. I've already sent a few pack members to scout out the manor house, and they have reported that the vamps have vacated it completely. No idea where they all went. But one thing is for sure, we dealt them a heavy blow, so I doubt that they'll be very active for a while." Emily shook her head. "They will be active sooner than you think. Firstly, they have to feed, and secondly, you should have seen Nathan. He's obsessed. I could see the fire of ambition burning in his eyes, the hatred for humanity and the way that he thinks that he'd been treated." "What do you mean?" asked Merlin. "He was treated the same as every other Shadowhunter, with respect and friendship." "Not the way that he saw it," said Em. "He saw himself being sidelined, losing the power that he once wielded. Also, he saw me as part of the usurping of that power. And trust me, he is going to do anything that it takes to become a major force in the world. I would bet my bottom dollar that right now he is preparing to further his plans." "Well, then perhaps the only thing that we can do is react," said William. "Wait and see what happens next and then make a plan." "No," shouted Emily as she stood up. "We can't wait. We need to attack. To kill. We need to hunt." She smashed her fist down on the kitchen table, splitting the 2-inch thick ancient oak as she did. Her eyes glowed red and her fangs protruded as she held her fist out in front of her. "They must all die. I shall rip them to shreds and rend their flesh." Sylvian took a step forward and slapped Emily hard across the face. She staggered back and growled. "Control," commanded the Frenchman. "Respect yourself, Emily Hawke," he continued. "And respect those around you. Concentrate. You are stronger than this." Emily took a deep breath and calmed down. "Sorry," she said again. "It's like something takes over. Any emotion turns into the need for blood and death. It's almost impossible to stop." "Almost," said Sylvian. "But you can do it." Emily nodded. "I can at least try." Sylvian nodded. "Good." The door banged open and the prof strode in. He held up a bag. "Here," he said. "Damned stupid of me not to have done this straight away. Sometimes the most obvious solutions can evade one. Wood for the trees type of thing." "What are you blathering about?" demanded Merlin. "This," answered the prof's bag of blood. "Got it from one of the drivers. 100% human. The vampire girl can feed on this." "My name is Emily, not vampire girl." The prof ignored Emily's correction as he offered her the IV bag. Try it, he urged. Just use the IV line like a straw and suck the contents out. Hey, presto. No problems. Emily lifted the bag tentatively to her mouth. Her lips closed around the tube and she sucked, grimaced, and spat. A gob of blood hit the floor with a splat. It's dead, she said. What do you mean? Asked the profa. I've just drawn it. Em shook her head. I'm sorry, but it's vile. Lifeless. I can't drink it. But when we attacked the vampires, I saw a room full of bags of blood, said William. They were drinking them. So why can't you? Emily shrugged. She's different, said Merlin. She's a Shadowhunter. So is Nathan, quipped William. Well, maybe he can't drink donated blood either. But she's not Nathan. She has passed over to the realms of Karen and returned. Mayhap that makes a difference. Who knows? It's not like we have any precedents to work with here. I heard that drinking dead blood can make vamps real sick, interjected Tag. Really? Asked Merlin. Where from? Tag looked down. Interview with a Vampire. You know, the Tom Cruise movie. Merlin shook his head. Really? Tag shrugged. Hey, it's a theory. Can I go outside yet? Asked Emily. Sylvian nodded. I'll come with you. The two of them left the room and went outside. The sun had fully set and the forest was alive with the sound of the nocturnal creatures coming to life. Fireflies and carabid beetles, moths and owls, foxes and badgers. Emily cocked her head to one side. Can you hear them? She asked. The insects, the animals. Sylvian shook his head. Not as clearly as you. Why, aren't you a vampire? Well, sort of a vampire. I'll let that one go, said Sylvian. Considering the unique circumstances that we are in, but no, I am bloodborne. Apart from the sun thing and the enhanced strength and longevity, I am not sort of like a vampire. The defining thing with a vampire is their need for human blood. I prefer foie gras and duck à l'orange. Your senses are enhanced so that you can seek out life. You can sense the living, whereas my senses are simply superhuman as opposed to supernatural. So what you are saying, responded Emily, is that my senses have been heightened for one single purpose. Yes, agreed Sylvian. You are an entity that exists purely to kill and feed. It is your raison d'être. Emily sighed and scanned the forest around her, picking out the small, scurrying animals as she did so. Let's walk, she said. The two of them wandered aimlessly through the forest, silent, together but alone. Emily noticed that as she approached an area, it went quiet as the living beings there went to ground and lay still. She commented on it to Sylvian. He nodded. They sense the ultimate predator, so they hide. But I wouldn't hurt them, argued Emily. Anyway, hiding does them no good. I can still hear their heartbeats, sense their blood. Perhaps you wouldn't harm them, shrugged the Frenchman. But they don't know that. They seek only to survive. If it makes you feel any better, the same thing happens to the wolves. Where they go, all other animals either hide or run. The difference being that if some errant badger or fox does challenge them, they kill it. Very territorial, our Lupin brothers. Emily thought for a while. So have you ever seen a sunrise? She asked. Of course, answered Sylvian. Well, strictly speaking, no, but I have seen movies, TV, photos. Not the same, though. I wouldn't know, pointed out the Frenchman. I've been living a nighttime life for so long now, plus the fact that it's all that I've ever known. It's no big deal. I spent 3 years in Vegas once, never went outside except for moving to a new hotel, which I did at night. Why? A lot of vamps in Vegas, good hunting grounds. But it's still very different for you, noted Emily. As you say, apart from the sunlight thing, you are ostensibly human. You eat human food, drink wine, coffee. When you enter a room, you see people, I see dinner. It's overwhelming. The smell of blood, the pounding of their hearts. It will lessen, said Sylvian. To what extent? Asked Emily. I don't know. All that I know is that you will gain some semblance of control over the hunger. Unless Sylvian left the rest of his sentence unsaid. Unless what? Asked M. Again, the Frenchman shrugged in his characteristic way. Nothing. Conjecture. Conjecture about what? You're different. The whole ex-Shadowhunter passing through Death's realm. In all fairness, I have no real idea how things will change for you. You are stronger, faster. Perhaps your hunger is reflected in this. Perhaps you will always need to feed more desperately than a normal vampire. I don't mean to be the harbinger of doom and despair, but I believe that you prefer honesty to sugarcoating. If something doesn't happen soon, I don't know if I can continue, said Emily. Her voice little more than a whisper. You don't know what it's like, Sylvian. I spend every waking moment hating what I have become and dreading the next time that Tag offers himself to me. I can't even remember feeding, but I know that it must be terrible for him. He no longer looks me in the eye and he flinches from me whenever I get close to him. He will be fine, reassured Sylvian. He is strong, both mentally and physically. As are you. Emily shook her head. Not as strong as you think, she said. If things don't change in the next few days. She didn't continue, and Sylvian didn't push her as they turned for home, walking back in silence. As they left the forest, the night animals struck up their various choruses of life affirmation once again. Relieved that the ultimate predator was no longer amongst them. Happy to be left alive. Chapter 5. Wachmeister Dietz Muller of the Papal Guard navigated the twisting corridors with a speed that spoke of intimate knowledge. His rubber-soled boots made no noise on the polished marble floors as he appeared to glide rather than step. Such was the grace of his movements. He was not wearing the usual Swiss Guard uniform of blue, red, orange, and yellow that had been created back in 1914. Nor had he donned the black tunic and red breeches of the sergeant or Wachmeister. Instead, he wore a simple blue overall with a brown leather belt and brown boots. He carried no visible weaponry. Finally, he came to a set of large double doors of thick oak, the brass handle worn crooked from countless centuries of use, the wood almost black with age. He pushed them open and strode into a high-ceilinged room with wood-paneled walls and flagstone floor. Priceless ancient Turkish carpets covered most of the floor, and the walls boasted various paintings of old masters. Da Vinci's, Bellini's, and Donatello's. Unseen by public eye for many generations. Millions of dollars of forgotten art in a room that perhaps 20 people a year frequented. The casual wealth of the Roman Catholic Church. Muller walked over to the single large desk in the middle of the room, placed his hands on it as he leaned forward and demanded, I need to see Kaplan Abbiati immediately. The man sitting behind the desk didn't even bother to look up as he replied, You knock before you enter, Sergeant. And when or if I give you permission, you address me as Hauptmann or Captain. Is that clear? Muller did not bat an eye, and Simple repeated his request, albeit in a slightly different format. It is imperative that I see the chaplain in charge immediately. The captain banged his hands on his desk. Sergeant, you have been warned. Show some respect or I shall order you from this room. Muller reached across the desk, grabbed the captain's shirt front and yanked him from his feet, dragging him across the desk so that his face was mere inches away. Listen to me, you insignificant little pen pusher, growled Muller as he grabbed his own collar and pushed it in front of the captain's eyeline, bringing his attention to a tiny silver badge, so small as to be almost invisible unless viewed close up. Do you see that? The captain nodded. What is it? Demanded Muller. Twin lightning bolts, answered the captain, his voice hoarse with shock. And what does that stand for? Continued Muller. Sedes Sacrorum. So what does that mean? It means that you are a knight of the Holy See. You represent the souls of those who had been slain for the word of God. O sovereign Lord, holy and true, intoned Muller, how long before you will judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on the earth? I apologize, said the captain. I had no idea. I always assumed that you were a mere sergeant. I am, said Muller. Now tell the chaplain that I am here. Captain Benziger pushed his chair back, walked over to an interleading door, knocked and entered. Seconds later, he exited. The chaplain will see you now. He bowed as Muller walked past and entered the chaplain's office, closing the door behind him. Chaplain in charge, Chaplain Salvatore Abbiati, held the equivalent rank of a lieutenant colonel and was officially the second in charge of the Vatican's elite Swiss Guard. In reality, however, the power that the chaplain wielded was second only to that of His Holiness, the Pope. He stood at 6'6", rake-thin, short steel gray hair and a nose like a hatchet. His deep blue eyes were serious to the point of somber, and although his face bore many wrinkles, there were no laughter lines, only lines created by stress, worry, and loss. The overriding impression was of a man who had been fighting a war for many years with no respite, a strong man who was nearing the end of his strength but not his faith. I need more men, demanded Muller. Mine are all dead. The chaplain smiled. Hello, Chaplain Abbiati, he said. How are you? So good to see you after almost 3 months. Muller did a subtle double-take and then stuck his hand out. Sorry, Salvatore, he said. It is good to see you, old friend. It's just that this job, well, you know. Chaplain Salvatore Abbiati nodded. The Lord will not give us tasks that we cannot fulfill, Dietz, even though his road may be full of pain. Sit, please. The two men sat down, Salvatore Abbiati settling back into his chair with a sigh of relief, while Dietz Muller perched on the edge of his seat, his body a seething bundle of barely contained anger. So, Dietz, how goes the war? The Knight of the Cedes Sacrorum frowned. Not well. There has been a recent massive surge in enemy operations. Also, there appears to be a new breed coming to the fore. Savage, focused, unlike anything that we have ever encountered. In fact, over the last 2 weeks, I have lost all 3 of my men. They were ambushed. It was a bloodbath. I need more bodies. The chaplain leaned back in his chair and sighed. I am sorry to hear of their deaths, my friend, he said. Truly I am, but replacing them is not that simple. Of course it is, responded Muller angrily. It's as simple as you wish it to be. You are the chaplain. Your word is law. No, denied the chaplain. His Holiness is the word of the Lord. Therefore what he says is the law. And what does he say? Asked Muller. He has made it plain that the Church must no longer recognize the existence of the enemy. That's preposterous, argued Muller. It gets worse, added the chaplain. How could it? His Holiness has gone further. In fact, he has informed us that not only must we not recognize the enemy, we must actually deny all existence of it. He claims that if we acknowledge that vampires exist, we would be strengthening the perceived power of Satan. That is insane, blurted Muller. They patently do exist. We have been at war with them for years. Not according to His Holiness. Well, then, His Holiness is wrong. For God's sake, Chaplain, what does he think that my men all die from? Suicide? Rare diseases that only affect the Knights of the Holy See? Be very careful, Sergeant, warned the chaplain. You flirt with blasphemy. His Holiness is chosen by God. He speaks with his voice. To deny him is to deny your God. Muller shut his eyes and took a deep breath. I apologize, Chaplain. I misspoke. I meant to say that perhaps His Holiness has not been properly informed, and thus his decisions are based on faulty input. Chaplain Abbiati shook his head. I'm sorry, my friend, he said. On the plus side, I have not been told to officially close your section down, merely that I can no longer actively support you. This is all politics, he continued. A year, may 2 or 3, and the winds will change. Why don't you use this time to take a break from all of the killing, the hardships, come back to the Vatican on a permanent basis? Or if you would prefer, I could get you a small church in a remote village. You could tend to your parishioners, go back to your roots. I am a soldier of God, answered Muller, a knight of the Holy See. I live but to fight the good fight. And I cannot stress more vehemently, something bad is occurring. We are on the verge of a great happening. The Brothers of Darkness are multiplying as we speak. I fear for humanity, Salvatore. Truly I do. The Kaplan smiled. Humanity is always on the verge of destruction, Dietz, he said. Take a year off. We will revisit this after that. Muller stood up. Kaplan, I am begging you, as a soldier of Christ and as an old friend, at least let me continue for the next few months. The Kaplan thought for a few seconds and then nodded. Why not? I can always simply say that you are wrapping things up. Thank you, Kaplan, said Muller as he headed for the door. He stopped just before he opened it. May I ask one last favor? The Kaplan nodded. You are pushing your luck, Sergeant. What is it? As I said, I have lost my men. I need reinforcements. The Kaplan shook his head. Absolutely out of the question. Obviously. I cannot function alone. That truly would be suicide. Then simply do not do it, urged the Kaplan. Take the time off as I have asked you to. You know that I must. The Kaplan squeezed the bridge of his nose with his right hand, his exhaustion evident on his face. How many? 3. 1, countered the Kaplan. 2? No, Sergeant, insisted the Kaplan. 1. Fine, conceded Muller. Then give me Otto Reynaud. The Kaplan laughed, but it was without humor. The Walloon? Yes. Are you truly insane, Dietz? The Walloon? You know as well as anyone that he is in jail awaiting trial for the crimes of falsehood, sedition, and blasphemy. As well as that, he is well known for his violent and unpredictable tendencies. Yes, agreed Muller. But have you ever seen him fight? Once, admitted the Kaplan. And? He is most likely the deadliest human being that I have ever seen. Barring you, of course. I need him. The Kaplan nodded. Take him, then. I shall let God decide his punishment. Wait. He walked over to his desk, grabbed a piece of official Vatican paper, and wrote his order upon it. Muller continued to wait while the Kaplan took a nub of sealing wax out of his desk, melted it using a Zippo lighter, and applied his official seal. He handed the document to the sergeant. Here, this will allow you to remove that madman from custody as well as give you access to your choice of weapons and permission to draw 100,000 euros from the vaults. 50,000 in gold coin and the rest in cash. Thank you, my friend, said Mueller as he took the document. The Kaplan said nothing as he watched his old friend leave the room. After all, what could he say? He was convinced that he had literally just sent his friend to his death. And the fact that he had asked him to was no real consolation. God give him the strength to fight this fight. Please forgive him for his sins and wash him clean from the enemy's lie. In Jesus' name, amen. He closed the door. The official maps of the Vatican show that there are no dungeons, only 2 holding cells that are used by the internal police force prior to sending all criminals to prisons situated outside the church state. But then there are many things that are not on the official Vatican maps. Sergeant Muller stood in the corridor that allowed access to the 5 dank rooms that made up the deep dungeon prison that lay under the floors of the cathedral. Opposite him stood the man that he had come to recruit, Otto Reynaud. Originally of Walloon descent from Belgium, although he had later assumed Swiss citizenship and joined the Swiss army so that he could qualify for incorporation into the Vatican Guard. Prior to that, he had fought for the French Foreign Legion, as well as spending a couple of years working for a South African mercenary outfit that went by the name of Executive Outcomes. 6'3", a shaved bullet-shaped head, neck as thick as a bull's and massive shoulders that sloped down to a barrel chest and torso. His legs were like concrete pillars. It was a body built for strength and endurance, not looks. In fact, Otto had never seen the inside of a gymnasium or fitness studio. Instead, he had been forged in battle and annealed in the Spartan existence of the church. One of the jailers opened the steel door, using old-fashioned keys as opposed to modern electronic locks. His hand hovered close to his sidearm, showing his obvious fear of the man locked inside the small stone-walled cell. Otto stared at the guard with a sneer of contempt, leaned towards him, and, in a normal speaking volume, said, "Boo." The guard stumbled back nervously, banging into the door as he did so. Otto shook his head. "Pathetic," he rumbled. "So," he said as he transferred his attention to Sergeant Muller, "what does a Knight of the Holy See need from me?" "What makes you think I need anything from you, Private?" asked Muller as he dismissed the guard, sending him back to his reception area. "I'm a known blasphemer. You religious fanatics wouldn't be seen dead with someone like me unless you wanted something. Who do you need killed?" "I'm not a religious fanatic," countered Muller. Otto shrugged. "But you still need me for something, or you wouldn't have taken the trouble to get me sprung from here." "Yes," admitted Muller. "I'll get straight to the point. What do you know about vampires?" "They don't exist." "What if I told you that they do?" Otto laughed. "Not according to your big boss," he said. "He's your boss too," pointed out Muller. The big man shook his head. "No," he denied. "He's simply an old man who puts doctrine before truth and expediency before faith. Anyway, I know about vampires. When I was a small boy, I lived with my grandparents in a little village outside of Ronsen. Farmers mainly, a few craftsmen. Cobbler, blacksmith, jeweler. A simple life. Probably 70 people in the whole village. And then one night the men found a young girl. Her throat had been torn out and she had been bled dry. But there was no blood around her. My grandfather knew straight away. No one believed him. 2 weeks later, it happened again. So the elders contacted the church. 2 more young people died before 3 men arrived. Men like you. Sedes Sacrorum. They left before the end of the week. There were no more deaths. That was when I decided that I wanted to fight for the church. To be a soldier of God. A Vatican guard. Otto rolled his massive shoulders, loosening the slabs of muscle. Like a boxer before a bout. As you can see, he gestured towards the open cell door. Things didn't go quite as well as they might have. Muller held up the Kaplan's letter, complete with official seal. "This here is permission for your release, signed by the Kaplan. In return, you will need to come with me." "Is it a full pardon?" inquired Otto. Muller shook his head. "Afraid not. Simply permission to accompany me on my mission." The big man raised an eyebrow. "So, I assume that the Kaplan has little confidence in our survival?" Muller nodded. "It would be remiss of me to deny that. You will be free, but I do fear that it may transpire that you are simply free to die. But on the plus side, you will be dying whilst fighting on the side of our Lord." "Not according to his holiness," snapped Otto. "He has made it plain that vampires do not exist, and to deny him is to deny God. Yes, I know," retaliated Muller. Otto grinned. Somehow the expression made him look even more dangerous. "Whatever," he said. "I'm with you. I didn't join this outfit to languish on prison cells whilst a feeble old man dictates the survival of our Holy Mother Church. I joined to fight the good fight." Muller held out his hand. The two shook and then walked from the room. Otto didn't even pause to insult the guard on the way out. They made their way confidently through the maze of corridors that made up the inner sanctums of the Vatican, walking in silence for many minutes before coming to a set of double doors. Muller opened them and entered without knocking. On the other side of the doors was a large room lined with racks of clothing. Uniforms, cassocks, and suits. These were the rooms of the official Vatican tailors. A bent old man approached them. "Ah, Signori Muller," he greeted. "We are honored to receive a Knight of the Holy See. What can we do for you?" "We need suits, Giuseppe. Dark, fitted for movement. Expensive enough to blend in with the wealthy, but not ostentatious. Room for a shoulder holster and ammunition, the Glock 19. Also 2 full-length overcoats capable of concealing the Heckler & Koch MP7 and 2 extra 30-round mags. A few silk shirts, white. Dress boots, black leather with a tactical rubber sole and provision for a boot knife. Tie, belt with concealed money pouch and a couple of Tag Heuer Black Phantom wristwatches. You had better give us 2 full sets of all of the clothing items and 5 shirts each. Oh, and also a couple of ultralight level 3A bulletproof vests, and do not forget the silver spurs on the boots. Silver spurs? Questioned Otto. Later, answered Muller. Giuseppe clicked his fingers, and 4 assistants shuffled into the room and started measuring Muller and Otto, writing figures down on notepads and discussing clothes and colors with each other. 4 minutes later, they were done. So, signori, said Giuseppe, a rush order as usual? Muller nodded. I will have them ready by tomorrow afternoon. The sergeant shook his head. I am sorry, Giuseppe, he said. I need them faster. 2 hours. The old man winced. You ask too much, signori, he said. This is not Walmart. These are handcrafted Italian suits of the very best quality. I apologize, old friend, said Muller. I wouldn't ask if I didn't need them so soon. Giuseppe nodded. Fine. I will drop everything. The whole team will work on them. But the shoes, they cannot be done in under 3 hours. Muller smiled. 3 hours, then. The 2 men shook hands, and Muller showed Otto out. This time they followed steps that led down into the bowels of the Holy City, eventually arriving at a steel door. Next to the door was a button, above it a small camera. Muller pressed the button and waited. There was a short buzz and the door clicked open. The 2 men entered. Otto smiled. The walls were lined with weapons, hundreds of them. This was the Vatican Armory. Wachmeister Muller greeted a man who stood behind a large steel desk. He was eating a bowl of steaming pasta, redolent with garlic and melted butter. A large glass of chilled water sweated onto the desk, forming a pool of water. What can I do for you? Muller handed the quartermaster the kaplan's note. After a cursory glance, the man handed it back. I need 2 Heckler & Koch Fabarm FP6 pump shotguns, 200 rounds of 00 shot, said Muller. 2 Heckler & Koch MP7s with the 4.6mm hardened steel penetrator armor, piercing rounds, and 6 spare 30-round mags plus 1,000 rounds of ammo. A pair of SIG SG 5550 assault rifles, 500 rounds for same, 6 extra mags. A couple of Glock 19 semi-auto pistols, 500 rounds, 6 spare mags. The quartermaster nodded. Anything else? 2 Fox aviation knives, 2 Zippo lighters, 4 flashbang grenades. Also a case of UV bombs and 2 cold steel silver-plated machetes. Oh, and of course I will need all of the ammunition to be silver-jacketed. The quartermaster looked uncomfortable. What? Asked Muller. I'm sorry, Sergeant, he responded. We are no longer at liberty to issue the UV grenades, or any silver-plated weapons. Why? His Holiness has decreed that there is no use for them. Otto laughed. Good for him, he said. Vampires don't exist, so anti-vampire ordinance is unnecessary. Brilliant. What a moron. Please, gasped the quartermaster. You verge on blasphemy and sedition. I don't verge upon it, my friend, stated Otto. Muller held up his hand. You read the kaplan's letter? He asked. The quartermaster nodded. You saw that it stated that I am to receive anything that I request for a mission that is imperative to the survival of the church? I saw that, but... No buts, Corporal. 1 case of UV bombs. Also, I need 2 Army Vegetado rucksacks for all the gear. Move it now. The clock is running. The quartermaster nodded and started to grab the required weapons and stack them on the steel desk. What the hell is a UV bomb? Asked Otto while they waited. It's about twice the size of a hand grenade, answered Muller. Basically, you use it as a flashbang for vampires. Pull pin, chuck into room, a millisecond flash of ultra-powerful UV light. Disorientates them, burns their skin, blinds them for a few seconds. Gives you a slight edge when you're going into a room full of them. And the machetes? Best way to kill a vamp is to chop their head off. Also, they hate silver. Burns them like acid and slows their healing process down. Otto raised an eyebrow. I can see why the Kaplan doesn't expect to see us coming home. Muller smiled. I'm still around, and I've been doing this for 10 years now. True, responded Otto. Still doesn't sound like the safest job in the world. And Muller didn't answer as he picked up one of the full rucksacks and gestured for Otto to do the same. With a nod, the two of them left the armory. There was still over an hour until they could pick up their suits, so Muller led Otto to one of the myriad of small canteens that were dotted about the inner corridors of the main building. A simple hole on the wall, 2 long tables with benches. There was no menu. You got what was being served. Today it was pasta e fagioli, thick bean soup with pasta and hunks of bread. The soup was nourishing. The bread was stale. But the two warriors wolfed the large helpings down, cleared their places, and set off to the tailors. An hour later, the two killers emerged from the tailors wearing their new suits and carrying their rucksacks. The suits would have cost many thousands of dollars in any high street tailors, perfectly cut and made from the very best cloth. So now, instead of simply looking like two killers, Muller and Otto look like two killers in expensive handmade Italian suits. Two killers with a mission. Chapter 6. Nathan marveled at how easy any task became if you were able to throw almost limitless quantities of cash at it. He had traveled from England to Italy with over 50 blood wraiths and 200 familiars, unnoticed by any border patrols and under the cover of darkness. They had purchased an A330-200 Airbus via a shell company based in Egypt and fronting as a test company for Egypt Air. Usually, this would involve a 6 to 8 month delay, but a few judicious payments to the correct people in the chain, and Nathan's order had been bumped to the front of the queue. 4 days later, the Airbus landed at Manston Airport, even though it had officially been closed down. 3 blacked-out tour bus had delivered the passengers, and after taking off and landing at a private airfield some 20 miles outside Rome, a fleet of limousines had transported Nathan and his blood wraiths to the Castel Gandolfino, the formal residence of the Capo di Tutti Capi, Janus Augusta, the head of the entire World Vampire Federation, an ancient vampire who was obsessed with finding the fabled Corona Potestatum, an artifact that was said to be a part of the sword Excalibur. And it was also rumored to be the one thing that could change a vampire into a daywalker, protecting the Nosferatu from the devastating effects of the sun, as well as allowing them to subsist on normal food as opposed to a diet of human blood. The vampire who gained possession of the Potestatum would easily become one of the most powerful beings in existence. Hence the capo's obsession. Personally, Nathan thought that it was a mere myth, like the fountain of youth or the ability to turn base metals to gold. He also believed that a true vampire would have no need of the Potestatum to become the most powerful creature in the world. He would merely need strength and dedication. And Nathan had both of those qualities in spades. Castel Gandolfino stood on a hill that overlooked the village of Gandolfino, looming over it like a huge gray stone toad. Ugly and uncompromising. From the outside, the building looked abandoned. The crenellations crumbled and the walls covered with creepers, shabby and unkempt. It was only when one got closer that it became obvious that the dilapidated exterior was mere camouflage, like a stonefish, lurking unseen, waiting to poison an unsuspecting passerby. A predator posing as an old herbivore. The inside, however, was a different story. Opulence is a mere word until one has truly been exposed to it. Thousands of years of money and power had created a sumptuousness that beggared belief. Art both old and new, hand-woven carpets from the East, crystal chandeliers, and hand-carved mahogany wall panels. Millions upon millions of dollars worth of luxury gathered by countless people over millennia. And it transcended mere beauty. To Nathan, it was like the 8th wonder of the world, so truly magnificent was it. The village boasted a population of over 200. Every one of the villagers was enthralled to the capo, and they all owed him, quite literally, their lives. For with a mere thought, he could condemn any one of them to death. And you could not run far or fast enough to escape his wrath. Those born in the village of Gandolfino stayed in Gandolfino, forever, or at very least until they died, or became food. Nathan and his entourage had been allocated quarters in the north wing of the building. The blood wraiths shared 2 to a room. The familiars and servants were stacked and racked, triple bunks, 9 bodies to a room with shared toilet facilities and a common room to eat in. The ex-Shadowhunter's room was a vast open plan, sleeping, sitting, dining area. All windows were covered with rubber-backed drapes to keep out the sun, and light was provided by subtle concealed lighting. There was a four-poster bed, a massive fireplace. Two Degas, a Bellini, a Picasso, and a Klimt vied for attention on the walls, their contrasting styles complementing each other as opposed to clashing. Nathan took in the whole effect and realized that the room had been put together by someone with a very good eye, perhaps a professional. He was well pleased. He felt that it was a room befitting his position, even though it may not be fitting to the position that he was aiming to advance to in the very near future. The Shadowhunter vampire hybrid stood in the middle of the room and concentrated, centering his focus, envisaging the new path that he had set himself, becoming his own future. Then he left, heading for the throne room, heading for an audience with the Capo di Tutti Capi, a vampire who had been in existence for over 3,000 years, alive before the Roman Empire had even started, a vampire that had declared Nathan Tremblay to be a capo regime, a title that donated the holder was so close to the capo as to be almost a member of his own family, an honor that was given to very few, and never before to anyone as young and as new as Nathan. The vampire guard standing at the doors to the throne room stood aside as Nathan approached, opening the double doors, ushering him in, and then closing them behind him. Unusually, the Master of Masters was seated alone, apart from the naked corpse of a young boy that lay broken and exsanguinated on the floor next to him. The light in the throne room was provided by smoking torches that burned in steel sconces. A fire blazed high in the vast open fireplace. Carpets and animal skins covered the stone floors and walls, and rows of wooden benches filled the front part of the room close to the throne. Much like a church. Nathan approached the capo and fell to his knees in front of him. "Father," he greeted, "my pleasure in seeing you is boundless." Janus smiled, his overlong permanent fangs pressing against his bottom lip. "And I am pleased to see you, child," he responded, "as am I both sad and perturbed to hear of your most recent setback." "It is nothing, father," said Nathan. "War with the wolves was inevitable, rather sooner than later, and now we have broken them, destroyed them utterly. For the loss of 50 of our finest." Nathan shrugged. "We shall replace them. It is of no real concern." The capo snarled, and Nathan's head snapped up in surprise. "How dare you deem the true death of so many ancient brethren to be of no real concern? Many of them were over 500 years old, a collective loss of over 20,000 years of existence. Because you did not take adequate care. Because of you and your own private agenda. You let your hatred of a little girl cloud your judgment, your jealousy, and your obsession with her, young capo regime. The Nosferatu are not yours to use as you will. They are mine and mine alone." The capo stood, his ancient and withered body seeming to barely be able to balance on his bent legs, his back a curved reminder of his venerability. "Everything that you are is because of me. I am everything. You are nothing. Bear that in mind. I am the capo di tutti capi. I am the power." Nathan sneered as he stood up. His physical presence was palpable. His eyes glowed red with potency, and his steel cable musculature was visible even beneath his clothing. "No," he declaimed. "You are not the power. You are a fossil, a dinosaur. The Nosferatu should be the dominant species on the planet. Instead, we are forced to skulk in the darkness like rats or cockroaches." The capo shook his head. "You know nothing, child. Look at what your last debacle cost us. Now, this is what is going to happen. You are young, callow, but you are still undeniably the Scarlet Warrior. But you need to learn. From this moment on, you will answer to a group of elders chosen by me. They shall be made up of 6 members and shall be referred to as the Forever Council. Perhaps their collective wisdom will teach you something." Nathan laughed. "Or perhaps we could do things my way." And the ex-Shadowhunter attacked. He moved so fast that the air imploded into the space that he had just vacated with a miniature thunderclap. He covered the 20 feet in less than 1/100th of a second, traveling at slightly under the speed of sound. But the capo was no longer there. Nathan crashed into the throne and rolled on the floor before the pain hit him like a steam-driven hammer mill, smashing him to the ground, breaking the bones in his legs and causing blood to jet from his ears and eyes and nose. Never before had he experienced such agony. It was too intense for him to scream, or even to move. Again and again, he was pummeled and crushed by an unseen force until every bone in his body had been pulverized to mere fragments. Then, as quickly as the attack had started, it stopped. His Shadowhunter enhanced body started to heal, knitting the fragments of bone together and rebuilding his pulverized internal organs until, after a few minutes, he could move his head. He looked up to see the ancient capo standing over him, a look of mild amusement on his emaciated face, peering at him like he was an exhibition in a circus sideshow. Some minor amusement worth a few seconds of attention before moving on. Nathan willed his body to heal, using his hatred to recover. As soon as he could, he lunged for the decrepit old vampire, determined to tear his throat out. And once again, he was hammered to the floor in a tsunami of unbearable agony. The capo laughed. "Magnificent," he said. "Even after all of this torture, you still fight back. You truly are the Red Horse, the Scarlet Warrior sent to bring the Nosferatu to ascendancy." Once again, the pain stopped, and Nathan lay quivering on the stone floor, waiting for his bones to knit. The capo walked back to his throne, sat down, and watched Nathan with interest. After a few minutes, the ex-Shadowhunter rose painfully to his feet, staggered over to the throne, and knelt in front of his master, his head down. Silent. Time passed. 10 minutes? 20? Finally. "Forgive me, Father." The capo's laugh sounded like two rocks being ground together. "Youthful exuberance," he said. "You are ambitious. I expected no less. But I have told you how things will work from now on. You will formulate your plans. You will then report to the Forever Council, who will say yay or nay, and you will carry out their instructions. After a while, we will revisit your portfolio. Remember, Nathan, you are the Red Horse. You are vitally important to the Nosferatu, but it is not your place to lead. Not yet, at least. Now we will talk no more of this incident." "Thank you," breathed Nathan, his voice filled with a newfound respect. The capo waved his hand. "Go, I will call when I need you." Nathan left the room. Chapter 7. Tag sat under an oak tree, his back leaning against the trunk. In his left hand, a cigarette. In his right, a half-finished bottle of Jack Daniels. It was perhaps an hour after breakfast. Not yet 9 o'clock in the morning, but the big man's eyes had a hunted look that even half a bottle of hard spirits did little to erase. Troy walked over and sat down beside him, his feet totally silent on the grass and twigs, almost as though he walked above the ground and not on it. He too lit up a cigarette. "So, big man," he greeted. "Early morning party?" Tag grunted and took another pull on the bottle. "Something bothering you?" asked the young wolf. "No," denied Tag. "I always drink myself silly every morning." Troy didn't push the issue. Instead, he simply sat still and waited. If the big man wanted to talk, he would do so in his own time. "Seen em?" asked Tag. Troy nodded. "Saw her go to her room just as the sun came up. She'll be out for most of the day. She's proper nocturnal now." A brief look of relief flashed across Tag's face. "So she won't want feeding then? Not until tonight?" Troy nodded in agreement. "Not for a few hours." He looked closely at the big man before he continued to speak, choosing his words carefully so as not to inadvertently insult the Jamaican. "So this feeding business," he said, "takes a bit out of you?" Tag nodded. "But it's the least that I can do. Can't have the girlie eating innocents and turning them, so we got no choice. Anyhow, I should have saved her. It's my fault that she is what she is." "No," denied Troy. "It's all of our faults. And it's none of our faults. We couldn't have foreseen the events that unfolded." Tag shrugged. I should never have let her leave my side, whatever the circumstances. Does it hurt? Asked Troy. Tag didn't answer for a while. Instead, he drank some more and then lit another cigarette. Finally, he reacted. Sylvian told me that when a vamp feeds on someone, it's a real pleasurable feeling for that person. That's why so many familiars allow it. It's almost like sex or something. He took a long pull of Jack. I haven't found that to be the case. In fact, I would say that it would be the direct opposite. Not only is it the most physically painful thing that I have ever experienced, it also hurts on a different level. What do you mean? Tag shook his head. Man, I don't know how to explain it. He thought for a while. It's sort of like, I don't know, like having your soul ripped out. Like all of the life is torn from your body, leaving a black hole, an abyss that you have to refill on a daily basis. I mean, it's like being dead and alive at the same time. It's dark, man. Really dark. That's heavy, commented Troy. I wonder why Emily's different. I spoke to the prof, said Tag. He reckons it might be because Em is so powerful. You see, the whole thing with vamps is that they feed for two reasons. One is the blood, the other is the hunt. In short, the prof says that they need to kill as much as they need to eat. Problem is that I can't be killed, but that doesn't stop the girly vampire from trying. And because she be so powerful, the prof reckons that she is literally trying to rip the life out of me. Tag shuddered. It can't be done, but she gives it a good go. He took another slug of whiskey, closed his eyes, and lay back against the oak again. Tonight, he said. His voice little more than a whisper. She'll feed again tonight. Troy sat with the big man for a while longer. After 10 minutes, Tag fell asleep, his head lolling to one side, the almost empty bottle beside him. The young wolf left, heading inside. He needed to talk to William, or maybe Merlin. He needed to see if there was something that they could do to ease Tag's suffering. Chapter 8. Over the years, the Knights of the Holy See had built up a literal army of informers. With over 50,000 priests and almost 60 million Catholics in Italy, it was difficult for anyone to get away with any form of major sin, let alone vampirism. In fact, the Knights' biggest problem had always been an overload of information. However, over the years, they had built a system wherein all info was carefully sifted through by the local priest who would then pass the facts on to the diocesan priest in charge of one of the 225 dioceses. These senior priests would then relay what they perceived to be the real cases onto the chaplain at the Vatican, and he would make a final decision on whether or not the Knights would get involved. 9 times out of 10, the chaplain decided that the Knights' involvement was unnecessary. And even when they did get involved, perhaps only 1 in 50 incidents actually involved supernatural forces. Vampires, werewolves, demonic possession, or other various creatures of the night. Out of all of those, the Knights considered the vampires to be their worst and most feared enemy. The undead, the Nosferatu. For not only were they the most dangerous, they also had the ability to turn their victims. And for one of the members of the Sedes Sacrorum to be turned into one of their own most dreaded enemies held for them the ultimate horror. But now His Holiness had decreed that the Nosferatu no longer existed, and as such, the network of priests could no longer provide information. Muller and Otto were on their own. Muller pulled the Fiat Abarth over to the side of the road, parking in the typical Italian fashion by simply stopping in a vague proximity to the sidewalk, the car sticking out into the road at a wild angle. The small Fiat wasn't Muller's first choice of car. He had wanted something larger, preferably armored. Instead, the only thing left that had any appreciable power was the tiny Abarth. Capable of doing over 140 mph and getting from 0-60 in under 6 seconds, the car was a real pocket rocket. But after they had loaded their equipment and then wedged themselves in, it was more cramped than an Iron Maiden. They were in the village of Baruta, at the foothills of the mountains outside of Rome. An isolated enclave of less than 200 people. Before their info had dried up, Muller had received a report of a young man being found in the vineyards. His neck had been savagely torn open and he had been totally drained of blood. Most locals put the death down to an attack by a brown bear. Unusual, but not unheard of. The local priest, however, knew better. Muller had come to the village for two reasons. Firstly, to exact vengeance, and secondly, to question the fiend in an attempt to track down more of the undead. Muller pointed out a large 3-story house. Apparently, that's where the demon lives. It's daytime, so it's most likely that he'll be asleep. However, he will have servants. Also, we cannot simply go in with guns blazing. First, we need to verify the story. Come on, let's tool up. The two men donned their weapons, sidearms, HK-7 submachine guns, a UV bomb each, and their machetes. Then they shrugged their overcoats on to conceal them. They walked casually up to the residence, knocked on the front door, and waited. "I noticed that we don't carry crucifixes or holy water," said Otto. "Don't they work?" "They work for me," answered Mueller. "Sort of. More of a deterrent than an offensive weapon. But then they rely on ironclad faith. Would they work for a man guilty of blasphemy and sedition?" He shrugged. "Probably not. Anyway, I find that a silver-bladed machete does the job better." The doorknob started to move and the two men readied themselves, their tension a palpable thing. Slowly, the door opened to reveal a bent old lady, her hair white, but her eyes still bright and clear. She peered around the door suspiciously. "Good morning, Nana," greeted Muller. "We are representatives of the Holy Church. I wonder if we could come inside for a chat." Before he even finished, the old lady was shutting the door. "No, vaffanculo." Otto stuck his foot in the doorway, jamming it open. "I'm afraid that we are going to have to insist," he said. "The church is concerned for your immortal soul, grandmother." "I'm not your grandmother, you oaf. Now take your foot out of the door before I hurt you." Otto laughed. The door exploded outwards as 9 balls of double-aught shotgun lead ripped through it, hitting Otto in the middle of his chest and throwing him back into the street. Muller moved instantly, kicking the remains of the door aside, punching the old woman in the nose and tearing the still-smoking shotgun from her hands. She fell backwards and sprawled on the floor. Muller dropped the empty shotgun, drew his pistol, and covered the old lady. Behind him, Otto clambered slowly to his feet, shaking his head. "So the vest held up?" asked Muller. "Yep," confirmed Otto. "But I feel like I've been kicked in the chest by a horse." "Serve you right for being so slow." "Yeah," agreed Otto, not used to being shot at point-blank range by insane old ladies. "I'm not insane," screeched the old lady. "How dare you?" Muller put his foot on her chest. "Quiet, nonna," he commanded. "Now tell me, why the armed reception?" "You've come for the master," she answered. "Damn religious fanatics. Why can't you just leave us alone?" "And simply let the master kill innocents and feed on them?" "There are no true innocents," shouted the old lady. "We have all sinned." "Amen to that," agreed Muller. "Now where is the vampire?" "Go to hell." "Last chance, lady," warned Muller. The old lady spat at the knight. Muller's pistol boomed twice as he shot the old retainer in the chest. Otto did a double take. "Hey, you just shot an old lady." Muller raised an eyebrow. "Yes," he agreed. "I am aware of that." "But—" The big man hesitated. "She's an old lady." "And she is in league with the devil," said Muller. "The penalty for that is death. Now let's find this vampire and end him." The knight holstered his pistol and took out his MP7, gesturing for Otto to do the same. Then he led the way through the house, kicking open doors and clearing rooms as they went. After they had cleared the ground floor, they proceeded up the stairs. The moment they got to the top of the staircase, a door in the corridor flew open, and a man ran at them, moving at a blistering speed, so fast as to be little more than a blur. But Muller was already firing. The MP7 fires at a rate exceeding 15 rounds per second, so he expended his entire 30-round magazine in the blink of an eye. Every silver-plated slug struck the vampire in the chest, halting its attack and throwing it back down the corridor like a rag doll. Muller reloaded and ran forward. As he did so, the vampire was already healing, starting to stand. But Muller aimed at its knees and again ripped off an entire clip, shredding the bloodsucker's lower limbs and driving it once more to the floor. Then he holstered his submachine gun, drew his pistol, and shot the creature twice in the center of his forehead. "Hey!" exclaimed Otto. "I thought that you wanted to question him." "I do," said Muller. "That's why I only shot him twice in the face." As they spoke, the vamp shook his head and started to sit up. Muller casually shot him again, took out his machete, and planted his booted foot on the vampire's chest. Then he ran one of the silver spurs that were attached to his heels down the vamp's chest. The razor-sharp spurs left a smoking trail. The vamp screamed aloud and tried vainly to escape. "Oh," said Otto. "Now I know what the spurs are for." "Stop screaming," commanded Muller. "Now let's talk. It is going to be a simple conversation. You tell me where I can find another vampire, and then I kill you. Quick and clean. If not, then I douse you in holy water, keep you alive for hours, maybe days, and then kill you. It's your choice." "Holy water doesn't affect us," yelled the vampire. "You moron." "It does if it's wielded by an ordained minister who is strong in his faith," countered Muller. "Rubbish. It's a myth," insisted the vampire. "Do your worst, warrior priest." With his boot still on the vampire's chest, Muller reached into his jacket and pulled out a crystal flask. He unstopped the lid and then intoned a quick prayer in Latin. "Libera nos, quesumus, Domine ab omnibus malis, da propitius pacem in diebus nostris. Ut, ope misericordiae tue adiudi, et a peccato simus semper liberi, et ab omni perturbatione securi, expectantes beatam spem et adventum salvatoris nostri, Iesu Christi." "Mumbo-yumbo," laughed the vampire. Muller poured a quantity of the holy water out onto the recumbent vampire's face. Instantly, his flesh started to blister and melt, and the smell of burning meat filled the air. The vampire went mad with pain, and Muller gestured to Otto to help hold him down. The big man slammed his boot onto the vamp's chest and leaned his full weight onto him, pinning him to the floor. "The power of Christ compels me," shouted Muller as he poured out more of the holy water. The vamp screamed for mercy, but Muller didn't stop until the monster's facial bones started to show through his ravaged flesh. "Mercy, priest. I'll talk. Please, no more holy water. Tell me." "There is another in the village of San Tobias. He lives in the mansion on the hill overlooking the village. He has a mate." Muller tipped a dash more holy water out. "I need more. My reports show that there is a new movement of vampires. More turnings, more hunting than in living memory." The vampire clawed at his own face, ripping at the ragged strips of flesh as he tried desperately to rid himself of the effects of the blessed water. "Please, priest. I know nothing." Another drop of holy water etched into his face. "They come from England," screamed the bloodsucker. "There is a new war leader. He is powerful. Some say as powerful as the capo. It is said that he has come to lead us to supremacy over the humans." "Where?" "I swear I do not know," blubbered the vampire. "Maybe up towards France. Turin, Milan? I'm guessing. I have heard rumors, that is all. Please, I live alone and have done so for over 70 years. I have little knowledge of the council and their doings. Have mercy. I can tell you nothing else." Muller stared for a few seconds, then nodded. "I believe you." He pocketed his crystal flask, drew his machete, and clove the vampire's head in twain. Then he looked up to see a look of utter respect on Otto's face. "I had no idea that holy water could do that," he said. "You said that you had faith, but I didn't appreciate how deep that faith ran inside you." Muller raised an eyebrow, took out the bottle, opened the top, and poured some of the liquid onto the stone floor. As it struck, it immediately started to smoke and sizzle, eating into the bare stone. "It's not holy water," admitted Muller. "It's a suspension of colloidal silver and sulfuric acid. The acid burns them, and the silver stops them healing. Once they are convinced that they are being smote down by the power of our Lord, it literally scares the crap out of them." Otto shook his head. "So," he said, "no faith. It's just a trick." "No," disagreed Mueller. I have great faith. It's yet another weapon of the Lord. Just because it wasn't actually holy water doesn't mean that it's not a legitimate part of our blessed armory. Now let's go. We head for the village of San Tobias. Maybe those bloodsuckers will know a little more. The two soldiers of the Lord left without closing the door, got into their too small car, and drove out of the village, heading north. Chapter 9. William shook his head. Absolutely out of the question. In fact, young wolf, to even bring up the subject could be subject to punishment. There was a growl of agreement amongst the other wolves as they sat around the large trestle table in their general quarters. But Emily is in great mental pain, said Troy. We failed to protect her, and now we fail to help her. Jack Wishbone, the alpha of Bad Moon MC, stood up and faced Troy. Sit down, puppy, he shouted. How dare you question the Omega? How dare you question anyone? You live at the bottom of the totem pole, the most junior member of the pack. If I were you, I would say no more. Now sit! I am not you, stated Troy. A frisson of excitement rippled through the two packs as the wolves anticipated a physical disagreement. Jack Wishbone looked to William for support, but the Omega simply shook his head. Pack rules say that anyone who wishes to challenge the Alpha for leadership is entitled to do so. He turned to Troy. Do you wish to challenge, young wolf? Troy nodded. But I am not challenging for leadership, he said. Instead, I merely challenge for the right to speak. Unusual, said William, but I shall allow it. The wolves stood and filed out of the building, forming a circle in the open area next to it. Both Jack and Troy stripped their clothes off and stood in the middle. William stood with the rest of the pack. You all know the rules. This is a fight for ascendancy. It is up to the participants to decide whether it be to first blood or to the death. To the death, growled Jack. Troy said nothing. Commence, shouted William. Jack changed instantly, morphing into wolf mode and attacking in one fluid movement built from many years of practice. His jaws opened wide, exposing his massive razor-sharp teeth, and his claws flashed in the setting sun as he extended himself forward. And at the last microsecond, Troy leapt to one side, changing as he did so. But not for him was the full wolf. Instead, the young werewolf morphed into his man-wolf mode, an 8-foot-tall hybrid of man and wolf. The pack gasped, for although Troy had used his man-wolf mode when the pack attacked the blood wraiths, many had not seen him, and most of those who had simply assumed that they had seen the Omega. For it was accepted knowledge that only the Omega could assume the hybrid shape. They were incorrect. Troy lashed out at Jack, smashing him to the ground with one immense fist. The sound of the Alpha's ribs breaking was clearly audible. Troy didn't push his advantage. Instead, he waited, head cocked to one side, eyes alert. Jack attacked again. This time, Troy stood fast, grabbed the attacking wolf with both hands, lifted him above his head, and slammed him to the ground. Jack's front leg shattered, as did his shoulder. He recovered and limped away, waiting for Troy to push his advantage, waiting for the young wolfman to finish him. But again, Troy simply stood and waited. The Alpha of Bad Moon limped in a full circle, looking for an avenue of attack. Finally, he sunk low and charged, going for Troy's legs. The wolfman moved so fast that the rest of the pack could barely see him. He jumped over the charging Alpha, grabbed his back legs, picked him up with ease, and hammered him to the ground once more. The Alpha lay panting in pain, his tongue lolling out, eyes glazed. The pack stood silent as they waited for Troy Wolfman to exact the ultimate price. Jack had chosen a fight to the death, and now he would reap the rewards of his arrogance. Troy threw back his head and howled. The sound cut through the forest, driving birds into the air and sending foxes and badgers scurrying to their dens in fear. But he did not perform the coup de grace. Instead, he morphed back to human shape, walked over to Jack, and knelt beside him. You are still my Alpha, he declared. I did not want to fight for ascendancy, nor did I want to fight to the death. I simply wanted to be able to voice my opinion. This is too important to not look at all in any aspects. Emily is too important. The war is too important. The pack is too important. Personal animosities must be put aside. Jack morphed back into his human form. His broken bones were already healing as his werewolf physiology accelerated his healing abilities to something like 1,000 times the speed of a normal human. Internal organs regrew, bones knitted and torn muscles reattached. He stood up and bowed to the young wolf. With the Omega's permission, I say that the youngster can speak. Then he held out his hand. Troy grasped it firmly, shook. Neither of them smiled. The young one may speak, agreed William. As I said before, started Troy, we failed to protect Emily Shadowhunter. We allowed the vampires to curse her with their disease, and now we failed to help her. There is also Tag's predicament to consider. Every day he is savaged by the vampire that we allowed Emily to become. However, if we could give her the Corona Potestatum, then she could become a daywalker. She would be freed from the tyranny of the undead, and most importantly, she would be on our side. Arguably the most powerful creature in the world, helping us to hunt down the Nosferatu. As the young wolf looked at the pack, he saw respect, but not agreement. She helped us, he continued. She fought beside us. She even traveled to the banks of the river Styx beside one of our alphas. We owe it to her. William shook his head. Life is suffering, he said. Her suffering does not make us beholden to her. That is not the pack way. But it is the human way, argued Troy. And are we not human as well? Again, the Omega shook his head. No, young wolf, we are pack. Before anything, above anything. Pack. The rest of the seated wolves growled together. Pack. So we will not help Emily, said Troy. We will stand by her, answered William. We shall fight beside her. But the pack cannot allow her to control the Potestatum. It is too much power to be held in one set of hands. Even if the hands are those of a Shadowhunter? Asked Troy. The Omega nodded. Then what is the Potestatum for? Asked Troy. Is it merely something to be hidden forever? To be guarded at all costs, but for no apparent reason? Why not simply destroy it? Not sure that it can be destroyed, answered William. And as to the whys and wherefores, because I, the Omega, said so. Now, you have had your chance to speak, young wolf. The discussion is over. Instead of this nonsense, use your time thinking on our next move against the vampires. William stood up. And I bid you all to do the same. It is almost night. We will meet again tomorrow morning, and I want all and any ideas. All will be equal in the discussion. Pack. Pack, repeated the wolves as their Omega left the room. Troy followed the pack leader, planning on speaking more to him. But before he could, the Omega stripped down, changed into full wolf, and loped off into the forest at speed. So instead, he simply went back into the main house and sat down in the kitchen. He sat for over half an hour, alone with his thoughts, his contemplations, his plans. Tag broke his reverie as he banged open the door and set to preparing a pot of tea. He poured 2 mugs full, handed one to Troy, and sat down opposite him. What's up? He asked. You look like your dog ate your canary. Troy decided to tell Tag his plan, starting with what had just transpired with the pack and the Omega. When he had finished, the big man sat silent for a few minutes. Then he spoke. You got big balls, Wolfman, he said. So if I get you right, you want to disobey your Omega, split from the pack, take a vampire with you while you steal what is probably the most guarded relic in the world so that you can make said vampire a daywalker and at the same time save me from being eaten every night. That about right? Troy shrugged. About right, I suppose. Except there is one thing I didn't tell you. Pray tell then, Wolfman, urged Tag. It really doesn't matter what you may or may not have omitted, because I don't see how it could make things any more difficult. Well, I'm not 100% sure where the actual Corona Potestatum is. I mean, I know it's in Europe, hidden in the Fae communities under the major cities, but not sure exactly where. Could be a variety of places. You see, none of us know. It's moved around all the time to prevent it being found. Tag laughed. I doubt that will be a huge problem, he said. I reckon that the pack will hunt us down and kill us before we even get out of the country. Whatever, I'm in. If there's a chance of helping the girlie, then we gotta take it, whatever the risk. As am I, said Sylvian. Both Tag and Troy did a double take. The Bloodborne had entered the room so silently that even the heightened senses of the werewolf had not noticed him. You won't get anywhere without me, continued the Frenchman. I know Europe. I know the Fey underworld that you will be entering. And I know how to travel at night, how to keep out of the sun, how to survive traveling as a vampire. Why would you help us? Asked Troy. Because I believe that you are correct, young wolf. I believe that Emily Shadowhunter could well be something special. Tag raised an eyebrow. Could it also be that you would love to have some compatriots help you search for the potestatum so that you, yourself, could claim it? Then you would be the daywalker. Sylvian nodded. That did cross my mind. How could it not? But no, I think that it is not my destiny. It is Emily's. I want to leave tonight, said Troy. In fact, as soon as possible. It should give us a full night's lead. Enough time to get out of the country if we are lucky. Tag nodded. I agree. Let me fetch Emily. He stood up. Both Troy and Sylvian could see the tension on the big man's shoulders as he started to walk from the room. Give me 10 minutes or so, he said. She will have woken with the hunger and will need to feed. Troy nodded. I'll pack what we need. Meet us around the back where all of the cars are parked. Tag left the room without looking back, and Troy and Sylvian went to collect bags and rucksacks to pack. Chapter 10. Troy crept around the side of the house and across to the area where all of the transport was situated. It was dark, but he had no need of a flashlight as his werewolf eyes saw just as well in the moonlight as the sun. Sylvian was already there, standing next to one of the Range Rovers. He was smiling, his lips pulled up in his typical sardonic expression of amusement. What's so funny? Asked Troy. If you had to choose any of the SUVs, which one would it be? Troy cast a quick glance around the lot. The one that we're standing next to, he answered. It's newer, good condition, and it's the only one with tinted windows, so even if the sun came up, it would help protect you and Em. Sylvian nodded. I concur, he said. Then he opened the front passenger door. On the seat was a large briefcase. He opened it. Here, take a look. Troy leaned over. The case was full of high-denomination euros, pound sterling notes, and dollars, at least $50,000 worth of currency. Lying on top of the money was a sheaf of passports, both European and Russian. The young wolfman picked up a couple and flicked through them. They had various different names. Some female, most male. There were no photos. There were also 10 cell phones. All you need to do is affix a photo ID and you have a genuine passport, explained the Bloodborne. Also, all of the SIM cards on the phones are for international roaming. I checked. Prepaid burner phones. That's fantastic, said Troy. Where did you get all of this? Sylvian laughed softly. Didn't. It was here already. But how? William, answered the Frenchman. He knew what we would do. Obviously, as Omega and protector of the potestatum, he cannot give us permission. However, he has given us his blessing. There is more. Sylvian reached into his pocket and took out a ring. Gold, the wolf's crest on it, picked out in silver with a small ruby eye. He gave it to Troy. This was also in the case. I assume it is for you, Wolfman. The ring is Sir William's seal. You will find that it commands great respect where we are all going. Well, then it's probably for you, argued Troy. Why would he give me his seal? Because you are wolfmen, said Sylvian. You are pack. He would never give me this ring. Trust me. Troy accepted the gold ring and slipped it onto his finger. It fitted perfectly. As he did so, both Emily and Tag arrived. The big man looked unsteady on his feet, and Troy noticed that, although he had obviously changed his shirt, there were still traces of blood on his collar. Emily looked strong and healthy, but her eyes belied her outward appearance as they flicked from side to side, never resting. Haunted, full of despair and self-loathing. Hey, exclaimed Tag as he threw 2 haversacks into the SUV. That'd be a lavatory full of cash. Where you get it? William, answered Troy. He also left me this ring. It's his seal. Tag shook his head. Man, these wolves can't make up their minds. So, they for us or against us? Yes, said Sylvian with a smile. Thought so, quipped Tag. Well, that helps to clear up nothing. Troy, can you drive? I think that I'll be taking a short nap. Where are we going first, anyway? The wolfman shrugged. We head east, said Sylvian as he climbed into the passenger seat. I can't remember the exact route, but let me make a call and get directions. A friend of mine owns a private airfield and a few passenger planes. He can get us to Europe by sunup. They all got in. Troy started the Range Rover and pulled out, driving slowly to keep the noise down. Once they were out of the immediate surrounds, he put his foot down and picked up speed. From the depth of the forest, a pair of shining eyes watched them leave. And then the huge wolf threw his head back and howled mournfully, the sound an aching salute to his own loneliness, acknowledgement of his solitude. The call of the Omega Wolf. Leader, alone. Chapter 11. They had flown from a small airstrip situated in Surrey, a few hours' drive from William's forest hideout. Sylvian's friend had turned out to be a small, dark, taciturn man who communicated in grunts, nods, and short monosyllabic sentences. Sylvian called him Latobias, but the dark man informed the rest of them that his name was Doug. For some reason, this had greatly amused the blood-born Frenchman. He had piloted the 6-seater Beach Baron with a deft hand, taking off in the dark and then landing less than half an hour later, without the use of landing lights, at another private airfield somewhere outside Paris. During the short flight, Troy had explained that the Corona Potestatum had been protected by the werewolves for many hundreds of years. There were always at least 2 wolves personally protecting the item itself, but its safety was doubly ensured as wolves always stayed in one of the hidden cities that were situated under some of the major cities in Europe. As well as this, the Potestatum was constantly moved on a random basis to prevent anyone tracking it down. However, the 3 most likely places were Paris, Rome, or Cluj-Napoca, the capital city of Transylvania. With Paris being the closest, they had decided to start there. After they had landed, Sylvian opened the briefcase and took out a thick wad of money. He offered it to Latobias, but the dark man refused, shaking his head and then ignoring the offering. Sylvian did not argue and simply returned the cash to the case. As soon as the 4 friends had alighted, the plane took off and climbed rapidly away. Where are we? Asked Troy. Near the Maison Forestière? Answered Sylvian. A short drive from Paris. The wolfman glanced at his watch. Impossible, he said. We flew for around 20 minutes. It would take us over an hour to get here. Sylvian shrugged. And yet here we are. How? Insisted Troy. When he is in the air, Latobias is not subject to the normal constraints that we are. That means nothing, argued Troy. Explain. Latobias is the Celtic god of wind and air, explained Sylvian. Great friend to have when you need to travel and get there quickly. Troy looked impressed. Wow, he exclaimed. That's the first god that I've ever met. Get used to it, returned Sylvian. Where we're heading, you're going to meet a lot more, and most of them are decidedly unimpressive. As they were talking, a long wheel-based Mercedes arrived. Dark blue with heavily tinted windows. It pulled up beside them and a driver stepped out, threw them a salute and opened the back door. And who would this be? Asked Tag. The god of luxury transport. Em and Tag smiled, but Sylvian merely raised an eyebrow. Em got into the back first, followed by the rest of the men. The car had been stretched slightly, just enough to fit 4 large seats on the back, a couple of sets facing one another. But it had not been stretched so far as to make it conspicuous. In between the driver and the passengers was a tinted sheet of privacy glass. All of the windows were tinted dark enough so that even the sunniest of days would allow both Em and Sylvian full protection from the UV light. This is a company that I often use for transport in Europe. They are geared to chauffeur celebrities around, hence the tinted windows and the luxury. He gestured around the cabin. Here, a full bar with snacks, bulletproof glass and doors. The drivers are all ex-special forces, and the company itself is the picture of discretion. Tag nodded in approval. Nice, he admitted. Where to from here? I have a place in Paris, answered Sylvian. In the Saint-Germain-des-Prés, 6th arrondissement next to the River Seine. It is uniquely suited to our quest. In what way? Asked Troy. You'll see, answered the Frenchman. The trip took longer than they all expected. Even though it was late at night, the traffic in the city was bumper to bumper, and the drivers drove with Gallic fervor, shouting, hooting, and gesticulating at each other. But before the sun came up, the driver steered the limousine through a set of private electric gates and into an underground parking. Once again, he alighted, opened the door, saluted, and left without comment. Sylvian led the party to a nondescript doorway. Next to the door was a discreet glass panel. The Bloodborne held his hand against it, and a light flickered across his palm. Digital palm print access, he explained. Top-of-the-line security. The door swung open, and they followed Sylvian up a short flight of stairs and into a large entrance hall. The decor was beyond magnificent. Genuine Louis XV furniture, hand-woven carpets on marble flooring, crystal chandeliers glittered in the high ceilings, and an eclectic mix of Monet, Degas, and Duchamp paintings lined the walls. And this was just the entrance hall. They continued to follow the Bloodborne through a set of double doors and up a flight of steps into a large drawing room. The opposite wall to the entrance was one vast glass window. Troy noticed the slight distortion as he looked through it and, after checking the sides of the installation, deduced that the glass must be at least 4 inches thick. Obviously bulletproof. The view of the Seine was spectacular. It is close to sunrise, said Sylvian. But do not worry. I have installed a few technological safety devices. He flicked a switch on the wall, and the huge sheet of glass went instantly dark. One could still see through it, but it was almost opaque. I have activated the solar screen manually, said the Bloodborne, but the moment the sun rises, it will also activate automatically. Got any food? Asked Troy. Sure, answered Sylvian. Follow me. They trooped through to a large eat-in kitchen, and the Frenchman started loading foodstuffs onto the central table. Loaves of bread, a vast array of charcuterie, cheeses, pâtés, pickles, and patisseries. There was also wine, beer, and sodas. The place is always stocked, explained the Frenchman, even if I am not here. Both Troy and Tag attacked the food with gusto. Emily looked away, slightly nauseated by anything that wasn't human blood. Right, said Sylvian. Troy, you say that the potastatum is secreted in one of the major unseen cities. Troy nodded, and then swallowed quickly so that he could answer her. Yep, Paris, Rome, or Cluj in Transylvania. I wouldn't consider Cluj to be a major city, interrupted Tag. It is to the Fey folk, said Sylvian. And what about London? Continued Tag. Surely that is one of the major European cities. The Frenchman shook his head. Unseen London was destroyed in the Second World War. It was decided by the Unseen Council that it would remain as a memorial. Apparently some folks still live there, but it is frowned upon. Anyway, have any of you been to one of the unseen cities? All three shook their heads. Right then, continued Sylvian. They are basically cities situated underground. They have been there pretty much since their above-ground counterparts, and sometimes even before. As mankind grew more powerful and the Christian gods started to hold more sway, the minor gods of earth and field and elements started to lose much of their power, as did their minions and children. Trolls, goblins, orcs, pixies, elves, and the rest. They became more mortal, similar to powerful versions of ourselves. I say similar, but not the same. Even in modern society, a 7-foot elf with their pointed ears and huge slanted eyes will stand out like a porcupine at a nudist colony. Although most of the Fae people can project a disguise of sorts when they are in above-ground society, it is very stressful to do so. As a result, they would rather simply stay apart. Hence, the unseen cities. So the unseen cities are like reservations for Fae folk, said Tag. I wouldn't quite put it that way, answered Sylvian. But essentially, yes. Cool, said Tag. So then, let's go to this unseen Paris, find the werewolves that are holding the potestatum, and job done. It's called Perrine, said the Frenchman. Unseen Paris is Perrine. Unseen Rome, Romaine. Cluj is Cluj, no change. Look, it's not that simple. Firstly, Perrine is huge. It's a major city. Secondly, and this is where things start to get seriously complicated, it's full of cats. Cats? Asked Troy and Emily at the same time. Sylvian laughed. Many thousands of cats. More cats than people. All of the unseen cities are. Why? Asked Emily. Because cats, most animals actually, are terrified of vampires and werewolves. They go mental in the presence of either. I don't get it, said Troy. So what? So they don't allow werewolves or vampires into the unseen cities, explained Sylvian. And to ensure that they can't simply sneak in, the council makes sure that there are cats everywhere. A werewolf or vamp tries to walk around and the cats go berserk. Nowhere to hide. Why no vamps or wolves? Asked Troy. The Unseen Council look on the unseen cities as places of refuge. As such, they want no part of the war between vamp and wolf. And although the cities are large, they aren't big enough for two such mortal enemies. Back in the day, some 500 years ago, they were both allowed in. The resulting wars almost destroyed the cities. So now, no vamps, no wolves. End of problems. Well, that means Em, Troy, and you can't go in, said Tag. I'm not a vampire, snapped Sylvian. I'm bloodborne, so technically I am allowed in. But what about the cats? Continued Tag. Cats love me, answered Sylvian. They're only terrified of werewolves and vampires because a werewolf is an apex predator, and a vampire simply wants to kill everything. I don't need blood to survive, so I don't give off that killing vibe. So it'd just be Tag and you, said the big man. Not sure about that. Troy got the seal, and I don't like to leave Em alone. How are we gonna do this? And anyway, if there be no werewolves, then how come Troy's brothers are down there with the potestatum? Sylvian shrugged. Good question. I can only assume that they have found some manner of loophole after all. The Omega says that they are there, so they must be there. Secondly, it's theoretically possible to get Troy and Em in, observed Sylvian. But it's all going to rely on Emily. I'm sure that she can do it. Do what? Asked Em. You know about glamoring? He asked. I assume that you mean the vampire power to mentally coerce someone to do what they want. Eradicate memory, control, that sort of thing? Sylvian nodded. Exactly that sort of thing. I can't do it, said Em. Why so sure? Asked Sylvian. Have you tried? Emily shook her head. No, but what I mean is, I cannot do it. I won't do it. It's like mental rape. Grabbing someone's brain and forcing to do what you want. No way, I'm disgusted enough with myself. Please don't ask me to go there. It's not like that, insisted the Frenchman. I'm not going to ask you to force anyone to do anything. I'm simply going to show you how to make a harmless suggestion. A feeling of belonging. It might slightly affect the Fae folk or some humans, but I need you to do it to allay the fear that the cats feel. What? Sort of like a cat whisperer? Asked Tag. Sylvian smiled. Big man, you got it, just like a cat whisperer. So it won't hurt them? Asked Em. Not even a little. Okay, she conceded. I'm in. Show me. Have you ever meditated? Asked Sylvian. I'm a 5th Dan black belt, of course I have. Good, let us start. It doesn't take long. Now relax, breath, find your center. Empty your mind. See only white. A mist, a fog. Impenetrable, all around you. You are free, floating. Now see yourself as a single dot floating freely in the mist. Concentrate on the dot. Are you there? I am, whispered Em. What color is the dot? Red. I want you to change the color of the dot that represents you. Make it blue, but not dark blue. Light, pastel blue, like a baby boy's blanket. a soft sky blue. Emily struggled for a while and then started to shake. I can't, she said. It keeps going back to red. Do not panic, urged Sylvian. The red is the vampire you. It is how your inner self views what it has become. Red, blood, death. You must purge that from your mind. Only blue must remain. The beauty of a summer sky. The pale blue of the eyes of a newborn baby. Blue. The two sat still for at least 10 minutes, and then Emily seemed to visibly relax. I can feel it, said Troy in a whisper. Me too, concurred Tag. Emily smiled. You are there, said Sylvian. Now you must maintain it. Allow the color to wash over you, to seep through you. Imagine your very blood turning light blue. Hold it. Nurture it. The Bloodborne stood up. Well done, Emily. You are ready. He turned to Troy. You must stay close to her, no more than 6 feet away. Her aura will cover you as well. The cats will no longer perceive a predator. They will see only harmony. Will she be able to keep it up? Asked Tag. Sylvian shrugged in his typically Gallic way. I hope so. Now all come with me. We need to tool up. I would like us to leave as soon as possible. Any chance of a short nap before we set off? Asked Tag. Been awake all day and all night now. We can sleep when we are dead, replied Sylvian as he led them from the room. What weapons did you bring? He asked. None, admitted Tag. Thought that we were traveling light and fast. Figured that we could set up wherever. I brought my katana, said Em. I never carry, added Troy. Well, then I have something rather special for the big man, said Sylvian. They walked through a large dining room with more Grand Masters on the walls and then into a study. Wood paneling, Persian carpets, mahogany desk. Sylvian pushed on one of the wooden panels and it slid to the side with a hiss of compressed air to reveal a walk-in safe. He placed his hand on the identification panels and a green light flickered across his palm, and then the door swung open. A series of neon lights switched on. The safe was probably as large as a dressing room. Along the one wall were shelves with bricks of cash. Dollars, pounds, euros, rubles, Chinese renminbi, Indian rupees, and many more. On the floor were piles of different weight gold bars ranging from matchbox size to flat kilo bars, and even the large 12.4 key standard bullion bars. On the opposite wall were racks of weapons. Swords, spears, shields, bows, and firearms. Below them, crates of ammunition, explosives, and hand grenades. Tag let out a long, low whistle of appreciation. Man, he said. You got yourself some serious cash and enough weaponry to start a war. Sylvian shrugged. We have started a war, so the weapons are necessary. As for the gold and cash, I have picked lots up over time. The thing is, when you are a few hundred years old, your long-term investments tend to do very well. Help yourself, he said to Tag. Grab a few bars if you want. Tag shook his head. No, wouldn't know what to do with it. Thanks all the same. Good. Now I have something here that I think would be perfectly suited to you. The Frenchman opened a smaller cabinet on the weapon wall and took out 2 firearms. These were made for me by a man called Frikkie Bezuidenhout, a South African gunsmith who specialized in wildcat weapons. Most definitely the very best gunsmith that the world has ever known. Sadly, he has passed, but I have these to remember him by. He handed one of the firearms to Tag, who hefted it appreciably. Looks familiar, he said as he racked the slide back. It should do. It's based on the frame from an Uzi pistol chambered for the 41 AE round. Except Frikkie beefed up the mechanism, added a compensator for recoil, replaced the barrel, and bored the whole thing out so that it now shoots a 50 AE, probably the most powerful standard handgun round in the world. He also made up a twin-stack extended magazine that takes 25 rounds. Just like the original, it fires at 600 rounds a minute or single shot. However, Frikkie added a 3-shot selector switch. Pull the trigger once. Bang, bang, bang. Sylvian picked up a box of ammunition. He also designed this special ammo for the weapon. High silver content slug with an expanding tip. Anything that you hit with this will tear the slug open, forming a 6-tipped steel flower an inch wide. It will seriously ruin any vampire's day. Here. Sylvian handed the second machine pistol to the big man. Also, you will need this. He grabbed a custom-made shoulder holster rig that accommodated the 2 weapons plus 4 extra magazines and 2 pouches for spare ammo. Tag removed his jacket, slipped on the rig, slotted the pistols in, and smiled so widely that it looked as though he might swallow his own ears. Thanks, Frenchie, he said. This is one seriously cool gift. Please, quipped Sylvian. Not Frenchie. He shuddered. Sorry, Sylvian. The Bloodborne nodded. Good then. No time like the present. He grabbed a couple of bricks of euros, a few handfuls of the smallest gold bars, and crammed them into a waist bag that he strapped on under his coat. Then he picked a tactical flashlight off the wall and handed it to Tag. It's dark where we're going. You'll need this. Tag nodded, well aware that although Troy, and the Bloodborne could see perfectly at night, he would need extra light. Let's go, said Sylvian. It's follow the leader again. And he set off, the others trailing behind him. The group trooped through the house to a flight of stairs that headed downwards. 3 fights down, they came to a steel door. There were no fancy ID pads or scanners here. This door was locked the old-fashioned way. 3 huge locks and a steel bar. Sylvian took out a bunch of keys and unlocked each of the locks. Then he raised the steel bar, lay it on the floor, and turned the handle. The door swung inwards on oiled hinges. The minimal light showed a narrow, spiraling flight of steps going down at a steep angle. He gestured for them to enter. Troy went first, followed by Tag and then M. Sylvian closed and locked the door behind them as Tag switched on his flashlight. Without further ado, Troy started down. I'm exhausted, mumbled Tag. We keep going down much longer, we gonna end up in China. Antipodes, said M. You'd end up in the Antipode Islands. They're part of New Zealand. To end up in China, you'd have to start going down in Argentina. How do you know these things? Asked Troy. M shrugged. No idea. I told you before, I just know stuff. Not much longer, said Sylvian. Another hour or so. Great, sighed Tag as they kept going down and around, deeper and deeper into the almost impenetrable darkness. The big man's flashlight started to dim as the batteries gave out, but just before they died completely, the downward spiral ended at a door similar to the one they had entered so many hours before. Once again, Sylvian opened the locks and swung the door open. They walked through, and Emily gasped in wonder. Chapter 12. Someone had torn 2 stout wooden doors from their hinges and propped them up against the wall of the cellar. Then they had taken the 2 vampires, 1 male and 1 female, stripped them to their underwear, and, using silver-coated steel nails, nailed them to the doors. After that, they had wrapped lengths of silver-coated chain around them to ensure that there was no way that they could break loose. The cellar was filled with the smell of burning vampire flesh as the silver in the chains ate into their undead flesh, burning into them like branding irons. And on a chair opposite them sat the man who had done the deeds, Sergeant Dietz Muller, a knight of the Sedis Sacrorum, the vampire hunting arm of the Catholic Church. The cellar door opened and another man walked in. Bull-necked, bullet-shaped head and arms like other people's legs. His name was Otto Renaud, also known as the Blasphemer. He carried a small tray with 2 demitasse cups of espresso. What took you so long? Asked Muller. This vamp has an awesome coffee machine, answered the large man. One of those proper commercial ones, you know, with the big brass eagle on the top. Took me a while to figure out how to use it. Here. He offered a cup to Muller, who picked it up and sniffed appreciably before he took a sip. Very nice, he admitted. Almost worth the wait. So, any joy? Asked Otto. Not yet. Patience. We will never tell you anything, screamed the female vampire. You are both dead men. Dead men. Muller drew a pistol from a shoulder holster, aimed, shot the vampire in the face, reholstered the weapon, and carried on sipping his coffee. You didn't put any sugar in. Otto shook his head. I don't like sugar. I do, said Muller. Otto shrugged. You didn't say. You didn't ask. Please, gentlemen, interrupted the male vampire. Why are you here? You say that you want information, but you have yet to actually ask us anything. Apart from tying us up and shooting my partner in the face, what are you doing here? Instead of answering, Muller drew his pistol again and shot the male vampire in his right knee. The vamp screeched in agony. Why do you keep shooting them? Asked Otto. Softening them up, answered Muller. Make sure that they know that we're serious. All of my info points to something serious going on, and I simply do not have time to mess about anymore. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Were you ever Mr. Nice Guy? Asked Otto. You know what I mean. Muller stood up and approached the male vampire. Okay, it's time. Now, we can do things the hard way, or... The knight paused. No, sorry. There is no easy way. It's all the hard way from now on in. What are you going to do? Sneered the vamp. Shoot me again? Muller shook his head, reached into his jacket, and pulled out his flask. Do you know what this is? Vodka? How should I know what you keep on your person? No, not vodka. This is holy water. It has been blessed by the Holy Father himself. Both of the vampires laughed in genuine amusement in spite of their current predicament. So what? Jeered the male. You might as well threaten us with a can of soda. Do your worst, holy man. Muller walked over to the female. You see? He said as he walked. Mostly, holy water doesn't work. Even though you are pure evil in this. He held up the flask. Is pure goodness and light. But that isn't the fault of the holy water. It is the fault of the bearer. You see, for the unfaithful, it is merely a binary compound that occurs at room temperature as a clear, colorless, odorless, tasteless liquid. Freezes into ice below 0 degrees centigrade and boils above 100 degrees centigrade. But for the true believer, he opened the flask. The female shrank back. He's talking rubbish, Odette, shouted the male. It's just water. It can't do anything to you. As I said, continued Muller, to the true believer it becomes a deadly weapon against all that is evil. He splashed some onto the female vampire's face. Immediately her skin began to blister and burn. Smoke rose from her flesh as she screamed in agony. The power of Christ compels me, intoned Muller as he flicked more of the liquid onto her face. The skin began to slough off in chunks, exposing the bone, but still it continued to burn. After less than a minute, the bloodsucker passed out. The male vampire had gone completely still, his eyes two pools of deep terror. The hard way, said Muller softly. Now, I need to know where your main chapter house is. I need to know where the head of your organization resides. The vampire shook his head. Muller held up the flask. Please, begged the bloodsucker. I can't tell you. Muller flicked a drop of the liquid onto the male's face where it sizzled and spat like boiling oil. Please don't, he screamed. I literally cannot tell you. Are you saying that you don't know? Questioned Muller. That you have never been there? Because I do not believe you. No, I know. I have been there, groveled the male. But I cannot tell. You see, the knowledge is in my head. If I need to go, then I can get there. But I cannot divulge the information, nor can I lead anyone else. After every meeting, the capo, the head of all vampires, casts a lasting glamour over us. We literally cannot tell anyone where we have been. If we try out, brains simply shut down and we cannot talk. If I tried to lead you there, I would lose the ability to move. Perhaps I would even die. The true death. Muller held the flask up. I can't tell you, whispered the vampire as he shook his head. If I could, then I would. Please believe me. Muller sighed. I believe you. He capped the flask and put it away. Then, in one smooth movement, he drew his machete and swung, cleaving the vampire's head from his shoulders with one mighty cut. Then he walked over to the female and did the same. What now? asked Otto. We searched the house. Big house, commented Otto. Then we had better get moving, answered Muller. Mind if I grab something to eat first? Asked the big man. I'm starving. Muller looked at him and then shook his head. You're welcome to look in the kitchen, but you won't find anything. How do you know? Might be tea or coffee, but that's it, observed Miller. They're vampires. They live off human blood. Nothing else. So, no food. Otto looked embarrassed. Of course, sorry. Forgot. Don't ever forget that, said Mueller with feeling. They kill to eat. They cannot survive off anything else. So always remember, every vamp that you meet is a mass murderer. Evil to the core. That is why we exterminate them. And that is why we do it with no remorse. Now you take the top 2 floors, I'll take the basement and ground floor. Otto nodded. Got it, boss. And I won't forget. Otto left the room and both he and Muller started to search for any information, pulling open cupboards, overturning chairs and tables, and stripping beds. They found noting until Muller went to the garage. One of the cars, a 1980 Ferrari, had an aftermarket sat-nav. He checked the last visited addresses. Unfortunately, they had been cleared from the memory, but as he drilled down, he found a list of gas stations that had been marked en route. The furthest one was close to Bologna, up north towards Milan. It wasn't much, but if they had last used the car to travel to the main chapter house, then that meshed with the last information that Muller had gotten. He shouted for Otto. It was time to head north. Chapter 13. Lights. Thousands of blue-white balls of floating plasma. Many as small as a baseball, others the size of a prize Halloween pumpkin. Some floated at street level, others bounced around the stalactites that hung from the ceiling of the humongous cavern. Shadows skittered and skipped as the plasma balls played with the light and shade in their ever-moving dance. The buildings were obviously ancient, built from large granite blocks. Sturdy and timeless, none were higher than 4 floors. They stretched as far as the eye could see. The cobbled streets thronged with inhabitants. Marketers sold their wares. Street performers danced, juggled, and proclaimed poetry. Food stalls sold kebabs, sausages, and sweetmeats. And everywhere were the cats. Thousands upon thousands of them. All noticeably larger than the domesticated animals that Emily was used to. As far as she could see, there were no pure breeds, but there was a massive variety of colors and markings. Ginger, black, white, spotted, striped. And the sound of their continual purring thrummed through the cavern like an electronic heartbeat, rising and falling in discernible cadence. The door that the group of 4 had exited opened out onto a landing that was situated near to the roof of the cavern. More steps led down into the actual town. Before we proceed, said Sylvian, if anyone talks to us, let me answer her. I have a residence here and am known by many. Emily, remember, pastel blue. Center yourself. Calm. Em nodded. What makes the light? Asked Tag. Earth magic, answered the Bloodborne. The council manage it. It's some sort of endlessly repeating spell that uses the power of the earth to create light. Similar spells pump the water, provide heating, cooling for foodstuffs, pretty much everything. Do you grow stuff down here? Asked Troy. No, all food is purchased from above, as are most raw materials. This is simply a living space. It has no real economy as such. Sylvian started to walk down the stairs and the rest followed him. It didn't take long and they were at street level. As they walked, the cats wound around their legs, rubbing their heads up against them, purring and pushing. Emily projected pale blue, and the cats treated her and Troy no differently to anyone else. The streets didn't seem to follow any rhyme or reason in their layout. Some turning back on themselves, others broadening out into small squares full of vendors, and yet others narrowing until they became a dead end. But Sylvian knew his way and walked with a purpose. 10 minutes later, he stopped in front of a 3-story dwelling, opened the door with one of the large brass locks that he was carrying, and ushered all inside. Unlike his above-ground house, this was dark and dusty, and it was plain that there were neither servants nor service that kept it clean and stocked with food. He went to a brass handle that was set into the wall and cranked it a few times. "Calling some help," he said by way of explanation. They all stood awkwardly in the hallway for a few minutes as Sylvian offered no further explanation, nor did he invite them to go further into the house. After a few minutes, the door opened and a group of tiny people walked in. There were 6 of them, around 3 feet tall, long brown robes and curly black hair. It wasn't immediately apparent whether they were a group of males or females or a mix, such was their asexual appearance. Sylvian bent close to them and had a short, muttered conversation. They nodded and split up into 3 sets of couples, heading into the interior of the house. "What now?" asked Tag. "They're going to give the place a quick clean, stock the larders, ready the beds, that sort of thing," answered Sylvian. "Look, not to be that guy," said Tag. "But could we sit down somewhere? I don't really fancy standing in the entrance hall for the next few hours while the little dudes clean up." Sylvian laughed. "The little dudes, as you call them, are eurisks. Some call them brownies. And it won't be a few hours, more like a few minutes." "How?" asked Tag. "Magic. They used to be more prevalent in human society some 400 or 500 years ago, particularly in the Celtic countries. They would help keep the house clean, churn butter, prepare the fire, all for a little honey and some milk. Nowadays, not so much. Modern man refuses to believe in them, and they find that they make a much better living working in the hidden cities. Gone are the milk and honey days. Now they have a union, and even though they can clean a house in a few minutes, they charge as if they had worked a full 10-hour day. Still, it's worth it." As the Bloodborne finished talking, the brownies came back. They had a brief, muted conversation. Sylvian handed them a single gold piece, and they left. Sylvian beckoned to the group as he left the entrance hall. They followed. The house was rustic but well-furnished. It was also spotless. Not a single speck of dust. Fresh flowers in vases and the smell of newly baked bread wafted through the air. Candles burned in wall-mounted sconces, throwing a warm yellow light. Sylvian took them to the eat-in kitchen where there was a central table laden with food. Bread, cheese, hams, salads, pickles, and jugs of apple juice. "Is the food real?" asked Troy. "Of course," answered Sylvian. "They transport it here magically. They don't simply create it out of thin air." Emily pulled out a chair and moved it far from the table before she sat down, the smell of the food obviously disagreeing with her. Tag had already made himself a Dagwood sandwich, layering 4 thick slices of bread with the various foods and condiments. He bolted it down, barely chewing, chasing every mouthful with a draft of apple juice straight from the jug. "Starving," he muttered as he noticed that everyone was looking at him. "And there." Troy laughed and put together a plate of food for himself, as did Sylvian. "When can we start?" asked Emily. "Well, I thought that we could eat and perhaps rest a little," said Sylvian. "Then we can start to make inquiries." "You said that we can rest when we are dead," answered Em. "I know," admitted the Bloodborne, "but there are human physical limits." "Please," begged Emily. "There is some urgency to this. I don't know how long I can keep thinking pastel blue. I'm starving. I can't satiate myself with a cheese sandwich. And if I do feed, then there is no way that I'll be able to remain centered. Every bloody cat in the city will be down on me, and that would be the end of us." Tag gulped down his last mouthful and stood up. "Sleep is for wimps," he said. "I'm ready to rock and roll." Sylvian sighed. "Fine. No time like the present." He put down his half-finished sandwich. "Let's go." The group trailed out of the house, following the Frenchman. "This lighting is pretty and all that," noted Tag as they walked. "But it takes some getting used to. Seems to create more shadow than light. Why can't it just stay still?" Sylvian shrugged. "Not sure how it works. Magic has never been my thing." "Here." He pointed at a narrow alleyway in between 2 rows of buildings. "The people that we want to see are in there. Now remember, I do the talking. Things are different down here. More subtle. You can never be 100% sure who or what you are talking to. And you wouldn't want to inadvertently offend some minor godling that could dispatch you with a fireball or give you the plague. So be polite and be nice. At the end of the alleyway, they came upon a wooden door. Brass bound, a large iron knocker in the center, and a viewing slot above. There was no visible handle. Sylvian raised the knocker and beat out a complex tattoo. Seconds later, the viewing slot slid open, and a large eye stared out at them, blinked a few times, and then slammed the slide shut. The door creaked open, and Sylvian walked inside, gesturing for the others to follow. They entered a large room, high ceilings, smoking torches for lighting, polished marble floor. No decorations. The door banged shut behind them, and they all turned to see the owner of the large eye that had peered through the viewing slot. A single eye. In the center of the being's forehead. The humanoid creature stood at well over 8 feet tall and was built like an oak tree. Or perhaps a baobab. Huge, gnarled, and lumpy. Sylvian held out his hand, and the tree took it gently and shook it. It was like a child greeting a linebacker. "Good to see you again, Scratch," greeted the Bloodborne. "Your Grace," answered Scratch. "I see that you have brought some guests. Please don't forget to sign them in. You know the rules." Sylvian nodded and then left the room without introducing Scratch to the others. He stopped briefly at an unmanned reception desk where he opened a ledger and scrawled a few names in. Tag glanced at them as they continued by. "Mickey Mouse, Pluto, and Daffy?" "The club rules dictate that I sign all guests in," explained Sylvian. "They don't specifically say that I have to use the guests' actual names, so I see no need to advertise who you all are." "What is this place?" asked M. "A club," answered Sylvian. "Pretty exclusive. I've been a member for over 300 years. The movers and shakers of the unseen cities. It's pretty stuffy, but they serve a good cocktail, and if you need info on anything, then this is one of the places to get it." "One of the places?" asked Tag. Sylvian nodded. "Put it this way. Let's hope that we can learn what we need to know right here in the club. If not, then we shall be forced to go to some of the less salubrious places in the city to delve for facts. And most of those places even make me a little nervous." They proceeded down a long corridor and into a large sitting room. Wingback chairs were scattered about the room, as were various other seating arrangements. Large divans, small stools, outsized single chairs, and even a few areas covered in mountains of scatter cushions. In amongst the seats were low coffee tables, and along the walls stood a score of waiters. The waiting staff seemed to be human, or at least mainly humanoid. Sylvian went to a table that had 4 chairs around it. He sat down and raised his hand to call a waiter. "For absinthe?" The waiter scuttled off, returning quickly with the desired drinks and put the glasses on the table. Next, he placed a silver slotted absinthe spoon across the top of each glass, put a sugar cube on top, and then trickled some iced water over it. The drinks turned from emerald green to a light cloudy color. He removed the spoons and bowed. "Thank you," said Sylvian. "Before you go, could you please give a message to Count Brovnovsky? Tell him that the Bloodborne would like to see him." The waiter cocked his head to one side. "I am sorry, sir, but we have no Count Brovnovsky in the club." "Yes," agreed Sylvian. "I know that. Nevertheless, please tell him that I am here and I need to see him." The waiter bowed again and left the table. "Right," said Tag. "What's this, then?" He pointed at the drinks in front of them. "Absinthe," replied Sylvian. "What was all that thing with the sugar and the water and the spoon?" Sylvian smiled. "Tradition. It's a very powerful drink, so the water gets the alcohol level acceptable. The sugar is for taste. I suppose that you could simply chuck a spoon of sugar in and then add water, but this way is so much nicer." He raised his glass. "Cheers." They all took a sip except for Emily, who turned away. "Try it," urged the Bloodborne. "I can't drink anything except, you know," replied M. "Try it," repeated Sylvian. Emily wrinkled her nose, lifted the glass, and forced a sip. Then she smiled. "It's good," she said in surprise. "I mean, pretty much everything that I try to drink makes me want to throw up." "Except for my tea," added Tag. M smiled again and took another sip. "Careful," warned Sylvian. "It's very strong stuff." "How come I can drink it?" Apparently it's the wormwood in it. Absinthe, or the green fairy as some call it, has been around for hundreds of years, and it's very much considered to be the universal drink. Any species, genus, or group seems enjoy it. The waiter returned. Sir? He approached Sylvian. The Count will see you and your guests in the private dining room. I am told that you know the way. I do, confirmed the Bloodborne. Good, sir, commented the waiter, because I am not yet privy to that information, so would be of no help whatsoever. They finished their drinks and once more followed Sylvian through a convoluted maze of corridors and stairs, finally ending at yet another brass-bound door. Sylvian entered without knocking. Unlike the proportions of the rest of the club, this room was relatively small. Normal ceiling heights, scores of clean-burning wax candles for lighting, and in the center of the room, a dining table with 10 carver seats arranged around it. The table itself was bare. At the head sat an old man. In his left eye, a monocle, thick gray hair slicked back from a high forehead, a sharp nose above an almost lipless mouth. He wore a dinner suit. When he stood up to greet them, his missing left hand was obvious, the sleeve pinned back just above where his elbow would have been. His mouth smiled at Sylvian. His eyes did not. Duke? He greeted the Bloodborne. Reichsgraf, returned Sylvian, a smile as false as the Count's plastered across his face. May I introduce my friends and traveling companions, Tag, Emily, and Troy? Then the Frenchman turned to his friends. Count, or Reichsgraf Brovnovsky, an old acquaintance of mine. After all these years, Duke, said the Count, and you still do not introduce me as friend. To do so would make liars of us both, replied Sylvian. True, agreed the old man as he stared at Tag, Troy, and M. What an interesting group you have brought into our fair city, he said, and also so illegal. What do you mean, illegal? Snapped Tag. The Count laughed. Oh, don't fret, young man, he said. Sylvian's secrets are my secrets. He turned to Emily and bowed. Good trick, he said, and powerful too, masking the wolf as well as yourself. I am impressed. Never before have I seen such power. But be careful. There are others such as me who can see straight through your little disguise. Emily took a step towards the Count and bared her fangs. Brovnovsky jumped back, a look of fear fast replacing his supercilious smile. Bloodborne, he squeaked. Control your creature. She is nobody's creature, growled Troy as he too moved towards the Count. Enough, commanded Sylvian. Show some self-control. The Count meant no insult, and he is correct. Our secrets are safe with him. How does he know? Asked M. He is a wizard, responded Sylvian. Like Merlin? Asked Tag. Sylvian shook his head. He wishes. No, Merlin is the wizard. The Count is simply a relatively competent conjurer. The Count looked upset. Really, Sylvian? A conjurer? That would put me a mere few levels above a magician. A party trickster. Anyway, how can I be of service to you? We're searching for someone, two someones actually, said Sylvian. Someone or something? Asked the Count. Not important, said the Frenchman. Fine. Have you got names? Descriptions? Anything that I can start with? They're werewolves, said Sylvian. Not sure if they are male or female. Most probably male, interrupted Troy. The pack is still very misogynistic. Well, perhaps not as strong as that, but definitely chauvinistic. Emily rolled her eyes. Hey, objected the wolf. Not me, them. So, two male werewolves, said the Count. Oh, well, that's easy. The group of friends leant forward in anticipation. They aren't here, at least not in Perrine. How do you know? Asked Sylvian. Because there are no werewolves in the hidden cities, as there are no vampires. Patently not true, stated Troy as he gestured at Emily and himself. Pah, exclaimed the Count. You two are the exception that proves the rule. What the girl is doing is impossible. Well, I thought that it was impossible until now. Perhaps there are one or two of the elders that could do it. The capo or his ilk. but even that is doubtful. Doesn't seem so difficult, grunted Tag. Really? Questioned the Count. It's beyond difficult. It is taking multitasking to an almost supernatural level. She has got to achieve a meditative state that goes against the very essence of what she has become. Then she has to maintain that state whilst walking, talking, and being generally compos mentis. As well as that, she then needs to expand the area of her mental influence to encapsulate and camouflage another body next to her. And all that while she is also fighting an almost overwhelming urge to feed on every living thing that she sees. Believe me, it is an achievement that goes beyond amazing. It is, as I said before, impossible. So they aren't here? Reiterated Sylvian. They are, insisted Troy, as there are guardians in all of the other hidden cities, and there have been for many hundreds of years. The Count frowned, and looked as if he were about to speak, then he shook his head. What? Asked Sylvian. You have a thought? There are rumors, he said hesitantly, of parts of the city that are cat-free. Everything free, actually. Long-lost areas, abandoned areas, just rumors. Perhaps they might be there. Technically, it would still be in the city. Where are these areas? Asked the Frenchman. Not sure if they even exist, admitted the Count. But if they did, then I would look in the lower levels. Deep down. Why were they abandoned? Inquired Troy. The Count shrugged. It is said that the inhabitants went too deep, that they encountered the old evil. What, like dark and horrible death, soul eaters, bogeymen? Nasty burning fires? What the hell do you mean? Asked Tag irritably. No, said the Count. Quite the opposite. It is said that they encountered primeval sin. Emily drew a sharp intake of breath. You mean original sin? The Count nodded. Still in the dark here, insisted Tag. I think that the Count is talking about the Garden of Eden, said Emily. Man's first sin, the seed of all creation. That's what they say, admitted the Count. Bullcrap, laughed Tag. If it were the garden, then they all would have stayed, not all left. It'd be paradise in the garden. Everybody knows that. I am only saying what I have heard, said the Count. I'm not arguing a point. I'm sorry, Duck, he said to Sylvian. That is all that I have. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Really? Asked Tag. Search for the two werewolves in the Garden of Eden. Seriously? Man, once again, this all just keeps getting freakier and freakier. Any idea where we can start looking? Asked Sylvian as he stood up. The Count shook his head. I would suggest the ruins. Go beyond them and look for a way down. But that's a mere guess. Fine. Thank you, Count. The Bloodborne bowed slightly and walked away. The rest followed, leaving the Count alone. Chapter 14. Nathan bit back the scream of agony that threatened to tear itself from his throat. It felt as though his blood had turned to molten steel in his veins, an ocean of red-hot pain. This was not the first time that it had happened. In fact, it was the 7th. The first couple of times Nathan was convinced that he was undergoing the true death. No one could experience such pain and live through it. But he was wrong. And more than wrong. Because, truth be told, after each agonizing experience, he had emerged stronger, faster, and more powerful than before. Metamorphosis through fire. A step closer to reaching the absolute acme of evolution. Darwinism taken to its ultimate extreme. He had worked out what the process was. It was his body fighting an infection. Burning out the impurities. Now that he was a true Nosferatu, his physical being had to destroy the hundreds of years of Shadowhunter DNA. He had to be purified, enhanced, and upgraded. So he now welcomed these periodic bouts of pain. He had spent the last few days acquainting himself with the council of elders that the capo had put above him. And he had come to a conclusion. They were weak, short-sighted. They were content. And to Nathan, contentment was the ultimate weakness. He was determined that his brethren would rise up. They would control. They would lead. No more lurking in the shadows. He wanted them to be the apex predators that they should be, that they were entitled to be. The capo had given him access to vast amounts of power, and then he had truncated it by putting the council in as a buffer. But Nathan knew that the one thing that the capo would always agree to was anything that furthered his ambition to find the so-called potestatum, the artifact that would allow any vampire to become a daywalker. All-powerful. So Nathan has decided to bend all of his attention to seeking the potestatum. He would stop at nothing to find it. No sacrifice would be too large. And when he found it, he would present it to the capo. Like hell he would, laughed the ex-Shadowhunter. With the potestatum, he would become Nathan Tremblay, the Daywalker. He was gripped by another bout of agony as the fires that were annealing him started again, burning out the impurities, the weaknesses, leaving only the purest steel behind. Chapter 15. Don't stare, advised Sylvian. Can't help it, replied Tag. Check that dude. He's got 4 arms, sort of. 2 arms, actually, said Sylvian. The other pair of appendages are furled wings. He's a sprite. Those sprites were tiny, stated Tag. Sometimes. Now come on, keep moving. This is hard enough for Emily without your constant stopping and gawking. You can't blame him, said Em in Tag's defense. After all, it is like we just fell down the rabbit hole. This place is freakier than Alice's Wonderland. I keep expecting the Red Queen to pitch up, or the Mad Hatter. Off with their heads, laughed Troy. Not funny, said Tag. I don't like jokes involving decapitation. Too close to reality right now. So, as they walked further from the club, the buildings began to look noticeably more run down. There were less of the magic light balls, and the streets were uneven with many missing cobbles. Instead of the bustle of street vendors, there were more beings lurking in shadowy alleyways, peering from open doorways, whispering entreaties as they passed by, selling their bodies as much as the lure of drugs, hard liquor, and other nefarious items. After another 20 minutes of fast walking, it was as if night had fallen. The odd light ball skittered across the roof, casting moonlight shadows before leaving the area seemingly even darker than before. This is the Dark District, said Sylvian, where the nocturnal creatures live and play. Also a bit of a den of iniquity. Keep your eyes skinned. If you see something that looks out of place, tell me. Do not attack anyone or anything without my say-so. Get it? The rest nodded. Good. The ruins are through this section. There was a catastrophic fire many, many years ago, and they simply abandoned that section of the city. Easier than clearing and rebuilding. They continued to trudge through the eternal twilight of the Dark District, eyes scanning from side to side like a squad of veterans in Vietnam. We got movement, said Tag. 3 o'clock. Couple of them. Big. I see them, confirmed Sylvian. Night trolls. They've been following us for the last few minutes. What do we do? Asked Troy. You and Emily do nothing, urged Sylvian. Stay close to Em. And Emily, pale blue, concentrate. Doesn't seem to be as many cats about anymore, noted Tag. There aren't, agreed Sylvian. But there are still many more than you think, in the shadows, hiding, stalking. They're getting closer, said Tag as he drew one of his massive silenced custom weapons. Don't do anything yet, said Sylvian. They're nasty characters, but they could just be checking us out. Curiosity. Wait for them to make a move before you react. There was a flurry of movement, and Tag's weapon thumped twice, the silencer dulling the report to that of a large telephone directory being dropped onto a wooden table. Far from silent, but not very loud. The 2 night trolls fell to the floor only yards away. Shorter than normal trolls, hunched-backed, undershot jaws, and massive, overdeveloped arms that hung to the floor. Both had been hit in the center of their chests by Tag's ordnance. Both were dead. Is that what you call not reacting? Asked Sylvian, his voice tight with anger. Hey, they moved towards us. I stopped them. Don't come over all pissed with me, argued Tag. It may be that I can't be killed, but I also don't much fancy being on the receiving end of those two boys while they rip my arms off and beat me with the wet ends. The Bloodborne took a deep breath. Okay, fine. They probably were up to no good, and rather safe than sorry. What do we do with the bodies? Asked Troy. Nothing, leave them. The gnolls will take them. Gnolls? Questioned Tag. Sort of a humanoid hyena. Scavenger. Horrible things, but they do have their uses in times like these. Come on, let's keep moving. They carried on walking. Tag reloaded his magazine before holstering the firearm. It was obvious that they were now entering the ruins. Burned-out shells of buildings and piles of rubble. Close to the roof of the vast cavern flickered a large, dull orange globe. Unlike the blue-white light balls, this hovered above them like an expended sun. A red giant. It provided enough light to see, but covered all in a red-orange glow, almost as if the area was still on fire. The council put that light here, said Sylvian, a tribute more than a light source. It is so that any who come here do not forget the fire. Many lives were lost. This firelight is a constant reminder of them. Emily pointed. And over there? She asked. All of those flowers? Is that also some sort of memorial? Sylvian shook his head. I've only come here once before, many years ago and from another direction. I must admit that I have never seen those before. I doubt that it's anything official or I would have heard about it. Emily walked towards the plants. There were rows and rows of them, and they stretched over hundreds of square yards. In the center of the field of plants was a small single-room cottage that seemed in better repair than all of the other buildings, particularly the front door that, although dirty and blackened by fire, was upright and sturdy in its frame. She bent down and smelled a few of the different plants. They were not in the best of condition. The lack of natural light had led to atoliation, and they were unhealthy and straggly. But it was obvious that someone, or something, was taking some care of them. There were few weeds and the soil was damp. Emily started to laugh. What? Asked Troy. No cats, she answered. Look around you, not one. True, admitted the wolf. I wonder why. Em pointed at the plants. Rosemary, lavender, citronella, rue, and geraniums. So? Cats hate them. The smell of those particular plants is offensive to them. It's like the reverse of catnip. Whoever planted all of these here did it for one reason and one reason only. To get rid of the cats, said Sylvian. Brilliant. And I would venture to say, continued Emily, that if we take a closer look at that cottage with the suspiciously intact door, that we might have found the entrance to the stairs that take us down to the next level. Let's do it, said Tag. They threaded their way through the maze of herbs and flowers to the front door of the cottage. Tag tried the handle. Locked, he said. I'll look for another way in, said Troy as he jogged around the cottage. None, he continued. All windows secured with shutters and no back door. Curiouser and curiouser, said Emily. What say we break the door down? She asked Sylvian. The Bloodborne shrugged in his usual manner. Might as well. Be my guest. Em spun around and hammered her heel into the center of the door using the classic Ushiro Mawashi Gari, spinning heel kick. The door literally flew off its hinges and into the interior of the cottage. Tag inspected the door frame and nodded appreciably. You got mad skills, girl. He commented as he stared at the solid frame, the industrial steel hinges and the 3-inch thick oak door. This would normally take a battering ram to reduce it. Respect? Em laughed. Nice to be able to let off a bit of steam. They walked into the cottage, keeping aware. On guard. A single room. In the center, an open trapdoor that looked like it led to a cellar. Sylvian peered down into the gloom. Stairway, he said. I'll go first. He proceeded down, followed by Emily and Troy. Tag drew his weapons and took up the rear. The stairway was a haphazard mix of spirals and sharp turns. And like the first one that they had clambered down when they first arrived at Perrine, it continued forever, plunging deep into the earth. As they descended, it started to become noticeably hotter. Uncomfortably so. Tag kept up a running commentary regarding how tired he was, how hungry he was, and how unbearably hot that he was becoming. And then flashlight flickered and died. It became pitch black. "Great," mumbled the big man. "Now I can't see. Probably gonna fall and break my neck." "At least you won't die," said Troy. "In fact, maybe you should just chuck yourself down the stairs and hope for the best. Would save a lot of whining and complaining, and I'm sure that you'll recover just fine." "Ha, bloody ha," snapped Tag. "Not funny. If I weren't so hot, I might give you a tight slap. Teach you some respect, boy." Troy laughed. "How? You can't see in the dark, and I can." "True," admitted Tag. "Tell you what, place yourself in front of me so that I can put my hand on your shoulder. I need some sort of guide." "Sure." There was a shuffling of feet as Troy repositioned himself, and the group continued on down. An hour or so later, they stopped abruptly, causing Tag to walk into Troy. "Doorway," said Sylvian. "I'm going to try the handle. Be ready for anything." There was a creak as the door opened, and light spilled into the stairwell, causing them all to blink rapidly as their eyes adjusted. Sylvian exited, moving to the side as he did, so as not to expose himself to anyone or anything that might be out there. The rest followed and spread out. The cavern ceiling was lower on this level, and there were more of the same plants as above. Rosemary, lavender, citronella, rue, and geraniums. These specimens were even more etiolated than the others, lank, stringy, and coarse due to the lack of light. There were a few buildings, single-story, squat edifices, bare of beauty or embellishment. Simple structures with 4 walls, a couple of windows, and a roof. Much like a child's drawing of a house. The entire area seemed to be lit by a ghostly glimmer that coated everything, as if the very earth itself was glowing. Brighter than a full moon on a clear day, but not as bright as the city above them with its magic light balls. Sylvian ran his hand along one of the walls of a house and inspected his glowing fingers. "It's foxfire," he said. "What?" asked Troy. "Foxfire," repeated the Bloodborne. "Some call it fairy fire. It's the bioluminescence created by some species of fungi that you find in decaying wood. Never seen so much of it before. Amazing." As he finished speaking, the sound of a low growl echoed across the cavern. Tag drew both of his machine pistols, and Sylvian whipped out his rapier. Emily's fangs and talons extended, and she crouched down, ready to spring at anything that showed itself. And then Troy morphed into Wolfman mode, growing in size enough to tear his shirt and trousers, but not enough to destroy them completely. As he did so, the growl changed into a whimper, a lupine form of apology. 2 huge gray wolves slunk out of the shadows and lay down in front of Troy, who stood tall, his lips pulled back to reveal his teeth, his muscles standing out through his torn clothing, his eyes burning gold and red. Then the wolves changed back to human form, and there were 2 middle-aged, well-built, naked men kneeling in front of Troy Wolfman. "Greetings," grunted Troy, his voice deep and rough and slightly mangled by his lupine facial structure. "Forgive us, Omega," said the one werewolf. "We had no idea." Troy morphed back into his human form. "I am not the Omega," he said, "but I do come as his representative." He showed them William's seal ring on his right hand. "How is it then that you can assume the hybrid form?" asked the same werewolf that had spoken before. "That is not important," answered Troy. "What is important is that we have come for the Corona Potestatum." Both of the werewolves looked puzzled. "That is most unusual," said the one. Troy held out the signet ring again. "That may be, but you cannot refuse my request. With this seal, it is the same as a request from the Omega himself." The werewolves glanced at each other and then stood up. "Forgive us, Sealbearer," said the one. "But this has never happened before. Also," he looked pointedly at Emily, "the company that you keep." "What about it?" asked Troy. "Not to put too fine a point on it, Sealbearer, but isn't she exactly what we are keeping the Potestatum from?" "What are you called?" asked Troy. I am Siegfried, answered the wolf who had done all of the talking. And I am Kit, added the other wolf. Well, Siegfried, Kit, not to put too fine a point on it, but it doesn't matter what you think. The Omega has spoken. Where is the relic? We do not have it, admitted Siegfried. Troy raised an eyebrow. A representative from Romine, the hidden city below Rome, collected it some 3 weeks ago. Emily swore under her breath. I am sorry, continued Siegfried. We cannot help you. Sylvian took a deep breath. Right then, he said. There's nothing that we can do but proceed onwards to Rome. If you don't mind me asking, said Siegfried, how did you all get here? Walked, answered Tag. Siegfried looked pointedly at Emily once again. And the cats? We got mad skills, said Tag. I could ask the same thing, added Troy. I can see how the plants keep the cats away and then the door keeps them out, but how do you get through the upper levels? We don't, said Kit. We have a separate entrance. No way that we could get past all the cats without them knowing. Sylvian smiled. Good. We'll use the secret entrance to get to the surface. The two wolves looked to Troy for permission. The young wolf nodded. Fine, said Kit. Follow us. He took off at a jog. Emily shook her head. Never thought that I'd ever spend so much time around so many naked men. Both Tag and Sylvian laughed. Troy looked slightly concerned. In less than 10 minutes, they were at yet another door. This one bound in steel straps and kept closed by a stout iron bar. Kit raised the iron bar and opened the door. It goes up, he said unnecessarily. Comes out next to the river, an old private cemetery. The door will open from the inside and will self-lock when you close it. Don't forget to close it. Troy nodded. Thank you, brother. Both Siegfried and Kit bowed low. Our pleasure, Omega, who is not Omega, said Siegfried. Hey, one thing, said Tag. What's this podostatum item look like? Kit shrugged. Don't know. It's in a box. Can't be that big because the box is no bigger than a cigarette case. So the box is locked? Asked Tag. No, said Kit. And you were never tempted to look? Both of the werewolves shook their heads. Weird, said Tag. I would have looked. The group filed through the door and started their long upwards trek. Hours later, they arrived at the top. Sylvian consulted his watch before he asked Troy to open the door. It's not quite nighttime, said the Bloodborne. Could you check and see if the sun is yet down? Troy cracked the door open and looked outside. Not long, he said. I reckon 10 or 20 minutes. Good, said Sylvian. We'll wait and then make our way back to my house for sustenance and a rest. Tomorrow we head for Rome. Chapter 16. The doctor pulled the last stitch tight and cut off the remaining thread. Then he covered his work with a sterile bandage that he stuck tight with micropore tape. The deep cut ran from under Otto's left arm down to his hip. It looked as though it had been cut with a surgical scalpel and had taken 23 stitches to close it. Otto had told the doctor that it was a knife wound. No reason to add mental instability to physical harm and try to explain that it was actually a vampire's talon that had done it. There, the doctor said, his voice hinting at the pride that he felt at doing a good job. Now no more knife fights for a while, mister? Mario Rossi, mumbled Otto. The doctor raised an eyebrow. Mario Rossi was the Italian equivalent of calling yourself John Doe. I see. Well, no physical exercise for at last 3 weeks, and take these. He handed Otto a box of antibiotics, just in case there is some infection present. Strictly speaking, the doctor would normally have to report Otto's injury to the police, but Mueller had handed him a suitably large wad of cash that had resulted in an instant case of amnesia regarding his late-night patient. Otto lumbered out of the surgery to find Mueller in the reception area. He was talking on his mobile, and he gave Otto a questioning look. Otto held up one thumb, and Mueller answered with a nod. They both headed for the door as Mueller finished his conversation. How many stitches? asked Muller as they both climbed into the car, Muller in the driving seat. Lost count. You were lucky. What the hell were you thinking? You do not hesitate like that. You shoot them full of holes and then chop their heads off. Otto didn't reply as he settled back in his seat and closed his eyes. He was exhausted. Pain and adrenaline had taken their toll, and all that he wanted to do was sleep. They had been heading north when Mueller had gotten a call from one of his remaining informants regarding a vampire living in a small village that was almost directly in line with the route that they were taking, and Mueller had decided that it would be worth taking a quick stop to dispatch the creature. When they had got to its residence and let themselves in, they had discovered that the vamp was a young girl. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Notwithstanding the fact that she was actually over 100 human years old, but had obviously been turned when she was still a young teenager. As a result, Otto just couldn't bring himself to shoot her and had simply stood, frozen to the spot, when she had attacked him. At the last moment, he had reacted, but by then it was too late. She had punched him across the room, blackening both his eyes and loosening his front teeth. Then she had kicked him in the ribs, cracking at least 2 of them, and finally, as he got to his feet again, she had slashed him open like a fillet of fish. Then her head had exploded as Mueller opened up with his Heckler & Koch MP7, the 4.6mm hardened steel penetrator armor, piercing rounds reducing her cranium to a red mist. They had left the house as it was, and Mueller had searched out the local doctor and choked his curiosity with a combination of cash and less than subtle threats. And now they were on the road again. Otto watched the road signs go by through slatted eyes, barely awake, but still aware enough to realize that they were no longer driving the same way that they were before their encounter. What gives? He asked. We aren't heading north anymore. Oh, you're awake. Was resting my eyes. Not asleep. That call that I got at the doctor's, said Mueller, one of my top sources of information. Young man, his father was a priest. Roman Catholic priests can't have sons, pointed out Otto. The whole celibacy thing gets in the way. Yeah, quipped Mueller. Sure, whatever. His dad was a priest, did a lot of work with the knights, got killed by a vamp. Kid hates bloodsuckers, so he keeps an eye out for me. Anything suspicious or worthy of note, he gives me a call. So what did he have to say? Group of people flew into a small airfield outside of Rome. Night flight. They got picked up by a chauffeur company. Limo with pitch-dark windows, privacy screens, drove to a private residence with underground parking. He watched the house for a day. All the shutters remained closed. No sunlight. He's still there, and I think that we should pay this group a visit. So, could be rock stars, or Hollywood types. He took some photos of them when they deplaned, ran it through Google Images as well as a few facial recognition programs that he has access to. They weren't singers or actors. So, what the hell was he doing watching the airport anyway? Asked Otto. Kid's got connections. Someone phoned him from Paris, told him about a strange group of individuals that had booked a private plane, insisted on a night flight. He and his associates are always on the lookout for that sort of thing. So you reckon they could be vamps? Mueller nodded. Maybe just a bunch of people with that light allergy thing. What's it called? Porphyria, answered Mueller. Yeah, maybe they got porphyria, and that's why they avoid the sun. There have only been 10 cases of extreme porphyria ever reported, countered Mueller. Still, insisted Otto. Maybe they all got it. Or they're vampires. Or that, admitted Otto. Wake me up when we get closer. Mueller nodded and put his foot down. Chapter 17. Once again, the group was dropped off in an underground parking with direct access to the house above. The house was situated in the upmarket Perioli district of Rome. They had flown to Italy via private airplane and then had been driven from the airfield in a darkened limousine. Another one of your houses? Asked Tag. Sylvian shook his head. A friend. I haven't actually seen him for a while, but I have an open invitation. The door at the top of the parking access was opened by an old woman. Her gray hair pulled back into a severe bun, small round spectacles, and a black dress that buttoned to her neck and flowed to the floor. Sylvian greeted her in Italian, and she bowed low to him before turning her gaze onto the rest of the group. Her expression was one of unveiled contempt for both Troy and Tag. But when her eyes fell on Emily, the look changed to barely controlled fear. Sylvian said something to her. His voice sounded soothing, comforting, like an adult telling a child that the monsters under the bed weren't real. The woman mumbled in return and then left the room. "Is that your friend?" asked Troy. "No," replied Sylvian. "She's the caretaker. I've known her since she was a little girl." "Not very friendly," noted Emily. "No," agreed the Bloodborne, "but she's loyal and knows how to keep a secret. Dinner is almost ready. Follow me." The group walked after Sylvian, following him to a large, ornate dining room. Just before they got there, Tag frowned and checked the door next to the one they were heading for. Inside was a sitting room. The shutters were closed and a small fire burned in the fireplace. "I think that Em and I will just pop in here for a short while," he said, his face drawn. Sylvian nodded, and he and Tag went into the dining room and sat down. Seconds later, they heard the sound of Tag grunting in pain, and then his body hitting the floor, followed by a gasping death rattle. The two men avoided looking at each other. 10 minutes later, the old lady wheeled a trolley into the dining room. She removed a steel cloche and banged down huge plates of pasta with clams in front of Troy and Sylvian. Then she placed another plateful at one of the empty seats. She pointedly did not have a fourth plate. Finally, she laid out garlic bread, green salad, cutlery, wine glasses, and a couple of bottles of Chianti. Bowing to Sylvian, she left the room, pushing the squeaking trolley before her. Moments after she left, Tag entered. His jacket was disheveled, and there was a smear of blood on the collar of his shirt. His hands shook slightly as he sat down. Emily wasn't with him, and no one asked after her whereabouts. They ate and drank in silence. Afterwards, Troy took out a pack of cigarettes and gestured towards Sylvian. The Bloodborne nodded his permission, and Troy lit up. Dragged, stared at the ceiling. In the background, a clock ticked, slicing away little increments of the now as it counted its way into the future. Finally, Troy spoke. "We'll find the potestatum soon, big man," he addressed Tag. Tag grunted. Sylvian leaned over and grasped the big man's shoulder. "Hang in there, my friend," he said. "Hang in there." Chapter 18. It was nighttime, and the group had taken a cab through Rome to one of the seedier districts. Hookers stood on street corners, drug dealers plied their trade, and users blatantly took advantage of their offers. There was no police presence to be seen. The cab driver had dropped them off outside a bar. Above the door, a flickering neon light named the establishment as Il Buio. Sylvian told them that the name translated as the Darkness. There were 2 doormen at the entrance. Both made Tag look small. They took one look at Sylvian and nodded the group through. Tag stared at them aggressively as they walked past. The interior of the bar was ill-lit, smoky, and smelled oddly of damp earth with overtones of something feral. As they followed the Bloodborne through to the rear of the establishment, the patrons became more and more obviously less human until, at the back, sat a large, squat, hair-covered ape-like creature with bulbous, staring eyes and hands the size of pillows. It was sipping a multicolored cocktail through a bendy straw. Sylvian nodded a greeting. "Hans." The creature nodded. "Duck," it rasped. "Long time no see. What gives?" Sylvian shrugged. "Just passing through. No real reason." The thing laughed loudly, exposing 2 rows of yellow, rotting teeth. "Liar. The Duke never does anything for no reason." Sylvian tossed the creature a gold piece. It caught it and secreted it away with such speed that it was impossible to follow. "Get yourself a few drinks on me, Hans," said Sylvian. "Thanks, Duke. I owe you." "You do," agreed the Bloodborne as he walked past and led the others to a door. He pushed a button, stood back, and waited. Seconds later, there was a subtle chime and the door slid open to reveal the interior of an elevator. Mirrored walls, a single button marked Romine. A piano version of some Barry Manilow song tinkled softly inside. "An elevator," said Tag disbelievingly. Seriously, they have an elevator? The council put it in when the Metro Underground train system was being built, back in 1955. Before then, it was all spiral stairways just like Perrine. They stepped inside and Sylvian pushed the button. Their stomachs fell away as the elevator rocketed downwards. Nah. And you don't get normal stumbling on the entrance by mistake? Asked Troy. Sylvian grinned. You've just seen the bar, what do you think? Troy nodded. True. I don't suppose that it gets much patronage just walking in off the street. The elevator stopped and the doors slid open to reveal the hidden city of Romaine. Nobody spoke for a while. Finally, Tag let out a long whistle. Man, he said, this just might be the most beautiful thing that I ever did see. Like Perrine, the city of Romaine was situated in an underground grotto. And like the city under Paris, the roof of the cavern was covered with stalactites. And in between the stalactites wandered and bounced the same blue-white balls of magical light. But unlike Perrine, these stalactites were made of the purest crystal. Every structure that hung from the roof refracted and reflected the light in 1,000 different ways. An orgy of rainbows flooded the air, and the buildings were picked out in a multi-hued palette of colors, like life as seen through a stained-glass window. The result was beyond breathtaking. Like the city of Perrine, the streets thronged with cats, undulating, purring, and prowling in their thousands. You got a place here? Asked Tag. Sylvian shook his head. Truth be told, I'm not that popular here. A few minor indiscretions sometime last century, but the council have long memories. M, light blue, calm, positive energy. Tag, watch the aggression. Troy, stay close to M. Right. Follow me. Where are all of the merchants? Asked Troy. The people. Inhabitants, whatever. Perrine was packed. Romaine is laid out differently, answered Sylvian. This is the residential level. Below is the economic district, and below that, entertainment. So where are we heading? Inquired Tag. Another contact? A bar, perhaps? A nice cold beer would be acceptable. Sylvian shook his head. I'm taking a bit of a long shot. Strictly speaking, you aren't meant to live in entertainment, but there's an area on the edge of it that hosts a particular creature that no one really wants in the residential area at any rate, so the council turns a blind eye. So, said Tag, how can they help us? They are cynocephalies, basically human body, dog's head. They can speak, although hard to understand. Quite basic. Meat-eaters tend to shun outsiders. And? Sylvian grinned. And they can't stand cats. Mortal enemies. But they aren't vamps and they aren't wolves, so they aren't banned from Romaine. The hidden city of Perrine invoked some sort of bylaw that prevents them settling there, but here in Romaine, they simply let them live on the outskirts of the entertainment area. I'd give reasonable odds that the wolves are close to them. Troy nodded. I concur. Good thought. The group walked through the residential area, following Sylvian to a massive sweeping stairway that curved down to the next level. The hubbub and general noise of commerce could be heard at the top of the stairway, and as they proceeded down, the vista opened up to them. Again, the ceiling was covered with crystal stalagmites, creating a festive of color. Unlike the Perrine markets, these were more structured. Stone cubicles and shops, solid signage as opposed to banners. Less food vendors and more purveyors of fine glassware, cloth, and sundry items that none of them except Sylvian could identify. As they walked through the throngs, Troy noticed a shop that seemed to be a small supermarket containing normal, everyday human goods like tins of chili, soup, and Pop-Tarts. He pointed it out to Sylvian with an inquiring expression. Everybody likes Pop-Tarts, said the Bloodborne, and some of the inhabitants of the unseen cities cannot proceed above to shop, hence the normal human goods. Surprised that there isn't a McDonald's? Quipped Tag. There is, countered Sylvian. Except that is in the entertainment section. Come on, we turn here, take those steps down another level. Again, the noise increased as they went down. But this was different. Not the drone and babble of commerce. Music, shouting, singing, groups of people all talking at top volume. Everything louder than everything else. You had to raise your voice to simply talk to the person right next to you. Tag started to chuckle. What? Asked Troy. Check it out, said the big man. She's not wearing any clothes and she's got 3. No staring, interrupted Sylvian. And keep well away from her. She is a Lilin demon, a type of succubus. The Fae can bet her, but if a human did, you would die. Seriously? Asked Tag. How? You would expire from the pleasure. Both Troy and the big man chortled. Way to go, said Tag under his breath. Sylvian turned to him. Be serious, he said. Death is no joke, and if you get too close to her, you will not be able to resist her call. So stop looking at her, stop thinking about her, and carry on walking. Tag looked chastened. Sorry, Sylvian, he said. Just having a laugh. Well, don't, until I say that you can. After almost an hour of walking, the crowd started to thin out, becoming less human, darker, as if they were entering a zone of eternal night. Buildings became smaller, less windows. The doors had more locks on, and many had large creatures standing guard outside. Mainly trolls. And then there were no more cats. We are in the cynocephalic sector, informed Sylvian. But don't let go just yet. Not sure how the dog people will react to a vamp and a wolf. I'm guessing not well. Really? Said Tag. You think? M pointed. There's a whole bunch of them. They're coming this way. They tend to travel in packs of 10 or more, said Sylvian. Avoid eye contact. It can be seen as a challenge. Let me talk. The pack approached, and one of the larger dogmen stepped forward. He wore ragged cotton trousers, a leather vest, and no shoes. The rest were dressed similarly, both males and females. What you want, Bloodman? The leader asked, his voice a choppy mix of slurs and growls. Just passing through, Jared, responded Sylvian. No worries. Always worries when you hear, snapped Jared. He stared at the others in the group. Then he stepped forward, walking closer to Troy. He stopped, sniffed. Troy didn't move and kept his eyes down. Jared sniffed again, and then he growled and prodded at the young werewolf. But before his finger could touch him, Troy grabbed the dogman's wrist. Hard. No, he said quietly. And then he smiled, allowing his fangs to grow slightly as he did so. Bad dog. Jared held Troy's gaze for a second or so, then a small whine escaped from his lips and he looked at the floor. Troy rubbed Jared's head and nodded. How can we help you? Asked the dogman. His posture had changed from the aggressive swagger that he had been adopting to one of servitude. Things were simple in the dog people's hierarchy. Basically, the big dog eats first. And in the scheme of things, there was no bigger or badder dog than Troy. We seek others like me, said Troy. Jared shook his head. They are forbidden. No wolves, no bloodsuckers. The dogman stared intently at the floor, avoiding eye contact. Still, said Troy, there are 2 here, somewhere, and you know of them. We may not speak of them, mumbled Jared. They will become angry. You may tell me of them, urged Troy. I have news for them, from their pack leader. Jared stood silently, his body language transmitting his discomfort. Hey, dog boy, said Tag. Spit it out, or so help me, I will shoot you in the face. Jared growled, but didn't look at Tag, not wanting to take the big man up on his threat. He pointed. There, 600 yards, black door in house, many catno-like plants outside, door only open for wolf people, magic lock, the other wolfmans are there. Troy nodded to Jared, and then the group followed the dogman's instructions, stopping outside a black door that was almost overgrown with rosemary, lavender, and citronella plants. And Troy reached for the door handle and the door clicked open before he even touched it. Right, he said. Follow me, be ready. Sounds like these boys don't take kindly to visitors. Tag drew his weapons and Emily stopped thinking pale blue and let her inner carnivore take over. More bloody steps, complained Tag as they proceeded down yet another vast array of spiral stairs. The stairway was lit sporadically with dim natural gas torches that spluttered and waned, giving off a faint yellow flame. At the bottom was another door. Troy pushed it open and stepped out. He was immediately attacked, a massive wolf striking him from the side and barreling him to the floor. Both Tag and Em jumped through the doorway, and before Tag could get off a shot, Emily had launched herself at the second wolf, battering him to the ground with a lightning series of kicks and punches, each one landing so solidly that you could feel the concussion in the air. Troy had morphed into Wolfman mode and had the other wolf on the floor, his foot on the wolf's neck, his claws fully extended, his lips pulled back in a snarl, exposing his 3-inch-long canines. "Enough," he growled. The two strange wolves stopped struggling and turned back into their human form. Both Troy and Em allowed them to stand. "Who are you?" asked the one werewolf. He was the older-looking of the two. Over 6 foot, well-muscled, gray beard and hair, the usual golden eyes. The other wolf, obviously the junior of the pair, also sported a beard and long hair, both a vibrant copper red. He looked to be in his late 20s. Of course, that meant nothing, and it was more likely that both were well over 100 years old. Troy allowed himself to resume his full human mode, and he held out his hand to show them the signet ring. "I am Troy, and I come with direct orders from the Omega." "I am Parker," said the older wolf. "This is Samuel. What does the Omega want?" "The Potestatum," answered Troy. Both wolves stood silent for a while. Eventually, Parker spoke. "She is vampire. Also, I think." He pointed at Sylvian. "So is he." "So?" inquired Troy. "The Omega would never relinquish the Potestatum to a bloodsucker. Why would he create a daywalker when that is what we have been trying to prevent for so many hundreds of years? It is not for you or I to assume the thoughts of the Omega. It is ours to do as he commands." "I have felt no command," argued Parker. "If the Omega wanted me to know, I would know. It is that simple. His thoughts are pack." "I have his seal," argued Troy. Parker shook his head. "His thoughts are pack. I have felt nothing. You are lying." Tag pointed his machine pistols at the senior wolf, but Parker merely shook his head. "Shoot me if you must. It will do you no good." Tag swiveled slightly and changed his aim to Samuel. "Decision time, youngster," he said. "Enjoy a fruitful life or die right now." He thumbed the hammer back. "You got 3 seconds. 1, 2. "We don't have it," blurted the younger wolf. Parker growled at Samuel, and Troy cuffed the older wolf across the head hard enough to drop him to his knees. "Where is it, then?" asked Troy. "Cluj," replied Samuel. "A few days ago, we released it to a lone wolf who took it to Cluj. We felt the Omega's call. That is how we know that you lie." "Lone wolf?" asked Troy. "The wolf whose death shall bring judgment." "Crap," snapped Troy. "He's a myth. Doesn't exist." Both Parker and Samuel shook their heads. "I swear, Wolfman," said Parker. "He was here. We knew him by his frosty fur and incredible age. Also, the Omega knew him thus. So did we." "What are they going on about?" asked Tag. "The Ancient One," answered Troy. "The oldest of all werewolves. He is known by many names. The Wolf of the Spear. The wolf whose death shall bring judgment. You may have heard of him by his name, Methuselah." "The son of Enoch," said Emily, "from the Bible." "Yes and no," said Troy. "Allegedly, he has lived since those ancient times. I have always thought him a legend." Again, the two other werewolves shook their heads. "To meet him is to believe," whispered Parker. "He took the Potestatum and left for Cluj. He said that you would arrive soon, but he did not tell us of the vampires and the big angry man. He merely said a young wolfman would come and we were to do with him as we would." "And what would you do with me?" asked Troy. Parker thought for a while before he spoke. "Truly? I know that you lie, but I sense no bad in you. Your honor shines like a beacon. I am confused, but my heart tells me to trust you. We shall show you a secret way to the surface, and we shall not attempt to hinder you." "Thank you, brother," answered Troy. Parker nodded. "Come, Follow us. Chapter 19. Muller waited for the door to open, and as it did, he kicked it as hard as he could. The security chain shattered, and the door struck the old lady and threw her back into the entrance hall, sending her sprawling to the floor. He pushed his way into the room, followed closely by Otto. Both had their forearms drawn. Muller's pointed at the old lady, while Otto covered the rest of the room. "Don't move," shouted Muller. "Where are they?" The old lady said nothing, staring at the knight of the church with undisguised hatred. "Talk, woman," urged Muller. "I can see that you aren't one of them, so how can you support them? They are pure evil." "You know nothing," she replied. "Now get out of my master's house, you pig." "Otto, tie her up and put her in one of the upstairs rooms. Gag her, make sure that she can breathe properly, but ensure that she can't make a noise." Muller waited for Otto to return, closing the front door while he did. He also cleared up the broken pieces of security chain that had fallen to the floor. Then he used his sleeve to buff off the boot mark on the outside of the door, leaving no evidence of his forced entry. His informant had been correct. The three of them had surveilled the house since yesterday, noting the group's arrival in a blacked-out limo. Also noting that all of the shutters and drapes remained firmly closed until after sundown. Then they had watched them depart using a taxi. It was immediately apparent to Muller that they were vampires. The girl in particular stood out like a flame amongst flowers, her aura one of danger and, oddly, despair. But it was not Muller's job to wonder the whys. It was his job to kill, and he was good at it. They had waited for an hour, and then Muller had dismissed his informer. He had then forcibly entered the dwelling, and now all they had to do was wait and dispatch the evil ones upon their return. Sometimes the most simple of plans were the best. Otto came jogging down the stairs and nodded. "Done." "Good. Let's stand behind that door," said Muller, pointing at an interleading door that led to a small study as opposed to the rest of the house. "When they come in, wait for my signal, and then we take them out. Remember, we want at least a couple alive to question first." The two knights of the church stood silently and waited, disciplined enough not to get bored or complacent. They both ensured that they stretched every now and then, rolling their necks and alternately tensing and relaxing their muscles to keep from stiffening up. A little less than an hour after sunset, they heard a car pull up outside. Doors opened and shut. The sound of footsteps. The front door clicked. Both Muller and Otto waited, forearms drawn. Tense as piano wire. The group of four entered, closed the door behind them, and filed past the room that Muller and Otto were hiding in. Muller waited until the last of them had walked by, and then he kicked the door open. A large Caribbean man spun around, drawing his weapon as he did so. Muller pulled the trigger of his MP7 and put a burst of 4.6mm hardened steel penetrator rounds through the man's chest, dropping him to the floor in a spray of blood and gore. Then both he and Otto covered the other three. "Don't move," shouted Muller. "These are silver-plated rounds. One burst and you will experience the true death. So keep your hands where I can see them, turn around and walk slowly down the corridor and into the sitting room where we can talk." The three said nothing, simply turning and walking where they had been instructed to. Muller and Otto followed them into the large sitting room and bade them sit down, which they did. Muller took a deep breath, and as he was about to talk, he heard the thump of a body hitting the floor and felt the cold steel of a blade against his throat. "Change of plans, my man," whispered someone in his ear. "Now drop the weapon, or I slice your throat open so wide that you swallow the top of your head." Muller dropped his MP7, and then turned slowly to see the huge Caribbean standing behind him, his shirt a red, ragged mess of holes. That's impossible," he managed. Tag chuckled. "Man, the amount of times I've said that self-same thing," he said as he drew his massive sidearm. "Now down on your knees before I shoot your ass. Troy, tie that other dude up before he come around. He looks like trouble." Troy ripped one of the drape tiebacks off and walked over to restrain Otto. But as he did so, the big knight stood up and launched himself at the wolfman, swinging a huge overhand right punch at Troy's head. Troy watched the blow coming like it was in slow motion. Then he tilted his head to one side, allowing Otto's fist to sail by whilst he stepped in and slammed his open palm into the knight's chest with a sound like an axe chopping wood. The big man went down like he had been shot with a tranquilizing dart. Troy wasted no time securely binding Otto's arms and then tying them to his legs so that he was totally immobilized. Muller looked puzzled. He had never before seen Otto dispatched with such casual ease. Also, normally vamps would use their fangs and talons on a fight, wreaking terminal damage, as opposed to an open palm strike that was obviously intended to incapacitate without doing too much overt harm. "Who the hell are you?" asked Sylvian, who had not yet bothered to get out of his hair. "I could ask the same of you," countered Muller. The Bloodborne nodded. "You could. Do you no good, though. Let's face it, you have broken into my house, well, a friend's house, attempted to kill one of my guests, and where is Madame Courtenay?" "Upstairs," said Muller. "If you have hurt her," said Sylvian, "I swear you will wish that you were dead." Muller shook his head. "She is tied up, gagged, but we have not caused her any harm." Sylvian gestured to Troy, who ran upstairs to check on the old lady. He returned within a minute. "She is fine," he informed the Bloodborne. "Tough old bird. I left her in the kitchen making some coffee for herself." The Frenchman nodded. "Now, talk to me," he said to Muller. Muller thought for a few seconds and then concluded that he could lose nothing by simply telling the truth. "I am Wachmeister Dietz Muller of the Sedis Sacrorum. The man that you have tied up is my assistant, Otto Reynaud." "I have heard of you, Sergeant," admitted Sylvian, "as I have heard of Reynard the blasphemer, whom I was told was in the Vatican cells." "How could a vampire be privy to such knowledge?" asked Muller. "When he is not a vampire," countered Sylvian. "I am le Grand Duc de Bourgogne, Sylvian Baptiste, Ordre des Chevaliers du Saint-Esprit." "The Bloodborne," whispered Muller. Sylvian smiled. "Ah, good. You have heard of me." Muller nodded. "A myth. A man born of a vampire, not turned. Not a drinker of blood, but still a creature of the night, hell-bent on revenging himself on the creatures that cursed him. It is said that you have brought the true death to over 10,000 bloodsuckers." Sylvian rocked his hand back and forth. "Perhaps that is an exaggeration, but I have done my fair share." "Then why do you conspire with the enemy?" "All is not as it seems, knight," said Sylvian. "The young man here is probably as far from a vampire as one could possibly get. Meet Troy. He is a werewolf." Troy nodded. "Hi." "And this splendid specimen here is Tagareg. It's not actually his real name, and we call him Tag for short. Not sure what he is, but it seems as though it's pretty much impossible to kill the fellow." Tag grunted. "Not that you didn't give it a good bash." Muller pointed at Emily. "She is a vampire," he said. "No ifs, buts, or maybes. Her evil is like a blanket of darkness over this room." Tag stepped forward and slapped Muller across his face, driving him to the floor. "Shut it," he said. "You don't get to talk about the girlie that way. She ain't no evil. She be good." "Okay, Tag," said Sylvian. "Calm down. The good knight doesn't know the whole story, so I think that we should enlighten him. Muller," he continued, "if we wake your friend up and untie him, will he behave?" Muller nodded. "If I tell him to." "Troy, can you do the honors?" asked Sylvian. The young wolf untied Otto and then slapped him lightly on the cheeks. The big knight shook his head. "What the hell?" "Hey, Otto," said Muller. "Looks like we might have misread this situation. This here is Sylvian Baptiste." "The Bloodborne?" "The same," confirmed Sylvian. "He's going to explain a few things to us," continued Muller. "So behave, okay?" Otto nodded, and Sylvian told them the story from the beginning, starting at Emily's 18th birthday up until the visit to the hidden city of Romaine. Chapter 20. Nathan had tasked hundreds of vampires and literally thousands of familiars to finding the Potestatum. And like any far-reaching investigation, it was turning up a lot of false leads. But they all had to be followed up. His new assistant, a female familiar called Penelope with a degree in statistics and a bent towards designer clothing and pale makeup, was bringing him up to date with the search so far. We have a total of 400 artifacts in the stores. 317 have been checked by the elders. 4 have shown magical properties, but obviously none is the potestatum. We have also spread our net to include all imports and exports from and to Europe, particularly any that have been conducted under the wire, as it were. We figured that anyone who is illegally importing ancient artifacts may be hiding something, or at least protecting something. She flicked through her iPad and angled it so that Nathan could see. Private airports such as these. She showed him photos, grainy, taken at night. Private planes being unloaded with nondescript boxes. As well as this, I have instructed our people to keep a track on the whereabouts and doings of all of the major antique dealers. She kept flicking through the photos of airports, train stations, freight yards. Nathan suspected that the slideshow was more an attempt to prove that she was doing something than to actually impart any information. After all, one private airfield is much like another. Who cared who was unloading what? It was the contents of the cases that he was interested in, not the process of moving the goods. Something else niggled at him, irritated him. Probably the lack of progress. He tried to put a finger on it, but after a few seconds he gave up. "So," he said, "you have nothing." Penelope scowled slightly but did not argue. She simply kept flicking through her unnecessary slideshow. "Redouble our efforts," instructed Nathan. "Money is no object. Hire whoever we need. Saturate the whole of Europe. This is our only priority." Penelope nodded, stopped flicking and turned her iPad off as she stood up and headed for the door. Nathan watched her go, savoring her walk. Smooth, sensual, and controlled. For a human, she walked with real grace. That and the fact that she was so efficient were the only two things that had stopped him draining her life's blood. So far. As she was about to close the door, it struck him. "Wait," he commanded. "Come back here." Penelope glanced back at him, consternation on her face. And fear, although she hid that well. "Sit down," said Nathan. "Those boring pictures, the airfields, show them to me again." Penelope didn't question why she simply turned the iPad back on, flicked through to the relevant photos and paged through them. "Stop," said Nathan. He leaned over and snatched the iPad from her hand, staring at the picture. Then he stroked the screen, enlarging, centering, focusing on one particular person standing next to a stretched limousine in the background. He handed the pad back to Penelope. "It's out of focus. Can you clear that up? I need to see who that person is." Penelope took a look. "I think so," she said. "It's in the background, that's why it's not in focus. It wasn't actually what the agent was photographing." "Hold on." She brought up the keyboard and downloaded a Focus Magic app. Then she applied it to the photo in question. "Here," she said. "That did it." Nathan stared at the screen in disbelief. "Impossible," he whispered. "How could they have let her live? How could she let herself live?" "Who, my lord?" asked Penelope. Nathan pointed. "Emily Shadowhunter. I turned her. It's protocol for a Shadowhunter to kill themselves, or to at least ensure that their colleagues kill them rather than become Nosferatu." "But my lord, you were a Shadowhunter?" pointed out the assistant. "I was turned through choice," he said. To her, it was her worst nightmare. It was meant to be a death sentence. He dragged his fingers through his hair, squeezing his eyes shut as he did so. "Instead, I may have simply enhanced her power." Penelope looked away, unsure how to react. It was the first time she had seen Nathan show any real emotion, and it distressed her that the emotion that he was showing was so obviously fear. For if he was scared, then she knew that she should be terrified. "What have I done?" whispered Nathan. "What have I created?" He sat down. "Penelope, make copies of this photo. The girl and her companions. Make sure that everyone gets a copy. And I mean everyone. From now on, our primary goal is to find Emily and her friends and neutralize them. Kill them all. Even the potastatum is now secondary. Penelope stood and paused for a second, waiting for more instructions. Do it, snapped Nathan. Now. The death of that bitch is out number 1 priority. Nothing else matters. Chapter 21. So let me get this straight, said Otto as he pointed at Tag. You have immortality, but you're not a vamp. Tag nodded. Not sure if I'm immortal. I can't be killed, but maybe I still age. Not sure yet. Fine, conceded Otto. And you are a werewolf? Troy nodded. Where do we stand on werewolves? Otto asked Muller. Muller shrugged. According to church doctrine, they don't exist, so I suppose they're fine. Fine, and you, he said to Sylvian. Can't go out in the sun, have immortality, speed, fangs, and strength, but you aren't a vampire either. Correct, said Sylvian. I don't drink human blood. Finally, Otto pointed at Emily. And you are a vampire, but you don't want to be and are searching for the potastatum to cure yourself. Emily nodded. Otto sighed. Man, he said. 1 out of 4. I'd say that our intelligence reports were a little off. Sorry about shooting you, he said to Tag. Yeah, that did hurt, admitted the big man. I owe you one. Otto grimaced. Well then, it appears that we are, to all intents and purposes, on the same side, declared Mueller. So, do you mind if we join forces? Seems like we stick around with you, we could get to killing a few vamps. Also, we can be of great help. Then Sylvian looked at the rest of the group, who all nodded their acceptance. Fine, he said, but I am in charge. Mueller smiled. Good, I'm sick of making decisions. First things first, declared the Bloodborne. We rest. Tomorrow we find a way to get to Cluj without being seen. It's a tour bus, said Tag. Yep, agreed Mueller. I called in a favor from a friend. It was night and a fine mist of rain filled the air. The sodium streetlights glistened off the side of the bus, picking out the blacked windows and the huge neon pink sign writing on the side. It read, The Bojangles Goth Experience. I hate goths, said Tag. But it's great cover, insisted Mueller. Goth band. Love the night. Black windows. Be as weird as we want. It's hiding in the open. The best way to go undercover. Why can't we simply fly like we have been? Asked Troy. Maybe it's just that I'm a paranoid SOB, said Mueller. But I always assume that someone is looking for me. And you. If we work with that assumption, then we must remember how easily I found you. If we have a common enemy, and I am sure that we do, then they will be watching private airfields, train stations, that type of thing. They won't be expecting us to be traveling as a rock band. How long will it take us to get to Cluj? Asked Sylvian. 24 hours or so. We'll leave Italy via Slovenia, then through Hungary, and finally into Romania. We can sleep on the bus. Sylvian nodded. It's a good idea. Who's driving? We'll take turns, said Otto. Mueller first. Right then, confirmed Sylvian. Let's load up and head out. Like all combat-trained troops, they traveled light. A change of clothes, bedding, food and water, weapons and ammunition. The bus was loaded in under half an hour. Before they left, Tag took Emily aside. They boarded the bus last, and Emily sat at the back by herself. Otto sat down next to Tag, pulled out a silver flask, and offered it. Tag took a slug and then shook his head. Ouch! What the hell is that? It's called eau de vie, the water of life. It's made in the village where I come from. They get wine and then they distill the alcohol out of it. 180% proof. Then everyone has their own recipe. This one has orange peels, brown sugar, and cloves added. Then you leave it for a year or 2. Strain it, drink it. He took a sip and handed the flask back to Tag, who took another mouthful. Actually, it's pretty good, he admitted. Once you get over the initial shock. So, said Otto, the vampire, it feeds off you? Tag nodded. Man, that's harsh, noted Otto. Tag shrugged. It's less than pleasant, but it's worse for her. In fact, it's slowly killing her. I can feel her losing the will to live, to keep going. You see, if it were up to the girlie, she would be dead. Basically, we forced her to keep going. We forced her to become the thing that she hated most. We made her the personification of her own worst nightmare. Why? Because we love her, said Troy as he sat down with the two big men. And I don't think that I could stand to lose her, whatever she becomes. Heavy, responded Otto. At the back of the bus, Emily sat still. She could hear every word that Tag and Otto and Troy said. She could hear the electric clock on the dashboard, the sound of the diesel as it moved along the fuel pipes, birds outside, traffic, everything. And she could hear their blood, rushing through their veins and arteries and capillaries, hot and red and delicious. It made her sick with desire. She closed her eyes and sank into the chair. The only creature that she hated more than Nathan Tremblay was the monster that she had become. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, awake in her very own nightmare. Chapter 22. They crossed the border from Italy to Slovenia at some time after midnight. There was a cursory border check, and they were waved through. After 2 more hours of driving, they ran into roadworks, diversions, one-way systems, and choke points that slowed their progress to a crawl. Emily lay down in one of the sleeping cubicles, staring out at the passing landscape. Even with her enhanced eyesight, it was hard to make out much through the darkened windows in the middle of the night. Mountains, sparsely populated. Patches of snow. Eventually, she slept. She woke the next morning to the smell of coffee. The sun was up, but the depth of the tinting on the windows cut out most the UV light, so it did her no harm at all. The bus was still crawling along, but now it was not due to any roadworks. It was due to the weather. The wind drove the snow almost horizontally across the road. Icicles hung off trees, and the sky was the color of pewter. "Hey, Sleepy," called Troy. "Do you want to try some coffee? We stopped and picked some up when we filled the gas tank." Emily shook her head, the mere thought of coffee making her nauseous. Tag caught her eye and gave her a quizzical look, but she shook her head again. She would only feed when she absolutely had to. She knew the pain that she put the big man through, and it was almost too much for her to bear. Otto was driving, and Muller's light snoring was audible above the noise of the diesel engine as he caught up on sleep, lying down in one of the opposite cubicles, the curtains drawn shut. Troy had found a PlayStation and was playing some TV game involving cartoon worms and hand grenades as far as Em could make out. Tag simply sat and stared out of the window, sipping on his coffee. Emily lay back in her bed and closed her eyes. Not sleeping, but not really bothering to stay awake, hovering in that twilight zone in between both states. When she next opened her eyes, it was almost nightfall again, and Muller was driving. If anything, the weather had worsened. Emily stood up and walked to the front. "Where are we?" she asked Muller. "Good evening," he responded. "How are you?" Em smiled. "Sorry, I'm fine. And you?" "Tired. It's a real bitch driving in this weather. We're in Hungary, crossed over a few hours back. They didn't even bother to check our passports." Em peered out at the vista, but it was difficult to make out much through the driving snow and the darkness. "What's Hungary like?" she asked. Muller shrugged. "The church is strong here. Around half of them are Catholics. Physically fairly flat. A couple of big lakes and rivers, lots of agriculture. The people are a bit like Russians, depressed, dour. Serious organized crime problem, particularly human trafficking. Sex slaves. Apparently over a fifth of all people trafficking in the world originates in this country. Young girls, kidnapped, made to take drugs until they are hopelessly addicted and then distributed throughout Europe like so much cattle. Forced to become whores for their new masters. Beaten, deprived of all humanity, and condemned to a premature death. The knight shook his head in disgust. "Man's inhumanity to man," he said sadly. "Many and sharp the numerous ills," quoted Emily. "Inwoven with our frame. More pointed still we make ourselves, regret, remorse, and shame. And man, whose heaven-erected face, The smiles of love adorn man's inhumanity to man, makes countless thousands mourn. You know Robert Burns? Asked Muller with surprise. Emily nodded. Sort of, she said. I sort of seem to know everything. Muller raised an eyebrow but said nothing. I'm going to head for some place to stop, he said. We need more diesel, food, a break. Stretch the legs. A sign hove into view. Budapest, 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers, grunted Muller. Should take us a couple of hours in this weather. We'll stop on the outskirts. Any filling station with a restaurant close by. The next 2 hours trundled by with both Tag and Troy becoming more and more irritable as they started to feel hemmed in. Tag stalked up and down the bus while Troy sat with an unlit cigarette in his mouth and studiously ignored everyone. Otto had become engrossed in Troy's PlayStation Worms game, and Sylvian sat upright and still in his seat as if he were waiting for a doctor's appointment. Finally, the outskirts of the city of Budapest came into view. Scattered light manufacturing centers, large dilapidated apartment blocks, and rows of shops. Muller pulled in at a likely service station that had an attached restaurant. He stopped, exited, and filled the tanks with diesel before paying and returning. Then he moved the bus to a parking outside the eatery and turned the engine off. Right, he said, rubbing his hands together for warmth. Let's go eat lots of something hot. All of them headed for the door except for Tag, who hung back with Emily. Go on, he said. Order for me. Whatever you dudes are having. I'll catch up. Sylvian nodded and they left the bus, slamming the door closed behind them. 20 minutes later, Tag walked into the restaurant on unsteady legs, moving slowly and deliberately like an old man. His face was drawn in anguish. You okay? Asked Sylvian. Tag nodded. And Emily? She's in the bus, didn't want to come in. Mind if I ask a question? Inquired Otto. Tag shook his head. Ask away. You're sort of immortal, right? I mean, I shot you 10 times in the chest and you got up and kicked my ass. But after, well, you know, the vampire thing, you look like you're close to death. What, is it worse than being shot? Tag thought for a few seconds. Immeasurably worse, he said, his voice low and hoarse. I'm not sure about all vamps. I only been fed on by one, but it's like they take more than blood, you know. It's like they take part of your soul. Part of the spark that is life. It's like they feed on your essence as well as your flesh. It's not normal, said Sylvian. I suspect that Emily is different due to her particular makeup, her breeding, her family history. An unbroken line since the very first Shadowhunters. You see, the vamps that we mainly deal with are sanguine vampires, blood drinkers. But there are other types, although they are exceedingly rare. One of those is the soul vampire or soul sucker. Very dangerous, they feed on the life spark. I believe that Emily is a combination of both types. If they drain you dry, you become a veritable zombie, a soulless walking undead. The Bloodborne took a deep breath. This is not good, he continued. We need to find the Potestatum soon, or I fear that you will soon lose the ability to recover. Great, said Tag. Well, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. As he spoke, 2 waiters arrived with trays of food and started to fill the table. What we get? Asked Tag. Alfoldi gullias, porkolds, toltot kaposta, and soproni, answered Otto. What the hell is that when it's at home? Otto laughed and pointed at the various dishes as he explained. Soup, stew, cabbage, beer. Tag picked up a bottle of beer and chugged half of it down. The beer I recognize, he said. Now let's eat. Emily carefully wiped the blood from her face and then changed her shirt for a fresh one without a large scarlet stain across the front. As always, after feeding, she felt stronger. Her already preternatural senses heightened to a state of superhuman. But mentally, she felt like she was literally choking on the darkness that enveloped her soul. She knew what she was doing to Tag. However much the brave Jamaican made light of the fact, she was slowly killing something inside him. Due to his gift of near immortality, she knew that he would live, But would he still be truly alive? She put a leather jacket on over her shirt, more for looks than practicality, as she was no longer bothered by the cold. Then she stepped out of the bus into the near blizzard outside and decided to walk down the road for a bit. She simply couldn't face sitting with the men, seeing them all attempting to act normally with her around, watching Tag flinch whenever she looked directly at him, seeing the pity on Sylvian's face, feeling Troy's thoughts via her link to all of the werewolves. It was all just too much, and she needed to be alone for a while. The wind howled and tore at her clothing, and the snow and sleet stung her face. It scoured away her feelings of rectitude and melancholy as it swirled and moved about her. She had been walking for about 10 minutes, simply following the road when the lights of a car approached her from behind. The vehicle slowed down as it passed her, and she could see two men in the front, middle-aged, swarthy. They stared closely at her as they drove by, and then, after a few yards, they stopped the car and reversed. The man in the passenger side wound down his window. Mit Chinals. He shouted above the howling of the wind. Te egya delvagi? I'm sorry, replied Emily. I can't speak Hungarian. It's okay. I speak English quite good. I ask if you all right. You got troubles? Thank you, I'm fine. Just taking a walk to clear my head. Come, get in car. Is not safe outside. Em shook her head. No, thank you, I'm fine. The man opened his door, stepped out, and grabbed Emily's arm. Please, I insist. Is not safe here. Get in car. Emily shook her head again. Then she felt a sharp prick and looked down. The man had a stiletto knife in his hand, and he had jabbed it lightly into Emily's side, piercing her jacket and shirt. No more to argue, he said. Get in car or I stick you real bad. Then Emily wondered if she should simply tear the knife from him and ram it into his eye. But she remembered Muller's talk about Hungary being the center of the world's sex slavery trade, and her curiosity got the better of her. So she decided to get into the car merely to see what these two were up to. The man opened the back door and bundled Emily in. He followed and sat next to her, his knife still touching her side. The driver turned to look, and then he laughed. Blonde, he said. And pretty. We got lucky. Is good catch, agreed the other man. Let's go before this weather gets even worse. The driver nodded and set off, heading towards Budapest. Emily said nothing, and neither did her so-called kidnappers. After 20 minutes, they began to drive through built-up areas. Initially, they seemed fairly upmarket and middle class, but as they continued, the houses became more and more dilapidated and run down until they were driving through a mix of new building projects and forlorn ruins with boarded-up windows and tarpaulin-covered doors. The car pulled up outside a 4-story building that, although run down, looked like some care had been taken over it. The windows all contained glass, and the door looked new and sturdy. The man next to Emily pricked her with the stiletto as he opened the door. Hey, she said. Quit it. If you want me to move, then just say so. Enough with the knife, okay? The man looked puzzled at her feisty attitude, and then he simply nodded and pushed her towards the front door. The driver used a series of knocks on the front door, obviously a code. Seconds later, the door was opened by a young man carrying an AK-47 assault rifle. He ushered them in, and Emily was engulfed by the warm air as they entered. We had a good hunt, said the driver to the assault rifle wielder. Blonde, American, very pretty. Found her walking down the road alone in the middle of the blizzard. The gunman stared at Em. Do you think that maybe she's simple? He asked. The driver shrugged. Who knows? Who cares? Get her to her room and tell Vasile. I'm going to get some coffee. The gunman grabbed Emily by the arm. Come, he said as he dragged her towards the stairs. I take you to room. Emily made sure that she moved when he pulled. If she wanted to, she could have simply stood still. Her super dense Shadowhunter muscle weighing in at around 350 pounds, even though she looked like a slender, athletic teenager. The gunman took her up 2 flights and then down a corridor. The walls were painted a gloss institutional green, and the carpet looked like it was a leftover from some 1970s casino. A psychedelic mixture of orange, brown, and yellow whorls. They walked past about 9 doors until they came to one that was open. Gunman pushed Emily inside and then turned the light on. The room was tiny. A single iron bed, gray blanket, a chipped ceramic basin in the corner, no furniture. "You stay here," he commanded. "I bring the boss. His name is Vasile Constantin. You will call him sir or master, understand?" Emily nodded. The man leered at her. "He will be testing you out." He made a thrusting motion with his hips and laughed. "If you get what I mean?" He closed the door behind him as he left, and Emily heard the rasp of a key as he locked it. Emily waited for a few seconds to make sure that he had left, and then decided to take a look around the building. She opened the door by simply grasping the handle and turning until the lock popped and it swung open. Then she proceeded to the room next to hers. The door was also locked, but the mechanism went the same way as she casually destroyed it with a twist of her wrist. The room was almost a carbon copy of hers, but for the fact that there were 2 beds crammed into the tiny space. The lights were on, a bare 20-watt bulb doing little to dispel the gloom. 2 girls lay on the beds. It was obvious that they were both stoned out of their minds. Dark bruises and needle tracks ran down their arms, and their eyes, although fully open, were unseeing. Emily leaned over the bed and took their pulses, both weak but regular. She left the room and proceeded on to the next one, smashing the door open once again. Another 2 girls, but these 2 were slightly more compos mentis. They squealed in fear as Emily walked in, and then they both did a perfect double take, as, instead of one of the men, they saw instead a tall blonde teenager. "Kai vagiti?" asked the one. "Sorry," apologized Emily. "I don't speak Hungarian." "American?" Emily nodded. "Who are you? What are you doing here? If Vasile or one of his men find you out of your room, they will punish you." Emily shook her head. "No," she said. "They will try to punish me. Now, talk to me. How many girls are there in the building?" Neither girl answered. Instead, they huddled together, their faces masks of terror. Shaking. Emily pointed at one of them. She seemed slightly older and marginally less terrified. "You," she said. "What's your name?" "Nicoletta." Emily couldn't but notice how remarkably beautiful the girl was, notwithstanding the abuses that she had suffered. "You tell me, how many girls here?" She shook her head. "I'm not sure. Many girls. Sometimes more, sometimes less. They do not let us out of the rooms much. Then once a month or so, they take girls away and new girls come." "Where do they take them?" "Not know," said Nicoletta. "It will soon be our turn to go, once we have been salted." "Salted?" asked Em. Nicoletta nodded. "They give us drugs, even if we don't want. Much drugs. Then they send men, filthy animals, to do stuff to us." She looked down, her face a picture of self-loathing and disgust. "Soon we do anything for drugs, anything. We become worse than garbage." Emily shook her head. "No," she said. "It isn't your fault. It is they who are the lowest of the low, not you." Nicoletta started to answer, but instead she reeled back in shock and screamed. Emily turned around to see the gunman standing in the doorway, a look of utter surprise on his face. "Is you?" he said. "You not in room?" He looked at the shattered lock. "How you do this?" he inquired. "You got hammer?" "For sure, yeah," said Emily, imitating the man's accent. "I got big sledgehammer." The gunman pointed the AK-47 at her and squinted suspiciously. "Where you hide hammer?" he asked. Emily shook her head. "Man," she said, "you definitely win the stupid prize." "Please," begged Nicoletta, "do not make him angry. He will punish us all." "No ways, sweetheart," said Emily. "His punishing days are over. Trust me on that." The gunman stepped forwards. "On your knees, bitch." "What's your name?" asked Emily. "Get on knees," shouted the gunman in return. "Now." "First, tell me your name." The gunman looked puzzled as the absurdity of the situation got to him. "Is Eugen? Why?" "I think that it's only polite to know a man's name before you kill him," said Emily. Eugene stepped forward and raised the AK-47, jabbing it at Emily's face in an attempt to smash the barrel into her temple. It was the last thing that he ever did. Blood sprayed from his ruined throat as Emily slashed it wide open, tearing away his veins, arteries, and esophagus in a welter of gore. She caught the gun before it hit the floor, checked that it had a round in the chamber, and then swung it over her shoulder, hanging by the leather strap. Behind her, both of the girls whimpered in terror. "You girls stay here," said Emily. "I'm going to take a look around, take some names, and kick some butt." The Shadowhunter ghosted out of the room and down the corridor. For the first time since she had been bitten, Emily walked with a purpose. She was doing some good, and it filled her with righteous ire. She may be Nosferatu. She may have to feed off human blood, and she may be the incarnation of darkness. But by God, she was not going to allow what was happening in this building to continue. And as she walked down the corridor, she vowed that her quest would not stop there. The criminal underworld of Budapest was in for a rude awakening. She swung the AK-47 off her shoulder and carried it at half-port, ready to rock and roll. A door at the end of the corridor burst open and two armed men stepped out. Before they could react, Emily shot them both in the head. The noise of the assault rifle thundered through the building like the wrath of God. An alarm sounded, high-pitched shrieking as it stridently called the gangsters to arms. She could hear women screaming, men shouting, footsteps running down stairs and corridors. So Emily thought about waiting in the corridor and then taking them out as they entered. But that would likely bottle her in, as she was sure that after she dispatched the first couple, the rest would back off and wait. Or worse, throw in a couple of grenades. She wasn't up to speed with what ordnance they possessed or even how many of them there were, so she decided to take the attack to them. She stalked to the end of the corridor and listened. She could detect multiple heartbeats and had to concentrate to separate them. The girls were easy to filter out, their pulses racing but weaker than the men who were high on adrenaline as opposed to drugs. At least 6 thugs upstairs and another 4 below. The sound of footsteps muffled by carpet, moving slowly, carefully in an attempt to be silent. 2 men climbing the stairs from below, not realizing that there is no such thing as silence to someone with Emily's enhanced senses. So Em waited until they were almost at the top of the flight, ready to step onto the landing, and then she stepped out, lined them up, and shot them both in the chest. 2 double taps. Their lifeless bodies tumbled back down to the ground floor. They both carried pistols, and Emily scooped them up, slid them into her belt, and ran back up the stairs. They were both Tokarev TT-30s, crappy relics from the Second World War. But a weapon is a weapon, and Emily knew that the more firepower she had, the better. She detached the AK's magazine and checked how many rounds were left. It was a 20-round mag as opposed to the usual 30 rounds. She had used 6, so had 14 left. She rammed the mag back, knowing that she would have to conserve her ammo. Then she lay on the floor and popped her head around the corner of the landing. 2 more men were crouched at the bottom of the stairs. Both carried short submachine guns, and as soon as they saw her, they let rip. Slugs ricocheted off the walls and splintered the brickwork as Emily rolled out of the way. She heard someone coming down the stairs and knew that the thugs above her were taking advantage of the gunfire to attack. She raised her weapon, and as 2 men came running into view, she opened fire, hitting them in the legs. They tumbled down, and she sprang to her feet, ran over to them, and quickly dispatched them, breaking their necks with practiced ease. There was a lull in the fight, and then the men at the bottom started shouting to the men above, obviously discussing what to do next, but it did Emily no good as she couldn't understand them. Eventually, someone shouted from above her, "Hey, who are you?" Emily decided that answering would do her no good, so she simply kept quiet. "I'm talking to you," the man continued. "But if you don't want to answer me, that's fine. Have it your way." Emily heard a muffled confab as the men above her discussed their next move. There was the sound of a door opened, and then she heard a girl whimpering in fear. A shot rang out, and a body was thrown down the stairs to land in a crumpled heap at the bottom, a mere few feet from Emily. It was a young girl. Like the others that Em had seen, she had track marks on her arms, and she was scantily dressed. Unlike the others, she had been shot in the head. Every 20 seconds that you don't answer, I will kill another one, informed the voice from above. Now, who are you and who are you working for? Emily took another look at the dead girl. Blood pooled on the floor under her head. She was still a child, younger than Emily herself, and the world seemed to shift. Emily stood up and walked to the stairs. Eschewing any plan, she simply stood at the top, shouted, and then slipped the fire select mode to full auto. Hey, get some. Both of the men opened fire, as did she. Lead slugs cracked and whistled past her, and she felt a slight tug as two of them struck. One in her upper thigh and the other in the side of her torso. She burned off her remaining 14 rounds in just over 2 seconds, ripping into the two thugs, killing them instantly. Then she dropped the assault rifle, drew her 2 pistols, turned and sprinted up the stairs, her injuries already healing as she ran. There was nothing that the remaining 4 gangsters could do. Emily was simply moving too fast. Their meager mortal senses barely had time to register a mere streak of color and a thunder roll of gunshots before they fell to the floor, victims of multiple gunshot wounds. All except for one of them, the man who had shouted his question to Emily, the man who had killed the young girl. Emily disabled him swiftly by kicking him savagely in both of his knees, smashing them like dry firewood and dropping him to the floor. Then she casually grabbed his pistol from him, snapping his wrist as she did so. He keened in agony as the pain from his massive injuries washed over him. Emily waited for him to calm down before she spoke. Vasile Constantin? He looked up at her, tears running down his face. Please, he gasped. A doctor, for the love of God. Are you Vasile Constantin? Asked Em again. He nodded. So you run this place? This is your setup? The human trafficker stared at Emily for a few seconds before he decided that perhaps she might be merciful if he cooperated fully. He shook his head. No, he denied. I am just a soldier. A nothing. A caretaker, if you will. There are another 4 such establishments dotted around the city. They are controlled by the Foldesi family. Powerful men. I fear that you have made a big mistake. Now, please, I have cell phone here. Use it to phone doctor for me. Emily shook her head. Where were the doctors for these girls? Tell me, where are the Foldesi family based? Despite his pain, Vasile started to laugh, a low, grating sound. Why, you think that you can fight them? Emily went down on one knee, brought her face close to Vasile's, and then bared her fangs, allowing them to grow in front of him. Then she growled. The gangster almost fainted in fear. Istenim Sigits, he whispered. God help me, what are you? I am Death, said Emily. Now where can I find the family headquarters? As she spoke, she heard the sound of vehicles pulling up in the street outside. Many vehicles. There is no need, whispered Vasile. When you attacked us and we set off the alarm, it also sounds in the family headquarters. Those cars that you hear, that is them. And even you, the very devil itself, cannot stand against the Foldesis. There are too many and they are too powerful. They are an army. Emily stood, went over to the window and looked down at the street. At least 10 cars and SUVs had arrived, and out of them jumped men. Men dressed in black combat gear like a SWAT team. Automatic weapons, machine guns, grenade launchers. 30, maybe 40 of them. Oh, crap, mumbled Emily. Vasile laughed out loud. Yes, he agreed. Oh, very much crap for you. But if you treat me well, then perhaps they will be lenient to you. Do me no more harm and I will put in good word for you. Okay? You agree? Emily walked over to the trafficker of young girls, grabbed him by the throat and threw him out of the window as hard as she could. In the street below, the gathering forces saw a man come crashing through the window, sail through the air and smash heavily into the opposite building some 20 yards away, before bouncing back to land in the middle of the icy street, the body limp and broken like a sack of rotten fruit. Chapter 23. Troy came running back into the restaurant. She's not there, he blurted out. She's gone. Hold on, said Sylvian. Calm down. What do you mean she's gone? I went out for a smoke and decided to check on Emily. She wasn't in the bus. She's not in the restroom or the shop. I even climbed onto the top of the bus and I couldn't see her anywhere. She's gone. People don't simply disappear, said Muller. I'm sure that you just missed her. Maybe at the back of the shop, somewhere like that. Troy shook his head. I don't miss things. I can smell her from over 200 yards away. I can smell you all. Trust me, she wasn't in the shop. Well, then can you track her? Asked Tag. The wolfman shook his head. Normally, but this blizzard puts a stop to that. Too much snow, too much wind. No tracks, no scent. It's impossible. Come on, said Sylvian. Let's all go take a look for her. I'll question the shop clerks and the service station attendants, said Muller. I suspect that I'm the only one that can speak Hungarian. There were general nods of agreement, except from Sylvan. I actually do, he said. But I'm not sure if anyone would understand the archaic structure that I use. After all, I learned it back in the humanistic era, and haven't had need to speak it since. Meet back at the bus in 20 minutes, said Troy. The group split up and started to search in all possible directions. 20 minutes later, they were back in the bus. Right, said Troy. Something has happened to her. I don't know what, but someone around here must know. I questioned everyone, said Muller. No one saw her. Maybe we need to question them a little harder, suggested Troy, his face pale with anger and worry. Calm down, young wolf, said Sylvan. You aren't thinking properly. I'm thinking well enough, shouted Troy. Well enough to know that we need to do something right now, or do you favor simply sitting on your ass and waiting? Sylvian stood up and faced the wolfman, his eyes like two black holes in the snow, portholes into the abyss. Watch your tone, boy, he snapped. Do not forget who you are talking to. I shall let your insult ride because I know that you are worried. We all are. Now stop panicking, think. Clear your mind. I'm sorry, Sylvian, apologized Troy. Truly, I meant no disrespect. It's just that I feel so helpless. You are far from helpless, Wolfman, returned the Bloodborne. In fact, if you had thought things through before you went off like a 4th of July firework, you would have realized that you are actually the only one who can tell us where she is. You are the only one who has any possibility of connecting with her. Troy looked shamefaced. That's true, he admitted. All of the wolves can communicate with her over distance, but I don't think that I can institute the bridge. The contact has to come from her. Are you sure? Insisted Sylvian. I think so, said Troy. Well, it always has, but then, in all fairness, I've never really tried. Don't you think that you should? Troy nodded. How? Sit down. Relax, even though it is difficult to do. You must seek your center. Seek the eye of the storm. Calm. Troy sat down on one of the bus seats, took a deep breath, and let the tension flow from him. Clear your mind, said Sylvian. A blank canvas, white, pure. The wolfman nodded. Fine, continued the Bloodborne. Now think of Emily. Fill your mind with her. Her voice, her smell, her expressions. Troy pointed. She went that way. Towards Budapest. Sylvian patted the young wolf on the shoulder. Well done. Now do not lose concentration. Keep your mind on her at all times. Muller, you drive. Otto, there may be a simple explanation, although I can't think of one, but just in case there's trouble, can you and Tag do a weapons check? Both of the big men nodded and got to work, laying out ammunition, loading it into magazines, and preparing the rest of their ordnance. Muller drove efficiently and as fast as he could in the snow, following Troy's curt directions. Suddenly, Troy's eyes flew open. She's in danger, he said. But we're getting close, I can feel it. See if you can go any faster, said Sylvian to Muller. Obviously don't push it so hard that we crash. Obviously, returned Muller as he pushed a little extra speed out of the bus, heading as fast as he could towards Emily. Chapter 24. Emily quickly checked the bodies for weapons and ammunition. They all carried Tokarev pistols. 2 of them had extra magazines in their jackets. She ejected the magazines, pocketed them all along with the extras, and reloaded 2 of the pistols. She recalled that the 2 gangsters downstairs had submachine guns, but there was no time to collect them. So, 2 pistols and 6 8-round magazines. 48 shots. Not nearly enough. And then there was the safety of the girls in the building to think about. She was sure that the full Desi family army would simply come in with guns blazing, and that would definitely result in collateral damage, killing and wounding many of the innocent girls. It didn't take her long to make a decision. Tucking the 2 pistols into her belt, she looked at the open window that she had thrown Vasile through and judged the distance to the opposite building to be around 20 yards or so. The building itself seemed to be an abandoned office block. 6 stories high, some of the windows boarded up. No lights, so no people to suffer from collateral damage. With a deep breath, Emily sprinted at the window and jumped. Her Shadowhunter vampire strength took her sailing across the gap like it was a mere hop through a doorway. She smashed into a window and barreled through, rolling when she hit the floor. The men below watched her jump with disbelief, but they were obviously professional and recovered quickly, grouping together and heading for the entrance to the building that Emily had just entered. To be honest, Emily had no further plan beyond moving buildings, so she simply ran over to the window, drew her pistols, aimed and fired. 2 of the men went down, but the rest retaliated with a withering quantity of firepower. The wall around the window cracked and crumbled. The ceiling fell in, and Emily was struck by multiple fragments of mortar and glass. She squeezed off another volley shots and then sprinted from the room, moving so fast it looked like stop-motion photography, down the corridor and into another, figuring to keep moving in order to make herself a more difficult target. She ran to the window, fired again, and left the room at speed. Another armed thug fell to the floor as the rest opened fire, devastating the room that Emily had just vacated. As she ejected the 2 empty magazines and reloaded, Emily pondered what to do next. She wasn't that worried about being caught by the assailants, as she reckoned that she could jump to the adjacent building and then across to another street before they made it upstairs. But she knew that as soon as she left, the family would scoop up the girls and either move them, sell them off, or even kill them as they knew too much. So she had to stay and fight. The sound of footsteps running up the stairs informed her that the first proper attack had started. Em listened closely and figured that they had sent 5 men into the building. She glanced out of a window and her assumption was confirmed as she saw the rest of the crew crouched behind cars, weapons pointing at the building to prevent her escape. Once again, Emily scorned any sort of subtlety and relied on her superhuman speed and reaction time. Sprinting to the first-floor landing, she arrived as the 5 men turned the corner. Firing both pistols at once, she burned off all 16 shots, taking down 4 of the intruders. The 5th man managed to get a shot off as he dove to the ground for cover. The slug creased Emily's shoulder and slammed into the wall behind her. Em cocked her arm and threw one of the pistols at him. It whistled through the air and smashed into the bridge of his nose, crushing the cartilage and driving the bone upwards and into his brain, killing him instantly. Then she retrieved the pistol, ejected the empties, and reloaded with her last 2 full magazines, cursing under her breath as she did so. If only she had more weapons, then she could take the fight to the family, as opposed to taking them on piecemeal like she was forced to do at the moment. Not that it mattered, she thought to herself. She fully expected them to all attack at once now that the first incursion had failed. In preparation for the final assault, Emily ran up the stairs to the roof and peered down at her assailants, pistols ready. She figured that she would take out as many as possible and then jump back to the original building and try to kill some more of them and protect the girls at the same time. It was a plan. Not a good plan, but at least it was a plan. As she was mulling it over in her mind and checking out the men in the street, her reverie was shattered by a series of explosions. 2 of the cars went up in gouts of flame, and then the avenue below was racked with automatic gunfire that came from both ends of the street. Em glanced down the road and saw Otto, Muller, and Tag running at the assailants. All 3 had submachine guns, and they were pouring a storm of fire into the family army. Coming from the other entrance to the street, she saw Sylvian. Instead of his usual rapier, the Bloodborne carried 2 semi-auto pistols. He did not run. Instead, he walked in a brisk and calm manner, firing as he came, his shots deadly accurate. And then she saw Troy, at the same time that the black-clad soldiers did. He had assumed his wolfman mode, 7-foot tall, shredded shirt and trousers hanging from his massively muscled body in tatters. A nightmare of hair and teeth and claws. He attacked. Running in huge jumping bounds, he cleared the cars, springing 20 feet into the air and coming down amongst the combatants, tearing and ripping and killing. The soldiers completely lost their discipline and ran as the monster rampaged through their ranks, growling and howling as he did so. But running did them no good as Tag, Otto, and Muller cut down anyone who came their way, and Sylvian took care of the rest. Emily projected her thoughts toward Troy, mentally shouting to get his attention. Troy. Emily, he pulsed back. You're safe. I am, thanks to you guys. Look, Troy, she continued. Keep at least one alive. Preferably someone who looks like an officer or boss of some sort. I need to question him. The werewolf gave her the mental equivalent of a nod and continued to wreak havoc, breaking necks and severing arteries. Within seconds, it was all over. The street looked as though it had taken a direct hit from an airstrike. Or a Tomahawk missile. Cars were burning, bodies and body parts lay everywhere, and the pebbled surface literally ran with blood. Emily ran downstairs to greet her friends. Chapter 25. Nathan's new lieutenant, the blood wraith Petrus Rankin, knocked and then entered without waiting for an answer. Such was his excitement at the news. My lord, he greeted Nathan. We have found them. Nathan stared at Petrus, his eyes two pools of unforgiving darkness. His aura of authority a palpable thing. The blood wraith almost buckled at the knees, such was Nathan's power. Did I give you permission to enter? The blood wraith shook his head. No, my lord, I apologize. My enthusiasm caused me to overstep my boundaries. He waited, eyes cast downwards, holding his breath, knowing that his very life hung in the balance. Lord Nathan was not known for his forgiving attitude, and he had killed many for much less. And then the ex-Shadowhunter vampire smiled. You are forgiven. Tell me of this news that has excited you to the point of insolence. Emily Shadowhunter, Lord. We have found her, and the group that she is traveling with. Where? Demanded Nathan. Budapest, Lord, in Hungary. I know where Budapest is, moron. Are we sure that it's them? How did we find them? We have just received a report from one of our familiars in Area 18 Budapest. A pimp, runs a few girls on the streets. He says that out targets have just declared war on the Foldesy family. The Foldesy family, said Nathan. Aren't they the slave traders? Sex slaves, that sort of thing? We buy food stock off them sometimes if memory serves. That's them, Lord, agreed the blood wraith. So, what does he mean, and how does that help us to identify them? They have just attacked one the Foldesy's salting houses and then wiped out the reaction team that arrived to stop them. Full-on war in the streets. Machine guns, grenades, blood-soaked pavements. The real deal, my lord. Many witnesses saw them, and they are all agreed that it's the people that we are looking for. Nathan smiled. Well done. Now, quickly, gather 50 blood wraiths together, full kit. Also organize one of our commercial jets. We fly to Budapest as soon as, with a private jet, it should take us just over an hour. I shall be coming with. Also, I will make sure that we have suitable transport awaiting our arrival. Move. This is the break that we have been seeking. Chapter 26. The only thug that remained alive lay on the floor, his face a mask of terror as the huge wolfman loomed over him, growling softly. And then a girl ran up. Tall, blonde hair, flawless complexion. Hardly any makeup, but still one of the most beautiful young women the man had ever seen. She was like an angel in the midst of hell. Please, he croaked. Help me. Don't let them kill me. Show mercy. She knelt next to him and leaned in close. Then he saw her fangs, long, glittering, deadly. He screamed once as she took his right arm and casually broke his wrist in 2 places. Shattered bone poked out of his flesh, dull white, coated in blood. You dare to ask for mercy, spat Emily, when you trade in misery and despair. The man whimpered, shaking in fear. "Who are you?" asked Emily. "Alfred Biro." "Not one of the Fuldesis?" He shook his head. "I am a member of the family," he said, "but not actually family. Not by blood." "Tell me, Alfred," continued Emily. "The other salting houses, where are they?" "Scattered throughout the city," answered the thug. "Addresses," stressed Emily. Alfred stammered out 4 addresses while Mueller wrote them down. "Good," said Emily. "Now the Fuldesi headquarters. Where are they? How many people are there guarding it, and what sort of resistance can we expect?" Alfred shook his head. "No," he said, his fear of the Fuldesi family momentarily overcoming his fear of the vampire and the wolfmen. Emily grabbed his broken arm and squeezed, grinding the smashed shards of bone together as she did so. "Tell me." The thug screamed in agony, but Emily was unrepentant. "Tell me," she repeated. Through gritted teeth, he gave another address. "How many?" questioned Emily. 30 or so, well-armed. Assault rifles, grenades, claymore mines at access points. High walls with electric fencing, dogs, lots of dogs, bad ones. Guard at the main gate. That's all I know. Please, that's it." Emily released his arm and stood up. "Right. We hit the salting houses first. Kill the guards, release the girls, tell the cops. Then we take out the head of the snake." Sylvian shook his head. "Or not," he said. "What?" exclaimed Emily. "What do you mean?" "Look, Em, this is a terrible thing that is happening here," explained the Bloodborne. "But it is not our fight. We need to find the potestatum. That is our primary, our only goal. It is all important." Emily stared at the Frenchman, and then she grabbed his arm and started walking, pulling him after her, dragging him into the salting house where the girls were imprisoned. She yanked him up the stairs to Nicoletta's room. On the way, she pointed out the dead girl on the stairs. "Killed because I wouldn't answer the main guard," she said. Then she opened the door to Nicoletta's room. The 2 girls were huddled in the corner, arms around each other as they cried tears of fear. The single open light bulb picked out the needle tracks on their arms, the bruises on their thighs, their swollen, bleeding lips. There are at least another 20 girls like this or worse in this place alone. Another 4 houses means upwards of 100 girls. I will not let that happen. This stops today, with or without you. "I agree," said Troy, who had followed them up the stairs. "We cannot let this stand. It's inhumane." Sylvian nodded. "I will inform the police. They will take care of it," he said. "But we cannot get involved. The fate of the world rests with us. This is a horrible thing, but we are not the bodyguard of all morality. We are vampire hunters, and we need to find the potestatum." Emily went over to the 2 girls and knelt next to them, stroking their hair and comforting them, telling them that we're now safe. Troy gestured to Sylvian to step out of the room so that he could speak to him. "She needs this," whispered the wolfman. "Not only is it a moral imperative for us to help, it is necessary for Emily. She sees herself as a monster, a killer, a taker of lives. Now she has a chance to redeem herself, and I, for one, am going to help her. So we'll tag, I am sure. Not sure about the church dudes, they have their own agenda." Sylvian thought for a few seconds and then nodded. "You are correct, young wolf," he admitted. "Sometimes I lose sight of my own humanity. We must help. I shall ask Mueller and Otto what they want to do, but whatever. We are a team." The 2 of them clasped hands and then went back into the room. "We can look for the potestatum after we have sorted this out," said Sylvian. "We hit the houses and call the police to clean up and help the girls." "You can't call the police," said Emily. "Why?" asked Sylvian. "Nicoletta says that the police come here all the time. High-ranking uniformed officers in plain clothes. They use the girls. Some of them are violent. Very violent." "I'll think of something," said Sylvian. "I know many people. But first things first. Let's free up the other houses and then go and exterminate the family." Emily smiled. Thank you, Sylvian. The Duke bowed extravagantly. My pleasure, Shadowhunter. Stay here, said Emily to the girls. We'll send help. Soon. Then they left the room and went downstairs to join Tag, Muller, and Otto. Sylvian brought them up to speed on their plans. We're in, said Muller. It would be a sin not to put a stop to this. Also, I will phone the local church. They will take care of the girls without involving the police. Sylvian nodded. Thank you. Muller took out his cell and started dialing. What about this? Asked Otto, pointing at Alfred, who lay cowering on the ground. The thug smiled ingratiatingly at Emily. I have answered your questions, he said. We had a deal. Emily sneered at him. We had no deal, you disgusting slave trader. She looked up at Otto. Kill him. Alfred threw his hands up. No, please. Otto shot him twice in the chest. Right, said Muller. Taken care of. The local parish will mobilize enough people to help. They will rendezvous here, and then I will contact them as we clear each house. Let's go, said Troy. First check the bodies in the cars for grenades, said Tag. We're out. Don't need any ammo, we still got tons. Also keep an eye out for anything of interest. Good call, agreed Otto. The group did a quick search of cars and bodies, coming up with a dozen grenades. Much to Tag's delight, Troy found an RPG-7 handheld rocket launcher with 2 rockets. I call dibs, he claimed, holding his hands out. Troy grinned and gave the big man the weapon. Tag strapped it to his back and clipped the 2 high explosive rockets to his webbing. Then they walked back to the bus and got in as Muller brought up directions on his cell phone. They headed to the salting house that was closest. It was less than 20 minutes away, and as they drove, Sylvian came up with a plan of sorts. Right, he said. We drive up to the front door. Tag, Emily, Troy, and myself go in. We kill all the guards, do a quick check on the girls. Muller calls the church, and we move on. What about us? Asked Otto. You wait at the entrance, answered Sylvian. Anyone tries to escape, blast them. Why can't we go in? Because if any of us get shot, we can recover before we get to the next house, said the Bloodborne. You guys take longer to heal. Otto nodded. Fair enough, he agreed. Muller pulled up outside the building. We're here, he stated. Please all dispatch in an orderly fashion, and thank you for traveling with Catholic Night Transport. Troy laughed as they alighted. Emily carried a Heckler & Koch MP5. Tag had his 2 custom 50 cal machine pistols, and Sylvian sported an MP5 and a pistol. Troy had taken off his shirt, and he changed as he left the bus, assuming his Wolfman mode. And then they simply walked up to the building and opened the door. A large man in a cheap suit and carrying an AK-47 put his hand up to halt them, but Troy grabbed his arm and swung him against the wall so hard that the sound of his breaking bones was obvious even from outside the building. Then it was a simple house-clearing exercise. Tag took the ground floor, and the 3 supernaturals cleared the rest of the building, moving at speeds that were incomprehensible to the guards. Within minutes, the place was clear. 6 guards, 6 bodies, some full of gunshot holes, some with their throats torn out, and some simply smashed up beyond repair. Troy morphed back into human mode and called Muller and Otto. Then they split up and quickly checked on the girls, telling them that they were safe and ensuring them that help was coming soon. Some understood, but many were too drugged to understand what was going on. Muller made his calls, and then they proceeded onwards. The next 2 houses were almost carbon copy situations. Slave traders resisted. Slave traders died. Tag took a bullet to the shoulder in the 3rd house, but by the time they had all got back into the bus, he had already healed up. The final house had obviously been warned, and they were waiting for them. Muller stopped the bus outside the house, and Tag jumped out first. There was an explosion of automatic gunfire, and the big man went down in a welter of blood as he was riddled with bullets. Muller immediately jammed the bus into reverse and pulled out of the line of fire, spinning the wheel and careening backwards around the corner. As soon as the bus had cleared the firing zone, Troy, and Sylvian leapt out, weapons hot. Troy turning as he jumped. Both Muller and Otto followed. "Stay here," shouted Sylvian. "No ways," returned Muller. "They're ready for us. You're going to need all the firepower that we can muster. We're coming with." "Fine, watch yourselves," agreed the Bloodborne. Together they ran to the corner. Troy took point, and instead of peering around and checking out the lay of the land, he simply used his unbelievable speed to run to the front of the building and crouch down out of sight. Both Em and Sylvian followed. Then Muller and Otto dropped prone and crept around the corner, firing as they did to keep enemy heads down. They were about to consolidate and formulate some sort of plan when Tag staggered to his feet, ripped the RPG-7 off his back, rammed a rocket in, and fired at the front door. The high explosive round struck the door, barreled through into the reception area, and exploded. A ball of fire billowed out of the front of the house, blowing out the windows and throwing two of the thugs into the street. Tag sprinted into the building, guns blazing and shouting at the top of his voice. The rest of the team had no choice but to follow. The fight was over in minutes. Tag, Emily and Sylvian split up to reassure the captive girls, and Muller, Otto, and Troy stayed downstairs and made judicious use of the fire extinguishers to put out the blaze that Tag had started. Muller made another phone call, and they left. Chapter 27. The 3 super-luxury Sandford coaches pulled up opposite the salting house. Their windows were tinted midnight black, and it was impossible to see inside. The door to the leading coach opened, and a man stepped out and into the street. He looked around and then signaled to the rest of the occupants. Doors opened, men stepped out, all dressed in a uniform, scarlet and black, long hair, pale skin, no visible weapons. "So this is where they were seen?" asked Nathan. Petrus nodded. "This is the house that they attacked, my lord." "And who are these people?" asked Nathan, pointing at 2 cars that had obviously just pulled up. Their engines no longer running, but heat waves still rising from their engines, visible in the sub-zero temperatures. Petrus looked closely at the 2 motor vehicles. "That one has a church parking permit on it," he noted. "Probably church officials of some sort." "Strange," said Nathan. "I wonder what they're doing here. Also, why did Emily attack this place? Let's take a look inside. Ask a few questions. How long until sunrise?" Petrus glanced at his wristwatch. 2 hours and 12 minutes, my lord." Nathan nodded and then gestured for the blood wraiths to follow him into the building. Chapter 28. "It's a fortress," said Troy. "No," denied Muller. "It's just a house with high walls, electric fencing, guards, dogs, machine guns, and claymore mines." "Like I said," repeated Troy. "A fortress." "We only have 2 hours until sunrise," noted Sylvian. "Then Em and I are out of the picture, so we need to move fast. I recommend that we split our attack. Muller, you, Otto, and Tag go in through the front gate. Use the RPG to blow it open and then go in noisy. Use the bus, crash into the front of the house. Do whatever you can to attract their attention and then kill as many as you can. Meanwhile, Troy, Em, and I will jump the wall, neutralize the dogs, and hit them from behind." "Good plan," agreed Tag. "The gangster that we questioned said that there would be lots of dogs, a huge pack. Is that going to be a problem?" asked Otto. Sylvian grinned. "Trust me, the dogs are no problem. With Em and Troy, they are going to be running away so fast that they will literally kill their owners if they get in the way." "Right, let's go." Sylvian, Troy, and Em alighted from the bus and ran around the corner and up to the wall, moving at their standard supernatural speed, mere blurs of movement in the snow and dark. Muller revved the bus's engine and lined up with the front gate. "Right, Tag," he said. "Blow that thing away." Tag slotted a rocket into the launcher, leaned out of the bus door, and fired. The high explosive round struck the guardhouse that was attached to the side of the gate and exploded in a massive ball of fire, smashing the guardhouse and its occupants into rubble and tearing the gate from its hinges and throwing it to the ground. Muller dropped his foot, and the bus thumped over the debris and accelerated down the long gravel driveway towards the house. Tag had dropped the empty RPG and now had a Heckler Koch MP5 in his hand as he leant out of the door, firing short bursts at the house, shattering windows and blowing out lights. Otto joined him, firing one-handed, spraying the house with armor-piercing rounds from his MP7. "Brace yourselves!" shouted Muller. The two big men jumped back into the bus and dropped into a seat as the bus climbed the front steps of the house and barreled into the huge double front doors, smashing them inwards as the bus entered the building. "Let's go get them," yelled Tag as he jumped from the bus, firing at anything that he saw moving. At the same time, Troy, Em, and Sylvian had crossed the open lawn and had just run into the dogs. "Wow," said Emily. When he said a lot of dogs, he wasn't exaggerating. A pack of over 30 purebred Rottweilers stood in front of them. Standing with them were their two handlers. Troy, who had not yet turned, morphed into his full animal mode. A wolf the size of a horse. Both of the handlers simply turned and ran, but the dogs, instead of joining them, all dropped to the floor, some rolling over on their backs to show their submission. Troy stalked amongst them, growling softly, nudging some of them as he passed, nipping others. Then he turned to Em and Sylvan and gestured with a flick of his head for them to follow him. They ran, and the dogs ran with them, servants to the ultimate alpha, slaves to his authority. "Well, this is something that you don't see every day," said Em as they ran, surrounded by a bodyguard of over 30 snarling, slavering attack dogs. "Should narrow the odds a little," admitted Sylvian, surprised that they aren't too terrified of you to stay. "Very puzzling." "I'm doing the blue thing," said Emily. "Well, I'm trying to. As soon as it looked as though Troy had things under control, I tried to think blue like you showed me. I'm not getting it 100% correct, but enough to not scare the canines half to death." "Well done," said Sylvian as they reached the back door to the house. Troy simply hammered through the door without bothering to open it, and he ran into the building surrounded by the pack. Em and Sylvian followed. Gunshots rang out as guards attempted to repel the attack. Two of the dogs went down before the rest of the pack tore the guards apart. "You take the ground floor," shouted Sylvian to Troy. "Em and I will go up." The Bloodborne and the Shadowhunter sprinted up the sweeping staircase and headed to the next floor. Both carried MP5 submachine guns. As they entered the corridor, they were greeted by a fusillade of shots and they returned fire. Bodies fell. Blood flowed. Sylvian took the right side of the corridor and Emily the left, kicking doors open and shooting whoever was in the rooms. Within minutes, they had cleared the area and went up the stairs to the top floor of the house. Below them, they could hear the battle stuttering to a halt. The gunfire sporadic, interrupted every now and then by a cacophony of barking and growling and the terrified scream of some guard being torn to shreds by the pack. The top floor of the house was a single large room, the walls lined with books. Original art on various easels were scattered about the room, Persian carpets on the floor. A fire crackled merrily in a large open fireplace. In the middle, a huge antique desk. Seated behind it, a man of indeterminate age, somewhere between 50 and 70. Hair graying at the temples, clean-shaven, expensive suit, manicured nails, skin glossy, stretched, obviously surgically tightened. Behind him stood 4 bodyguards. They all held M126A4 assault rifles. The man looked like a successful banker, not a low-life trader in human misery, almost presidential. He smiled. "Well," he said, "it looks like what we have here is a Mexican standoff, mutually assured destruction." "Why would you say that?" asked Sylvian. "Isn't it obvious?" asked the man. "If you shoot me, my men will open fire on you. So you might kill me, but they will definitely kill you. We find ourselves at an impasse." Emily smiled. Or to more succinct, she pulled her lips back to show her fangs. "No," she disagreed. "That's not how this is going down." Both she and the Bloodborne moved together. Sylvian went right and Emily jumped high in the air, clearing the desk and extending her talons as she did. With a wet tearing sound, she ripped out 2 of the bodyguards' throats before she even touched the ground. Swiveling hard right, she dispatched another, breaking his neck with one swift open-handed blow. Sylvian had already killed the fourth guard by smashing his head against the wall. "There," she said. "No impasse. Problem solved." She walked around to the front of the desk and stared at the leader of the Foldesi family. His suave demeanor had turned to obvious, bare-faced fear. Emily could hear his heart thumping against his ribs. She could smell his fear, almost taste his blood as it pumped around his body. And she let out a moan of desire, of need, the need to feed. "Go ahead," said Sylvian. "No one would blame you, and he is less than an animal. He doesn't deserve to live." Emily leaned forward and grabbed the man by his face, dragging him across the desk, exposing his neck to her fangs. His jugular stood out like a worm beneath his skin, pulsing with life. Emily dropped him. "No," she said. "I know that it's unfair on Tag, but I haven't yet taken a human life to feed, and I will not do so, even someone who might deserve it. I am Shadowhunter, not vampire." "Vampire?" gasped the man as he shrank back in fear. "Please," he begged. "Don't hurt me. I have friends, connections, girls. Many girls. They are young, healthy. I can give them to you. Feed on them. They will be your personal slaves. A lifetime supply. Give me a chance to serve you. Please." There was a growl at the door, and Troy Wolf padded in, filling the room. Then he slowly morphed into his wolfman mode in order to ease his communication abilities. "Who is this?" he growled. "Head honcho," said Emily. "He's just promised me my own bevy of personal slaves if I don't hurt him." Troy walked closer, and the man behind the desk whimpered in terror as yet another mythical beast of the night became reality in front of him. "What is your name?" asked Troy, his words choppy and guttural, unsuited to his wolfish jaw. "Janos Foldesi," the man whispered, "head of the family." "Well, Janos," said Troy, "I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, not for $1,000,000. You see, you have offended Emily with your slave trading, and she has decided to make you pay." The wolfman shook his head. "Not for $1,000,000, he repeated. The sound of footsteps caused all to turn towards the door. Tag, Muller, and Otto walked in. Tag was covered in blood and his shirt was full of holes. "What's up?" he asked. "And who's this asshole?" "The head of the Foldesi family," answered Em. "Chief slave trader and violator of young girls. I'm just trying to think of a suitable way to punish him for his transgressions." Muller stepped forward. "I have just the right punishment for such an evil man," he said as he pulled a flask from his jacket pocket. "What is that?" asked Sylvian. "Holy water," answered the knight of the church. I don't mean to cast aspersions on your faith," said Emily, "but splashing a bit of blessed water on this bastard won't actually do anything." "Trust me," interjected Otto. "We are knights of the most holy see. Our faith is our sword. If Muller says that he shall punish him, then he shall feel the wrath of our Lord." Emily shrugged. "Okay, do your worst." Muller uncapped the bottle and stood over the head of the Foldesi family, murderer, slaver, and violator. "The power of Christ compels me," he declared as he poured the liquid all over the man's face. Janos started to scream and did not stop until he drew his last breath some 20 minutes later. Chapter 29. Blood painted the walls of the room like some insane Jackson Pollock painting. Nicoletta sat on the chair, frozen in absolute terror. Her roommate lay on the floor in front of her, throat torn open, limbs splayed, dress ripped. More of the girls lay behind her, piled high like so much firewood, discarded after those things had fed on them. In fact, some of them were still feeding, grunting and sucking as they drained the life's blood from the broken bodies. And a man stood in front of her. His face was covered in congealing blood, as was his bare chest. He smiled. "My, aren't you a pretty one?" he said, his eyes two black orbs of soulless nothing surrounded by fire-red orbs. He approached her and held his hand out to stroke her face, but she pulled away in loathing and fear. "Oh, that won't do." he said as he grabbed her face with both hands and forced her to look into his demon-like eyes. And then she felt her free will tear from her as the unbelievable strength of his mind scoured all fear and hatred and loathing from her, leaving only a white-hot desire to please him, to worship him, to do his every will and whim. Then the man stood up, stretched, and turned to the priest who lay on the floor, bound by his hands and feet. "So, priest," said the man, "tell me, what were you and your associates doing here?" "We had come to help the girls," replied the holy man, his voice blurred as he spoke through his ruined mouth and broken teeth. "Why?" continued Nathan. "Who killed the guards? Who told you to come here?" "The diocesan bishop," answered the priest. "He said that I must take some of my most trusted parishioners and come to this address. He said to clean up and bring the girls back to the church where they would be safe." Nathan laughed. "Well, that didn't work out too well for you, did it?" The priest started at the vampire, his eyes full of hatred. "You will not get away with this," he said, his voice full of faith. "The seed Sicorum will hunt you down and dispatch you to hell." Nathan laughed again. "Oh, priest," he said, "there is no Sedes Sicorum anymore. As you well know, the new pope has declared that vampires do not exist. The Knights of the Holy See have been disbanded, so I very much doubt that they will be hunting anyone down." Tears of frustration sprang unbidden to the priest's eyes as he took in the truth of Nathan's statement, and his shoulders dropped with resignation. "You shall still rot in hell, you abomination," he replied. "Perhaps," admitted Nathan, "but as I am immortal, I very much doubt that will happen in the foreseeable future. Now, tell me, priest, who attacked the guards and why?" The priest looked at Nathan and smiled. "Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificatur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua." "No," shouted Nathan. "I didn't ask for the Lord's Prayer, I asked for an answer. Sicut in celo. Et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie. Et dimitte nobis debita nostra." Nathan strode over to the priest and lifted him off the floor, backhanding him across the face as he did so. "Answer me." The priest smiled again and continued to pray. "Sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo." Nathan struck him again and again, but the priest would not stop, even when his face was a bleeding mash of broken flesh. "Answer me," screamed Nathan as he punched the holy man again. The priest managed one last smile. "Quia tuum es regnum et potestas et gloria, in saecula. Amen." And then his body went limp as his soul departed. Nathan threw him against the wall like a discarded chew toy. "I know why they came, my lord," said Nicoletta, her face shining with glamored joy at the fact that she might know something that would please her master. "Speak," commanded Nathan. "The girl, Emily, she came by herself. One of the men kidnapped her and brought her here. Then she killed them all, and when the rest of the guards came, her friends arrived and exterminated them." The ex-Shadowhunter raised an eyebrow. "If they truly did kidnap her, them she must have allowed them to," he said. "I wonder why." "She wanted to help us," answered Nicoletta. "Even now she and her friends are clearing the other salting houses and freeing the girls. At first her friends did not want to help her, particularly the Frenchman. He insisted that they were vampire hunters, not lawmakers. So, merely an unfortunate coincidence for the Foldesi family." He laughed out loud. Damn, they must have gotten a shock when the bitch went off at them. And now they're busy taking down the rest of the family. "They almost didn't," said Nicoletta. "The Frenchman insisted that they should rather be seeking something he called the protestarium. He said that they knew where it was." Nathan froze. "The potestatum?" Nicoletta nodded. "That's it. The potestatum." "Petrus!" shouted Nathan. The blood wraith appeared in the room as if by magic. So fast had he moved. "My lord?" "Gather the brethren. The Shadowhunter has a lead to the potestatum. We must find them and let them take us to it. Move." The Nosferatu gathered together and boarded their coaches. Nathan kept Nicoletta by his side. A new servant, a slave, a ready meal. Chapter 30. Otto and Tag had managed to find an alternative mode of transport given that the bus had been totaled during the attack on the Fuldesi stronghold. And no one was complaining about the change. They now traveled in a custom-made 8-seat minibus. From the outside, the bus looked similar to any standard mid-range people mover. But the inside was a very different story. The seats had been taken from a first-class airplane, and the rest of the interior was done up like an executive jet, complete with wet bar, onboard entertainment, and a small washroom. Needless to say, all of the windows were heavily tinted as the Fuldesis liked their privacy, so the sun did not affect Sylvian or Emily as they drove through the day. Cluj is different to the other hidden cities, said Sylvian. It is the original one, and it has been in existence since time immemorial. Different in what way? Asked Troy. Sylvian thought for a while before he answered. No cats, he said. But that isn't the biggest difference. It's difficult to explain without actually experiencing it. I suppose that the best way is to say that Hidden Cluj and Cluj proper are the same place, occupying the same space but on a slightly different plane. Well, that explains it, said Tag. Apart from all of those words that you just said that mean absolutely nothing to me. The Bloodborne sighed. You know how we physically entered Perrine and Romaine? Stairs, doorways, that sort of thing? They all nodded. Well, that's not how you enter Cluj. The way to enter the hidden part of Cluj is to head for the botanical gardens. You enter and then, if the city accepts you, you will find yourself walking in the same area, but it will be the hidden side of it. In other words, Hidden Cluj is the same as normal Cluj, but somehow it has been shifted slightly in both time and space. Don't ask me how or when. I don't know. So what you're saying, said Troy, is that anyone who wants to get into Hidden Cluj simply desires it and is let in? No, the city decides. In fact, I doubt that Muller or Otto will be allowed in. I haven't seen humans there before. It doesn't actually seem to be a rule as such, but it never happens. Tag is a gray area. Not sure how human he still is. What about vampires? Asked Emily. That's the next major difference. Vampires and werewolves, although not specifically welcomed, are often allowed in. You see, Cluj is a neutral zone. No one has fought there for many millennia, and no one ever would. It is taboo. We should be near the city center in under an hour. It's twilight now, so night will have fallen, informed Muller. All will become clearer, then I am sure. Do the gardens stay open at night? 24 hours, affirmed Sylvian. Should we tool up? Asked Tag. Sylvian nodded. Concealed weapons only. Obviously, we can't go walking around the capital city with assault rifles and flak jackets. When they entered the city, Sylvian gave Muller directions to the botanical garden. They pulled into a parking within sight of the entrance. Sylvian climbed out and took a look at the parking meter. Hey, he called. Has anyone got any Romanian lei? I assumed that they would take euro, but they don't. Sure, quipped Tag. Always carry a bunch of lei around with me. Obscure currency is my bag. I take it that means no, noted Sylvian. So what? Asked Troy. Let them fine us. Not as if it's our vehicle and the Fuldesi family is way past caring. The Bloodborne chuckled. True, he admitted. So follow me. Let's see how many of us can get into Hidden Cluj. The team strolled into the botanic garden heading towards the center. Right then, said Sylvian. This is a little hard to explain, but I want you all to visualize being in the Hidden Cluj. How? Asked Tag. We never been there, so we don't know what to visualize. It doesn't actually matter, replied Sylvian. Just think of the idea. Tag shrugged and his eyes narrowed as he tried to think of the idea of a place that he had never been to. The others assumed similar expressions of baffled concentration. Now, close your eyes, instructed the Bloodborne. They all did so. That's strange, continued Sylvian. I would never have thought that Muller and Otto would be accepted. The group opened their eyes to find themselves in the same botanic garden. Apart from two major differences, Firstly, they were surrounded by a throng of mythical creatures: elves, trolls, goblins, and more. Secondly, the light was totally different. Instead of the distant pale blue moon that they had left, the celestial orb that hung above them now was huge and golden red. Its light bathed all in an Aurelian glow, tinted with flecks of scarlet. The world as viewed through a beautiful stained glass window. "It's stunning," gasped Emily. "Amazing," agreed Troy. Both Muller and Otto crossed themselves. "Why is it also orange?" asked Tag. "Looks weird." Troy laughed. "And once again," he said, "Tag is smitten by the awesome beauty of the unknown." "What?" said Tag. "All I said is that the place comes over a little on the tangerine side. That's all." "Where to now?" asked Emily. "Yeah. Things are a little more open here than the other hidden cities," said Sylvian. "I suggest that we go to the library and simply ask where the werewolves live. The librarians here are famous for their knowledge of all matters both arcane and mundane." It took them 20 minutes to walk to the library, an impressive yellow stone building with a sweeping stairway in the front. Sylvian led them inside and approached a severe-looking older woman seated at the front desk. The Frenchman bowed extravagantly before he spoke. "It has been too long, my Aphrodite of the halls of learning," he said in greeting to the sour-looking old lady. She snorted. "It's never long enough, you reprobate. What are you here for today? Spreading rumor and causing trouble as usual?" Sylvian took her hand and kissed it. "How are you, my love?" "Alive. Still learning. There is so much to read. So very much to catalog." "The quest for knowledge is never-ending," agreed the Bloodborne. "What do you want?" the lady replied abruptly. "Advice," said Sylvian. "Nothing too onerous. In fact, I hesitate to ask you something so mundane. My colleagues and I seek a friend. A certain Methuselah. The oldest of all werewolves. The wolf whose death shall bring judgment?" "The self-same one," concurred Sylvian. She shook her head. "No, never heard of him." "Oh, foul and monstrous untruth," said Sylvian with a chuckle in his voice. "But please put your mind at ease, my dear heart. We come in peace. In fact, we have been sent by Methuselah's ultimate master, the Omega himself." The old lady thought for a few seconds and then shook her head again. "No. If he sent you then, he would have told you where to look." "He couldn't," argued Sylvian. "It's complicated, but essentially, we speak the truth." "Essentially is not ultimately. The essence of what you say may be truthful, but that simply means that all of the extraneous parts could be a lie." Troy stepped forward. "Ma'am, if I may approach?" The old lady nodded. "How can I refuse one with such manners?" "Easy," mumbled Sylvian. "You just refused me." Troy held out the signet ring. "This is Sir William's ring. He gave it to me so that I can talk in his stead. We are on a mission of the utmost importance and the absolute acme of secrecy. I beg of you, please tell us where my brother Wolf is. I assure you, on the pack, that we mean him no harm, we merely seek his guidance." She beckoned to Troy to step forward, and she took his hand. The wolf gasped as he felt his entire life open to the old lady, his every thought, his every breath, the very essence of his knowledge. "You lie," she said, "but you mean no harm by it. Next time, tell the whole truth, my child. It will get you further. As it happens, your arrival has been preordained." She turned to look at Emily, as was hers, the Shadowhunter. She let go of the wolfman's hand. "Go to the fountains. From there you will know where to proceed to." Troy bowed his thanks, as did Sylvian. "Girl," she said to Emily, "be careful. Power is a terrible thing. Never let it control you." And then she turned her back on them. Sylvian gestured to the group, and they followed him from the library and out into the golden night. Chapter 31. "Many parts of the hidden city are the same as the visible one," said Sylvian, "particularly the older buildings. But this fountain is unique, fed from underground springs that do not exist in the other world. It is said that once you have drunk from them, you will always feel a compulsion to return. Is that true? Asked Muller. I don't know, admitted Sylvian. I have never drunk from the fountain. Tell me, continued Muller, why are we here? I mean, Otto and me. How come the city let us in, being human and all? Another question that I do not know the answer to, said the Bloodborne. Either the city now accepts humans, or more likely, when you take your vow as a knight of the church, you somehow become less human, more saintly, ethereal in some way. Perhaps, agreed Muller. So now what? The lady at the library said that when we get here, we shall know what to do next. And that is the third unanswerable question in a row, said Sylvian. If you are looking to fill me with feelings of inadequacy, then you are doing well, my friend. We go there, said Emily, pointing at a nondescript door in one of the buildings. Why? Asked Troy. I can feel him, answered Em, just like I can feel the rest of the pack. The only difference is that I am sure that he is allowing me to feel him. It was like he opened up to me. A sense of age, wisdom, power, and sadness. Lead the way, said Troy. The group proceeded to the door. Emily was about to knock when it opened slowly, revealing a single room, dimly lit by a single oil lamp, rustic, large chairs, and a single ancient oak table. A fire crackled in an open fireplace. Standing in the middle of the room was a man. He wore a long cloak and his gray hair hung to his waist, as did his beard. He stood tall but slightly hunched, as if he were carrying a heavy weight on his shoulders. He was massive. Taller than both Tag and Otto, and wider than both put together. But when you looked at him, it was almost impossible to stop staring at his eyes. Golden orbs that seemed to pulse with an inner light. They literally bathed the room in a subtle gilded wash. A living light. Troy bowed deeply. Methuselah, he greeted the huge man. My son, you have arrived as foretold. He rested his massive hand on Troy's head. A greeting, or perhaps a benediction of some sort. Then he turned to the rest of the group and greeted them in turn. Emily the Shadowhunter, well met. Sylvian the Bloodborne Duke. Otto, the Blasphemer. Muller, the Pious. And Tag. He smiled and nodded. Tag the Brave. His voice rumbled like distant thunder, so deep as to be felt physically like a minor earth tremor. Foretold by whom? Asked Troy. Methuselah laughed, a vibrant rolling chuckle. By me, of course, young wolf. Now pray all sit. He gestured towards the chairs surrounding the table. They followed his instructions. From beneath his cloak, he drew out a small, intricately carved wooden box, not much bigger than a matchbox. He placed it on the center of the table as he sat down. Then he pulled out a meerschaum pipe and proceeded to chew on the stem without lighting it. No one said anything as they respectfully waited for the ancient werewolf to speak. We do not have much time, he said eventually. In the box resides that which you seek. The potestatum? Asked Sylvian. The very thing, confirmed Methuselah. I am its ultimate guardian. As such, I am not allowed to pass it on to anyone unless judgment time is upon us. We could take it, said Muller. The gigantic old man shook his head. No, Muller the Pious. You might attempt to take it, but even though thy companions and thyself art mighty beyond measure, you are no match for me. Not even close. He stood up. It was like watching a tree grow in super-fast motion. A force of nature. Then he picked up the box and handed it to Troy. I, Methuselah, the oldest of the pack, also known as the Wolf of the Spear, and the wolf whose death shall bring judgment, hand this item of power over to you, Troy. Alpha to be. Do with it as you deem prudent. Troy stood to accept the box. But master, he said, does that not mean that judgment time is upon us? The old wolf nodded. My judgment, young wolf, not yours. They are almost here. Many, many vampires. They followed you into the city, and the city saw fit to allow them in. Leave via the back door. Travel straight until you come to a large green building. Enter. Seek the stairs to the basement. They will take you to a room that will transport you back to your world. Do it now. The enemy is almost upon us. I will stall them for as long as I can. We will stay with you, said Sylvian. Together we can defeat any quantity of vampires. Methuselah shook his head. No, not this many. And these are different. Well-trained. Strong, fast, and vicious beyond belief. Anyway, you are all too important to risk. Humanity will need you all to lead during the coming wars. Now go! Emily walked over and kissed the old man, rising up on her tiptoes to reach his cheek. The rest of the men shook hands and headed for the back door. Except for Otto. Come, said Muller. We need to go. Otto shook his head. I am not a leader, he said. Humanity will not need me in the wars to come, but the old man will need all the help that he can get here. Now, so you go. I have made my peace with the Lord. Perhaps I shall be remembered as something beside Otto the blasphemer. Muller shook Otto's hand. I will ensure that you are remembered well, he said. The old wolf nodded. Your help will be greatly appreciated. The team left via the back door. Methuselah and Otto walked out of the front door and stood, waiting. While they did, Methuselah removed his clothes and changed. A slow metamorphosis from old man to frosty-haired wolf. When the change was over, he stood over 7 feet tall, larger than a dray horse, teeth the size of a man's forearm. The vampires appeared around the corner, over 50 of them, walking fast. In front of them came Nathan. There were no official challengers, no witty banter or one-liners. The vampires attacked, and Otto and Methuselah fought back. At first, it seemed as though the impossible would happen. Otto's MP7 spat silver-coated bullets, smashing into the opposing blood wraiths, and the old wolf ripped and tore into them at the same time. 10 bloodsuckers went down in the initial impact. But many of them rose again, healing as they did, and, as powerful as the old wolf and the knight were, they were quickly overwhelmed by the wave of evil that engulfed them. Methuselah went down under a pile of over 30 blood wraiths as they bit and hammered and tore at him, sundering him apart as they did. He died surrounded by piles of vampire corpses, a growl in his throat and a smile on his lips. Just before one of the vampires ripped the life from Otto, the knight pulled out his pistol and put it against his temple. You will never change me, he said. See you all in hell. He pulled the trigger and a martyr was born. Otto the Redeemer. Nathan led the charge into Methuselah's house as he and the blood wraiths frantically searched for signs of Emily, her friends, and the potostatum. But it was to no avail. They were no longer there, and it would be impossible to track them down with no idea what direction they had been heading. Gone. He threw back his head and howled in anger and frustration. Chapter 32. Perhaps they made it, said Sylvian to Muller. Emily shook her head. Methuselah is gone, she said. I felt him leave, and I doubt that Otto would have survived. She walked over to Muller and grasped his shoulder. Your friend was a very brave man, she said. He was not my friend, whispered Muller. I hardly knew him. He was a criminal and a blasphemer. The knight took a deep breath. I shall miss him very much. He twitched the curtain aside and peered out. The sun had risen and the city sparkled under its coat of pristine snow. A veritable winter wonderland, or perhaps a shroud. Death robes for a man who is more than a friend. A comrade, Otto the Redeemer. Troy sat at the table in the suite of rooms that Sylvian had booked them into when they had arrived back in the actual city of Cluj. The entire top floor of the renowned 5-star Grand Hotel. On the center of the table was the wooden box containing the potostatum. Emily came and sat opposite the young wolf. Troy looked up and then pushed the box across the table to her. Open it, he said. It is yours. Are you sure? Troy nodded. We searched for it to give to you. Nothing has changed. We all believe in you. In your goodness, take it. The rest of the men gathered around watching. Emily opened the box. Inside, nestled in the red velvet lining, was a small shard of steel. an inch long and perhaps quarter of an inch wide. Sylvian gasped. "It is a piece of the sword," he said, his voice hoarse with reverence. "Excalibur." With shaking fingers, Emily took it from the box and laid it in her right hand to inspect. But as she did, there was a blinding flash of light and her whole arm ignited, springing into flame. She screamed in agony and tried to drop the artifact, but it stuck to her skin, burning its way into her flesh. Then all went dark. Seconds or minutes or maybe a lifetime later, the group regained their senses, rising out of the blackness like a leviathan coming up from the deep. Emily stood by the window. Her flesh was whole, her clothing untouched. Troy rushed over to her and grasped her arm to check her burns. Branded into the palm of her right hand was a perfect red pentagram, and on the back of her hand the crossed Z of the wolf rune and the triangular vampire rune. On her wrist and wrapping around her forearm was the final brand, the inverted horseshoe shape of the Omega. Then she stepped forward and pulled the curtains open. Sunlight flooded into the room, causing Sylvian to run to the far end, away from its damaging rays. But Emily stood and basked in the sunlight, welcoming its life-affirming force. She turned to the room, a smile on her face, her fangs still visible to all. "I'm starving," she said. She looked at Tag, whose face fell as he stood up, ready to feed his ward once again. "Thank you, big man," she said. "I would kill for a mac and cheese, supersized." Then she embraced the man whose bravery had kept her alive, had saved her humanity, and had helped to make her the Daywalker.
Thank you so much for listening. Your support means everything to me, and I'm so glad you're enjoying the story. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. It's completely free, and it will help me keep the channel up and running so I can continue bringing you more amazing free books. Your subscription truly makes a difference. Thank you again.